All right, I think all the live streams are open. Welcome in, friends. Hey, happy Hump Day, Wednesday. Good to see everyone. Should be fun. We had a pretty wild turnout on Monday with the new topic, and somebody suggested we rename the topic a little bit, and I thought it was a good idea. So I'm running it through again with a slightly just small tweak on the topic title. I'm going to see how it works out. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I forget who suggested the topic change, but I think it was a good idea. Big W on whoever sent that super chat on Monday to change the topic. Friday we may go back to the original. We'll see. You have to let me know in the comments if you have a preference. All right, let me make sure the streams are up. Looks like we're up. Looks like we're connected on DZ Debates. Let me double check to make sure we're connected on Deconstruction Zone. We should be on Twitch too. But you know what? I forgot. I don't know if I got the Twitch chat plugged in. Give me a second to activate the Twitch chat. Hopefully that works. Hopefully if somebody sends in a comment on Twitch, I'll be able to see it. I think I have my Twitch account linked in properly so I can see y'all's comments. If you're on Twitch and you're watching this, send a comment over Twitch with Twitch in capitals, and I'll see if I can catch it. Maybe that's one good way to verify that it's working. But I think we're up and running. I'm going to read it. We do have a couple super chats. We don't have any guests yet. Stream just opened. We should have a guest in the guest box soon. Sometimes it takes a few minutes to get somebody in the guest box, but we'll get somebody in the guest box here. I'm here sure in just a minute or two. Angry Amalekite Infant, hey, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Says perhaps first pretend that the files show some generals, friends of Jeffrey Epstein, taking war brides. Ask guest if that's wrong, and then go to scripture. Actually, I didn't consider that. I bet if we search through them, hold on, let me pull up the website. Epstein library search. I bet if we search through them, I bet there's something in there we can find. Oh, I see some people on Twitch commenting. Perfect. I can see all the comments then. I bet there is something in here. Let me just type in war bride. My only complaint with the way the library searches is that as far as I can tell, you can't search two words at once. You can only do one word at a time, which is super annoying. You can do like a phrase, but it's going to take the phrase like in quotations. It can't search simultaneously for two separate words. It's not that sophisticated. But you're right. That would be a good way to open it up. And Ohio Boy, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super. Says, would love to do some cooking with you sometime. Keep up the great work you're doing. Well, thank you, Ohio Boy. Good to see there's another Ohio Boy here in the stream. And listen, I don't know if you have a channel, but next time you're live, shoot me a message. See if I can catch it. Help and make it. Deconstruct says, what a great topic for midweek barbecue. I can't wait for the crash outs. Talk for Doug and Tomato for sure. Yeah, there'd be some crash outs actually for sure. Herbie, hey, thanks for sending out 5 DZ debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. And Skeptic Sam's with us tonight. Says, hey Justin, can you tell me what the word for word fallacy is if you think it holds any weight against atheists when we read the Bible? Rock out for Doug. So the word for word fallacy is stupid. It's basically just saying, like, listen, if you're reading a text and it doesn't say the thing word for word, and then you say, well, it didn't say it word for word, therefore it's not in there. Well, that's the fallacy, right? So for example, if you're reading a text and that text is describing SA, and you're like, well, the word SA didn't show up there, so it's not technically SA, that's the word for word fallacy. It's really stupid. We see it happening here all the time when we read the Bible. Christians will get up here all the time and say, well, the word rape doesn't actually appear there, so it's not technically a rape, even though it literally says taking somebody by force. Okay. Sure. And Lake says, I regularly hear the church based the Vulgate off the Septuagint. That seems, well, not the Vulgate. It's the Old Latin, but I also hear Jerome used Hebrew. Is it a combination of both? Hoping you can clear that up. Thanks. Lake, that's where the confusion is. So Jerome was tasked originally that we had a huge collection of Latin manuscripts. They're called the Old Latin manuscripts. And Jerome was tasked by the Catholic Church of cleaning them up and making like an official Latin text with all the manuscripts, right? Now, he didn't have to go back to the original Greek and Hebrew. He chose to do that. He was basically tasked with like making a better copy of the mess of copies that they had. And he was like, no, if I'm going to do it, like I should actually go back to the Greek and Hebrew and double check everything. So my understanding was he actually didn't even know Hebrew when he started. He had to learn it. He went down and visited with the people he called Chaldean Jews. He went down and learned Hebrew from Hebrew speakers so he could do his work. So kudos on him for taking all that extra work on. But I'm pretty sure he did already know Latin and Greek. So that he obviously already had down pat. So, but yeah, so the Vulgate was an update of the Old Latin manuscripts. The Old Latin manuscripts were translated from the Septuagint. He bypassed the Old Latin when he didn't like it and went back to the original Hebrew and Greek. So that's probably where the confusion is. It's just like, it's hard because like the Septuagint sometimes is synonymous with the term Old Greek manuscripts, but it wouldn't be fair to say that the Old Latin manuscripts are the same as the Vulgate because they're not. They're two different bodies of text. So you wouldn't use those words synonymously. And Dylan says, I didn't know that by breaking the first commandment in Exodus 23, it would entail God calling for you to be skewered like a piece of chicken under the sun in Numbers 25:4. Can't wait for tonight's cookout. I mean, the funny thing is, like, there's a bunch of commandments that are in the Torah where, like, you read it and your first thought was, oh yeah, I shouldn't do that. But like, you don't really know how it's going to play out in real life. So for example, this idea to not break the Sabbath gets like in Numbers 15, this guy doesn't really even know he's breaking the Sabbath and he ends up picking up some sticks. And then, well, you know, it happens. They end up taking him to Yahweh and Yahweh says, murder him, right? He didn't know he's breaking the Sabbath. So like, even though he knew you weren't supposed to do it, he didn't have clear parameters. Anyways, Numbers 25:4. I'm trying to remember what happens in Numbers 25:4. Exodus 23z. That's the 10 Commandments. So that's the third commandment or the first commandment. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, that's the part of the first commandment. You shall have no other gods before me. Okay, and you're saying that cross references to Numbers 25. Oops. Wrong button. Numbers 25:4. The Lord said to Moses, take all the leaders of the people, kill them, and expose them in broad daylight before the Lord, so the Lord's fierce anger may burn away from Israel. I assume this is about the incident at Peor, if I was going to guess. Let me double check. Yep, it's the incident at Peor. That makes sense. Yeah. I mean, that's what happened, right? The Midianite women convinced the men to join into the debauchery and pagan worship, and God said, nope, not going to have that. It's funny, the one guy that comes out clean in that situation is the guy who kills the man who brought the Midianite women in with a spear. He basically turns into a hero after that. RW says, are you going to do another Q&A on Sunday? And if so, what time will it start? Thanks. Well, I won't be doing one this Sunday. Maybe the next Sunday. This Sunday, I'm going to be live. So this Sunday, I'll be live, I believe, on AXP. I'm trying to remember who I'm live with. I should be live on AXP this week, though. And then Saturday, I should be live on the line. So I won't be doing a Q&A this week, but on the weeks that I'm not live on AXP or on the line on Sunday nights, I'll be trying to pick up some Q&As for y'all. The Viking Chef, hey, good to see you, buddy, says, was over on John Cohen's channel a few days ago. Big W. UK time is easier to catch the lives. Are you two getting together for a cooking session? That would be insane. Rock Hard like, I think we'd like to. We've tossed around the idea. It's just trying to get the schedule so that we're live at the same time can be tough because we're on different parts of the world. But we will. We're definitely going to make it happen. For sure. Definitely going to get around to making that happen. I think he's got another book coming out too. I don't know if you saw his first book, but he's got another one coming out soon. Master Machete's haircut so fresh. I'm gay for Justin and ain't hard as Doug. Hell yeah, Master Machete. Thank you. Big W. I do. It was like 60 degrees out today finally in Ohio, rather than 10 degrees. I was like, you know what? I gotta trim the hairs. When the weather gets warm, I gotta keep it short. I cannot do the long hair. I do not know how people deal with long hair. It's crazy. Gary, hey, thanks for the $5 super. It says, while I enjoy Rainbow Draft. Actually, somebody, hold on. William Cates sent me a Rainbow Draft. Thank you, William. I really appreciate that. I saved the name just so I wouldn't forget. William, I appreciate sending me the Rainbow Draft. Now we've got the Pantheon. We've got the Life Granting Unicorn, Doug, Sharon, and then also the Rainbow Draft, all in attendance. I enjoy seeing the Dream Lucid Gravity. Yeah, Lucid. I got the Lucid back here too. Hold on. Oh, there we go. We'll have to reposition this. There we go. Now we should. There we go. Now we got the Dream Lucid visible. Yeah, I got my Lucid, y'all. Voice sounds good, man. You're a champ. Go Bills. Hell yeah, go Bills. The voice did come back, surprisingly. The next day after Monday's live stream, it was only slightly sore, and then it was fine by the end of the day. It really came around. So we'll see. I might ruin it today or tonight. We'll see what happens. And 4XTP5 says, can you give us a quick breakdown of how you interpret Hebrews 1 through 14? Also, Matthew 24:36 can no possibly mean declare. No way it means declare, right? No, it doesn't mean declare. I don't know why this is a popular talking point right now. I guess it's a popular talking point because people are realizing that there is things that Jesus didn't know. But no, the word used there in the Greek text does not mean to declare. Literally, all you have to do is go to the dictionary and just look at the dictionary and look at the semantic range of the word, and you'll get a pretty good idea of what's up. But Hebrews 1 through 14, let me see what you're asking here for. Guess I don't really know what you're asking. So in the book of Hebrews chapter 1, there are two different psalms. Actually, I think 3 different psalms that are appropriated, saying that it's about Jesus when it's not. So this is what we talk about all the time when it comes to how the New Testament treats the Old Testament. It just interprets everything as a prophecy. If you go back and read these psalms, like if you have a Bible that has a cross-reference in it and go back and read these psalms that are cross-referenced, they're not prophecies, and they're not remotely about Jesus. So I guess I don't really know what kind of interpretation you're looking for. I would just go back and read the original Psalms and not worry about what Hebrews is doing. Whoever wrote Hebrews is a maniac that doesn't know how to read. They should have their library card revoked. Herbie says, you could hurt yourself with that haircut. It's so sharp. Well, thank you, Herbie. I appreciate that. It does feel nice to have a fresh cut. I was definitely agree with you there. And Nicasius, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Hey, thanks for the 20 Canadian dollars. Super chat says, was raised Jehovah's Witnesses and taught that we mimicked Abraham's willingness to sacrifice his child as a display of loyalty to God by rejecting blood transfusions, even for your own children. Fundamentalism must be stopped. Yeah, the JW's rejection of blood transfusion pretty wild. I think there are children who have died from it, isn't there? I bet, though, if I was going to guess, if the JWs are anything like other Christians, they're probably doing it anyways, just in secret. But the diehards are going to stick to the policy, which is terrifying, because people's lives could be saved, Clever Moniker says, I didn't know it was haircut day. You could have said, I'm sorry, Clever Moniker, I should have told you. I didn't mean to not inform everybody. Next time I'm planning a haircut, I'll make sure to let you know. so that we can all do it in unison. All right, last super chat. We're gonna get Seth in here. MST says Justin looking sharp with the haircut. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, MST 3K fan 1. Really appreciate that, friend. And looks like Faraday came to join us too. All right. Oh, why Faraday? Why you always come over to fart on me? Do you come over here specifically just to fart on me? Can't you fart in the other room? This cat and his irritable bowels. I will never. Volta will destroy my entire house, but never fart on me. This particular cat doesn't destroy my house, but every time I touch it, it wants to fart at me. I will never understand. Okay, get Seth back. How you doing, Seth?
Hey, how are you, Justin? Hope all is well.
Yeah, I was well. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Also, the kitty's innocent. You're the guilty one.
Listen, I didn't fart at me.
You're just imagining it. All right.
Oh,
Also, be careful. That's the Messiah right there. That's the spiritual king of Israel.
oh, you might be right. Actually, he
Yeah. I
fulfilled
mean,
more prophecies than Jesus. I know that much.
speaking of which, is Jesus in the Epstein files?
Kind of, yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, actually, so I mean, uh, it's not as many as the word God. I did do a search for Jesus, and
But
it's
Jesus
only
is God. I thought about the Trinity.
well, yeah, but specifically for the name though, the name Jesus only shows up 422 times, and I did look through
Oh,
some of them, and it certainly looks like some of them are references to the Jesus, and some of them are references to somebody named Jesus. You can tell which one's which. So the word God shows up a ton, but the word Jesus not quite as much. But they are the
all
same
right.
person for Christians.
Well, yeah. Last night's stream was a spicy one. I tried to
Is
get
it
in, but couldn't connect. But
is a busy one.
yeah.
Um,
I listen. Good prompt.
I mean, but we're kind of back at the bar, which is that the Bible condones what Epstein did. I mean, obviously, I'm going to assume you disagree.
Can you okay, when you say the Bible condones it, do you mean that the Bible, because the way I view it is that at least in the Old Testament, that God definitely is at the very least indifferential to sexual assault happening. There's numerous instances where the Israelites do commit the sin or the action of sexual assault, and God doesn't seem to necessarily mind it. But I think what I'm wrestling with is the idea of God actively saying, "Go ahead and go actively commit sexually assault consistently." I think that is what I'm wrestling with, and what I might take some uh, challenge to, if that's what the prompt is asserting or not, because that's sort of what I'm wrestling with.
Sure. Well, I very specifically did condone because I'm not saying God wants you to do it. I'm saying God allows you to do it. So condone is very specific here, but also there are passages where God basically commands it, and I can walk you through two of them here real quick. That I think you'll be able to put them together pretty easily. So you
I'm
remember the Levite and his concubine in Judges 19 through 21?
I have a rough idea about it, but I'd rather read. I'd rather see the actual verse rather than
Oh,
just
we're
assume.
definitely going to be looking at the verse. So,
Okay.
if you don't remember the story, what happens is there's this Levite, much like the story of Lot and the angels, or the
Hmm.
Levite with his concubine that comes to Gibeah, and he needs to stay the night. Somebody offers him a place to stay, and then the men of the town come and bang on the door of the house and say, bring this man out so we can, ravish him.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, God, certainly not. He take
Send
my
my daughters instead. Yeah.
yeah, take my concubine, right? So he throws the concubine out. The concubine gets essayed all night. And then in retribution, or retribution might not be the right word, but in some sort of ploy to get retribution, the Levite takes her body, cuts it up into 12 pieces, and sends it to the 12 tribes of Israel, and then mobilizes them for war against the tribe that did this horrible thing. And then they
Hmm.
go to war, and the other thing that happens is they're like, okay, because they're so wicked, we are not going to allow them to marry any of our daughters anymore. We won't give any of our daughters in marriage to
Hmm.
them, and we make a pact before the Lord. And then a little bit later, some sorrow comes upon them because they're like, oh shoot, one of the tribes of Israel is going to die out because they're not going to be able to marry anyone and reproduce.
Hmm.
So they're like, okay, we need to do something about this. And so this is what happens. It says, Now the Israelites sworn at Mizpah, none of us shall give his daughter in marriage to Benjamin. And the people came to Bethel and sat there until evening before God, and then lifted up their voices and wept bitterly. So they're crying out to the Lord. It says, O Lord, God of Israel, why has it come to pass that today there should be one tribe lacking in Israel? So on the next day, the people got up and built an altar in there and put burnt offerings and sacrifices of well-being on it, so on and so forth. So then they get this plan. All right, hey, which tribe didn't go up to fight with us? Is there a tribe that didn't go up to fight with us? And they're like, there is. Yes, there's a tribe. Jabesh Gilead didn't go up to fight with us. So he says, the Israelites had compassion for Benjamin and their kin and said, one tribe is cut off from Israel today. What shall we do for wives for those who are left? Since we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give any of our daughters as wives. And then they realized the tribe of Jabesh Gilead didn't go up to war. So they go and they do war with Jabesh Gilead. It says, this is what you should do. Every male and every woman who has lain with a male you shall devote to destruction. And they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had never slept with a man, and brought them to the camp at Shiloh. Okay, so what they did is they went and they murdered the inhabitants via war, and then they took all the girls that were not virgins. That had not known a man, meaning they were virgins, and they used them as war brides. Now, this is important for two reasons. One, because it's going to relate directly to our next verse, and two, because remember, this is the best God could give them. They went before God, they asked for a plan, and this is the best that could happen. If this wasn't God's plan, then God failed in giving them a better plan. So when we go to Numbers 31, what we find is that the same thing happens, except God explicitly gives approval this time. In Numbers 31, they're supposed to go and kill all the Midianites for the incident that happened at Peor, and then they preserved some of the women. And
this one I know a lot more. This one I recall.
This
I know
is the popular one, yeah. So he said, now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with them, but all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with them keep alive for yourselves. And then God chimes in and agrees. You and Eleazar the priest and the heads of the ancestral houses of the congregation make an inventory of the plunder captured, both human and animal, divide the plunder into two parts between the warriors who went out to battle and all the congregations. So God is agreeing with this idea that, yes, you can take these kidnapped little virgin girls and divide them among the warriors, and which would ostensibly mean that they became slaves and or war brides.
So what I would say is that obviously I don't condone at all what happened there. And I have been on record, and you know me, I think at least the God of the Hebrew Bible is an imperfect God, meaning he's not all good. Doesn't mean I still don't think he's God, or that I still don't think he's omnipotent, but I definitely agree he's not all good. Um, my understanding, and again, I don't know if that's something you want to accept, nor is it me condoning it. I believe Rashi brings down that the reason why this occurred was because this was considered a one-time sort of war. The Israelites were sort of in a wartime era. And as a result, they took extreme measures by taking these women. They sort of try to subject them to the best possibility, as opposed to, let's say, on the war battle, like actively raping them there. Again, it's me not defending them. It's me just trying to understand why this is in the actual Hebrew Bible itself. So I don't disagree with the fact that there is sexual assault in the Old Testament, nor that God is at the very least indifferent to it, or at times and occasionally actively said, okay, you can do these things. What I'm still contending with is that I don't think God is actively saying you can sexually assault women or should sexually assault women on a consistent basis. And the reason I also state that is because if you look beyond the actual text themselves, Jews have been, reading and trying their best, at least their own interpretation of practicing the Hebrew Bible for over 3,000 years. I mean, I don't think you see active sexual assaults occurring on a historical basis by Jewish people post, the writings of, if we assume this is what happened, of course,
Well,
on a consistent basis.
I'm not sure we have documentation from the time period, but my point is this. first of all, this passage is not God saying that you can just do this forever whenever you want. We agree that this is like a scenario. God is saying that
Yeah,
in this scenario, I will allow you
correct.
to do this. I don't think
I
that
agree with
makes
you.
it better. Like whether you sexually assaulted one or two tribes or you sexually assaulted a dozen tribes, I still think this is condoning sexual assault. I don't think it has to be an ongoing sexual assault for it to be horrendous.
No, of course it doesn't have to be that to still be equally horrendous. But um, if we're comparing it to what Jeffrey Epstein did, Jeffrey Epstein and his cohort did these large sex traffic scales for who knows how long, and who knows if it even started and ended with Jeffrey Epstein. Let's be honest, it's probably, I think it's more likely than not that some sort of underground elite institution uh, harboring these sort of behaviors probably existed well before him. Um, my contention is yes, you have these instances in the Old Testament where sexual assault occurs, and of course, again, I do not condone it, and I don't believe the God of the Old Testament of the Hebrew Bible is all good. At the very least, I think I called him an asshole a couple of streams ago, and I think that oh, go ahead. Uh,
What's more likely that there's a God that says sometimes it's okay to sexually assault girls, or that humans wrote this in a book and claimed it came from God?
my viewpoint is that the Hebrew Bible, majority of it, is written by men for their own point of view, with their own point they're
Hmm.
trying to push, but there are historical kernels of truth, and that has just been expanded over time through mystery. I remember in a couple of streams ago we spoke about, I made the argument that if God would exist, it makes sense that since the world is fucked up, more likely than not, if there is a God, he would be kind of fucked up too. And we sort of came to heads to the idea, at least the argument that you made was that potentially, but more likely than not, since this was written in the late Bronze Age period to the Iron Age, this more likely than not reflected the values of people that wrote these,
Yeah.
pages during the late Bronze Age to the Iron Age. So
Hmm.
if that is the case, which I think we would all assume is accurate, um, I think it's what it says is that yes, the people that wrote this would more likely than not at least condone what Jeffrey Epstein did, or be fine with it at the very least. I don't know if they're actively saying go, sexually assault everyone you see, but at the very least they're indifferent to it, as you can see with what's written here. But that's when it becomes complicated because let's say the God of the Hebrew Bible does exist. How do we know what's actually stated or divinely inspired from that actual God versus what's just being written from a narrative standpoint from the people that actually wrote the Bible itself?
Well, I don't think any of it is from God. So that's where I'm
And
going to draw the
of course,
line.
yeah, of course, we disagree on that. I mean, yeah, but
But like,
what I'm trying.
but if
Go ahead.
God inspired any of it, he should have made it clear which is from him and which is not, right? God's failure to like effectively communicate seems to indicate not that this God is real but is just weird, but that the God probably doesn't exist. If there was a God, he would know that this would be a problem and he would know he'd have to like find a better way to communicate.
Why? Why would he have to find why if the God of the Hebrew Testament, the Hebrew Bible, excuse me, Hebrew Testament, the Hebrew Bible, is indifferent towards these sort of actions. If he's more of a, I set the larger events of history in motion, but let things play out as they do. So it's not a super active God. Why would they necessarily care if you know these sort of things happened? I guess is what I'm contending.
Do you think God is indifferent to women being essayed?
Um, I'd hope not. I would hope not. But there's definitely instances of the Hebrew Bible where he, at the very
Do
least, is indifferent to it.
do you think God would be indifferent to his book allowing SA to happen?
Um, we don't know to what extent it is his book. I mean, that's the thing I'm constantly wrestling with is that I believe in the God of the Hebrew Bible, but I at the same time I also recognize that a lot of the Hebrew Bible is written by men. It might be divinely inspired, but it's written by men, so it makes it difficult for me.
Did he know the
Someone who
book
was
would be written?
did he know the book would be written?
Hmm.
I mean, it's impossible for me to know. It's possible. And
Do,
if he did, then he maybe just doesn't give a crap. Again, I
if
don't
you
think.
if you knew somebody was going to write a book about you and you had the
Mhm.
power to make sure that the stuff that they wrote about you was only true, would you make it so that the stuff they wrote about you is only ever true?
Yeah, but yeah, but the problem is that I'm only thinking from I don't have the capacity to think as a ontological omnipotent being. I can only
And
think
neither does
as,
God.
well, that's
What
because you don't think
what
God
good
exists.
could possibly be served by allowing your people to write things about you like it's okay to essay little girls?
Because I just don't think God gives, because if the God of the
Yeah,
Hebrew
because
Bible
God
just
doesn't
gives
give
a
a
damn,
fuck. Yeah, you're
he
right.
does.
He knows that
I
this text is going to be
yeah,
used to justify essaying little girls, and he doesn't care.
I don't
So,
disagree with you. I've openly said that
Seth,
I
if this God exists, he can go fuck himself. I wouldn't worship him for a single minute.
the problem with that, and this is why for me it's more personal, is that um because this is the God of, and I mean, I don't mean to get too sentimental or too personal, but you have to understand that, at least from a Jewish point of view, that we are a group of people that have gone through, some horrific persecution over 3,000 years, and this book, this culture, this religion is what has bound us together and has allowed us to survive. And for me, at least seeing it on a day, and I mentioned this before, but seeing the survival of Jewish people, and still us surviving and thriving, to me, I mean, it is the likelihood of it happening is incredibly small. And the fact that we have this book where we have, to some degree, I would argue, at least once we reach usually around the Book of Kings, the Book of Chronicles, we certainly have, that's where the history usually tends to line up with the data, and the history tends to line up with the Bible. You see the history of, the leadership of the Jewish people and what they've experienced and endured, etc. Um, it's hard to just throw that away. I mean, because
Well,
I just look.
I think the
Go
book
ahead.
is the reason why the Jews are persecuted. It's not like the book. If this God didn't exist and this book didn't exist, then honestly, what happened to the Jewish people would have been more akin to what happened to other people in the Levant when the Assyrians came in and wiped them out, or the Babylonians came in and wiped it out. They would have said, "Oh, there's a more powerful country than us," and they're saying they're either going to wipe us out or we can pay them a tribute. We just pay their tribute and move on. What the Jews did was the exact opposite. They said, no, our God said that he's going to protect us. So we're going to rebel against a nation that's infinitely more powerful than us. And then, we'll just hope for the best. And what really happened is they got all fucked up. So what really happened was, because they have this a communal notion that is built around God, not around community,
Hmm.
rather than relying on each other and saying, "Hey, what makes the most sense for our survival?" They had this notion, no, God's going to protect us, and God quite literally didn't protect them.
Well, I think I have two responses to that. First of all, I would argue the New Testament's actually probably more responsible for anti-Semitism in the past 2,600 years. Um, that's right. I'm sorry,
I'm actually
2,000.
talking about pre-Christian.
Oh, pre-Christian. Okay.
The pre-Christian persecution would have been avoided if they were a people group without this God, I think.
Um, I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but we're entering counterfactual history now. And as much as I enjoy counterfactual history, as much as any history geek, it's difficult to say. I mean, what I would my counter argument, or at least what I would bring up, is that yes, let's assume for a second what you say is accurate. That if they didn't have the Hebrew Bible, the commonality of them being fucked up by foreign nations would diminish. But then again, the fact that they survived through the exile, through the Assyrians, the Babylonians, between skirmishes between neighboring tribes, I still think that is, you know, the probability of that occurring is not very high.
Well,
For me, I mean, it
well,
might be survival bias, but
I don't think the probability has anything to do with God, though. Like, I think the reason why the Jewish people survived is because they had a core identity that they weren't willing to let go. But that core identity is also the thing that brought the destruction upon them. Like, their insistence that they could stand up to Babylon, their insistence that they could stand up to Assyria. Like these are things that they wouldn't have had without this notion of God. Most of the people groups, there are a lot of people groups at that time period that was like, listen, these motherfuckers are way bigger than us. Let's make peace with them. They want some gold, we'll give them gold. They want a tribute, we'll pay them tribute, you know? That would have been the smart thing. You could still be a people group and all that stuff without the God telling you, no, it's okay. I'll take care of you when he
Well,
actually
I mean,
is no plans of taking
Hezekiah
care
did
of
give them
you.
tribute. I mean,
Mhm.
Hezekiah did claim to give them tribute. I mean, it's not as if some Judean kings didn't realize the reality of the situation, and sort of wise up and pay tribute or go along to get along. I definitely agree with you that some of them are very hard headed, but it's not as if it's a complete situation where every king was like. Nah, go fuck yourself, and they just move on. I mean, even Sennacherib agrees with that in the Sennacherib prison that Hezekiah gave him tribute.
Mhm.
He didn't finish the job. Now, what occurred with that is debatable. I believe a growing modern scholarship believes some sort of plague or some sort of natural disaster occurred within Sennacherib's camp that before that led to the siege of Jerusalem being completed. But I mean, I, I don't know. I mean, I think your point's valid, but I think it's not universal because, like I said, there are examples of some Judean kings, you know, wising up and paying the price or going along to get along. Um, you know, the kingdom of Judea survived. What was it? 200 something years, give or take, post the fall of the kingdom of Israel. So, I mean, they lasted a bit longer. Uh, for some reason at the very least.
Yeah, but
So
no help from the God is what I'm saying. That all this God has done for the Hebrew people is bring harm upon them. If you just read the book, like he not only does it bring harm upon them, he brags about it. He says that he takes delight in it. Deuteronomy 28:63. He says he
mhm.
takes delight in bringing the people to destruction. The God of this book is not a friend of the Hebrew people.
um, well, yeah, that's he relishes bringing destruction and punishment on them if they're disobedient and they're
Ah,
worshiping other gods.
so what? But see, this is this
So
crazy thing. If I
yeah,
was a god and I had all these people, one
mhm.
thing I would never do if they stopped worshiping me is bring plagues and death and destruction. I would bring them many blessings and actually show up and appear and be like, hey, I'm the guy who did all these blessings.
'Cause you're not
Yeah,
an asshole.
because I'm not an asshole. Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
Well,
this God is designed by human beings, just like all kinds of other gods of the ancient world. It was invented and it was used to explain both its successes and its failures. And I think the failures speak much larger than the successes.
I mean, but I would say that being an asshole doesn't necessarily mean that you can't exist, or it doesn't mean that, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't think it's mutual exclusive. You can be an asshole and still, like, I don't think that's an argument against God existing. It's an argument that God might not be all good, in which case we're in total agreement. But
But why
um,
would an asshole God allow the Jewish people to survive? But why do you think he
be-
like? How do you know that his preservation or partial preservation of the Hebrew people is not so he can wait for you guys to get big enough to destroy you again? Like, how do you know he's not just a complete genocidal maniac
um, I mean, what I would say is that, I mean, the fact that we're still here, I mean, the amount of crap we've gone through,
for now?
both for now, yeah, for now. 'Cause listen, for all I know, a meteor might hit us tomorrow, and we're all gonna die. But I can't live in the unknown. I can only go based on what has occurred so far. And the history says, and it says, it's a repeated theme in the Hebrew Bible that God says that I will punish you, but I will not completely eliminate you. I think Jeremiah mentions. I think that's one of the first books that comes to mind where that's mentioned that God says that my I will punish the people and they'll be, he even mentions that you'll eat your own children.
Mhm. Yeah, Jeremiah
Now,
19:9.
yeah, yeah. Now, I think that's just God using very colorful language. I don't think it actually means he wants them to. I think it's to the extent of that's how bad things are going to get. But that's
Well,
a whole separate. Go
that's
ahead.
actually part of my talking points for today because
Mhm.
inside of the Epstein files is not just SA; it's also cannibalism. Are you aware that being accused of cannibalism?
Am I what?
Yeah, the Epstein and his co-conspirators are being accused of cannibalism.
Oh, I did not hear that. Oh God, is that actually true?
Yep.
First time I'm hearing about it, and thank God it's the first time I'm hearing about it. I don't want.
All right.
Oh God. Yeah.
So the fact that the God of the Bible says, "I will cause you to eat your sons and daughters," seems to be that he's more in line with Epstein than maybe we thought previously.
Again, for me, I don't think he's actually stating that he wants them to eat his children. I think what God was trying to say in those passages was how bad things were going to get. This was in terms of how the exile was going to be, right? This is how it was termed. This was that the context where the first temple is being destroyed, and
Yeah,
blood.
but he specifically says he's causing it. So if you go to the
Of
passage,
course, he's causing it.
Deuteronomy says, "Because you did not serve the Lord your God joyfully and with gladness of heart for the abundance of everything, therefore you shall serve your enemies, whom the Lord will send against you." So God's sending the enemies, and he says, "In hunger and in thirst, in nakedness and lack of everything, he will put an iron yoke on your neck until he destroyed you. The Lord will bring a nation from far away, from the end of the earth, to swoop down on you like an eagle, a nation whose language you do not understand, a grim faced nation showing no respect for the old or favor for the young. It shall consume the fruit of your livestock, the fruit of your ground, until you are destroyed, leaving you neither grain, wine, oil, nor the increase of your cattle, and the issue of your flock, until it has made you perish. It shall besiege you in your towns until your high and fortified walls, in which you trusted, come down throughout your land. It shall besiege you in all of your towns throughout the land that the Lord your God has given you in the desperate straits to which the enemy siege reduces you. You will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you. So God is bragging about, listen, I'm bringing this army to fuck you up, and it's going to be so
Hmm.
bad that you eat your children.
Yeah, yeah, he is. That's pretty fucked up.
It's pretty
But
fucked up. You think, and
I
you
don't think
think
that.
this God is the one that's protecting the Hebrew people?
Well, it's not as if the Hebrew people didn't do some pretty fucked up shit on their own part
Do you think
to deserve some of it.
do you think maybe the survival of the Hebrew people is through their own ability to band together rather than this God doing anything?
It's part of. I definitely think that's part of it. But the thing that I keep wrestling with, and I was a lot. I used to be a lot more religious. I was yeshiva educated.
Yeah, both of
I was
us
like,
used to be
yeah,
religious. Yeah.
yeah, like really religious. So like I've deconstructed to the point where I know that a lot of what I was taught is not true or hyperbole, and that I've taken a lot more of a secular and realistic approach to the Hebrew Bible and to my religion as a whole. And even if one day I don't believe in God, I'm still always going to be very proud of my culture and just the fact that I come from a lineage of survivors. But the thing that I keep wrestling with is that you see a common theme in the Hebrew Bible where God keeps saying that I'm going to punish you, but my people will survive. And you have this is something we went over. I think the first call we ever had was
Mm-hmm.
you had the prophecy of Balaam, where he sees a nation surviving but isolated amongst the world. And we know Balaam to some degree might have existed actually, but that's a
I
separate
actually
talk.
think he did. Yeah.
Yeah, which is actually okay. Which is actually when I learned that in college, and I was like, holy, it blew my mind. Like, holy shit, he actually existed. So that's the thing I keep wrestling with is again, it's biased. It's
Well,
100% biased because I grew up in this culture and religion. But um, when you see
but
how much we've gone through,
but we have
and
similar prophecies, with Egypt. Like there are prophecies of a similar nature that have
right,
been
but the
preserved
Egyptian
in
people today
Egyptian.
are they worshiping the gods of the Egyptian Empire? Or are they mostly Muslim?
Oh no, they're mostly Muslim, like 80%
Right. So
Muslim. But
right,
but
they're mostly
but
Muslim
but
while the Hebrew people are
I'm not
still.
saying that this is a commentary on their religion. I'm saying this is a
Mhm.
commentary on the ability to survive as a people group, even when there are larger nations trying to subdue you. It happens all the time.
Repeat that one more time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, their ability to survive had nothing to do with the gods that they worship. Their ability to survive was their ability to band together as a people group rather than be dispersed. I mean, they surely got conquered, just like the Israelites did. They got conquered by partially by the Assyrians, and then
Hmm.
partially by the Babylonians, and for sure by the Greeks. But their ability to survive had nothing to do with the god that they worship. Just like the ability for the people in the southern Levant to survive, nothing to do with their god, and everything to do with the people.
Are there prophecies from the Egyptian gods that speak to destruction and survival?
Yeah, there's some, and not as many as what you find in the nation of
Hmm.
Israel. But they didn't preserve. They didn't have schools of prophecy that are quite as abundant as what we find
Hmm.
in Mesopotamia and the Levant. Prophecy was popular in Egypt, but they were pretty ready to dispense of prophets once they failed. And even in Babylon, prophecy was crazy popular. But if you had prophets that got stuff wrong, the kings would kill you. You're done.
Yeah.
So
I think, yeah, I think one last thing I'd want to bring up, because I don't want to take too much of your time. You'll have a lot more entertaining calls than me tonight. We usually agree to disagree. We have very intellectual conversations, respectful, and I greatly appreciate that. And you having me on to have this, as I go through my own journey. Um, the last thing I wanted to mention is that, I guess before I get to this point, it sort of requires just you answering just two or three questions leading to it. So I think question number one or premise number one, you'll agree, a big reason why I don't believe in God is that this God is a giant asshole and a piece of shit. Correct?
I don't know if it's a huge reason, but I definitely think it plays a part. Um,
Okay.
I don't think it's the number one reason though. It's like way down at like number 10.
Okay. But for the sake of the argument, let's just to say that you would agree the God of the Hebrew Bible is an asshole and not all good. We both agree to that.
I would definitely agree that I think the behavior of this god makes him less likely in my mind.
Okay. Now, the people that ratified and the people that put together the Hebrew Bible as we know, um, they wrote this stuff down. So a lot of what is documented here is reflected and supported by humans that wrote that down. Now, that being said, will you agree that the Song of the Sea is one of the three or four most ancient pieces of writing in the Hebrew Bible?
Yeah, for sure. The Song of the Sea's got to be a
Yeah.
top five oldest.
Can we go to Deuteronomy 32?
Sure.
Devarim, Lamed base for those speaking Hebrew at home. So in the Song of the Sea, there should be a passage where it speaks about listening to your elders or listening to like the sages.
Hmm.
So what I would say, at least, is that if the person who ratified or put this piece of poetry into the Hebrew Bible, I think the understanding was, or at least to some degree, potentially, is that yes, there's a lot of fucked up shit here, but you know we're putting this in here because we're going to have people of wisdom and our sages to listen to who are going to be like, okay, yes, this happened, but doesn't mean you should act upon it consistently. And that's part of the reason why I think, while you have these stories in the Hebrew Bible, it's not as if you have stories historically of, Jews actively and consistently committing sexual assault, much like, many other religions. But
Well,
I'm trying to, well, ideally the majority. I mean, yes, there are bad apples out in every religion, but you know what I'm trying to say there. I don't remember the exact phrase in the song of the sea this is written, but it's somewhere where it says, "Listen to your elders or your sages." I think it's in the middle portion or the early middle.
yeah, yeah.
Um, uh,
Mm, 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 mm. It's a long one.
it's a long one. Also, fun fact: if you ever open up the Torah, the Song of the Sea is one of the few parts of the Torah where it's written in a very unique way. So you open up a Torah, you see the Hebrew letters from right to left. Um, but in the Song of the Sea, it's written in a way that's space. It's like it's spaced poetry. It's really, really interesting. I think the Song of Deborah has this too.
Hmm.
I think what else?
The Song of Miriam or the Song of
Song of Mary.
Moses when
Yeah,
Miriam crosses
yeah.
over.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, there we
So
go.
in here, I think you might be looking for verse 7. Remember the days of old,
Yes,
consider the
yes.
years long past. Ask your father, and he will inform you, your elders, and they will tell you. And I think this is fine, but the thing is, I think verse 4 is what does it for me, which is the rock, his work is perfect and all of his ways are just. But that can't be true that all of his ways are just, because we just agreed that he's kind of an asshole,
Yeah, yeah. You got me there.
right?
I didn't see that. You got me there. Okay. Yeah, you got me there.
That happens.
There goes that argument.
That's all right.
You got me there.
Well,
Uh,
Seth,
but ha- but
thanks for coming in and giving your
yeah,
perspective.
no,
I
I
have to
appreciate
admit,
having me.
if I grew up in such a tradition like you, it would be very difficult to let go of the God.
Yeah, I'm still working through it. I definitely have come a long way, from
You
like
can
how zeal. Go
you can
ahead.
be proud. And you should be
You-
proud to call yourself a Jew, but I don't think you need to be proud of this God. You can separate Judaism
yeah,
from this God and probably be much better off.
could be.
You
I'm
like
still.
you guys have
Go ahead.
overcome a lot.
Every day. But no, I do appreciate being part of the community. I joined the Discord at one point, but I realized it's probably not for me because I'm still in debating mode, and
Right, yeah.
it's not meant for debating. But I listen to almost every live stream, and I really learn a lot. And who knows? I mean, maybe there will be a day where I will throw away the God.
We'll
But it's
see.
tough. It is. I
I
appreciate
get
your
it.
understanding, and I appreciate you having me on. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the calls tonight. I'm sure it'll be a lot spicier.
There'll be some crash outs for sure. Thanks,
All right,
Seth.
pet the cat. Have a good one. Be well.
Absolutely. Cheers, buddy. Yeah, I was having this conversation with Tovia at one point off camera, and it's actually pretty impressive how much the Jewish people have survived. If you guys know Christian church history, one of my favorite parts about going to seminary was getting to do church history, and what the Catholic Church did to the Jewish people for the better part of 1,000 years is unfucking believable. Like, I don't think people realize just how horrific it was. Like, even from the beginning, they were forcefully baptizing Jews and putting them in ghettos and telling them what kind of jobs they can have. In fact, you guys might not know this. The reason why so many Jewish people are in banking, anyone know this? Raise your hand if you know it. It's because the Catholic Church did not allow you to charge usury. You couldn't charge interest on loans. So banking was like a non-profitable sector. Like there was no profit in banking at that time. And so one of the acceptable jobs that they allowed the Jewish people to have is like banking, bookkeeping, accounting. And then eventually, when the prohibition against usury was lifted, it was like, oh my gosh, look at this turn of events. Guess who's in the banks, right? So it's really funny because like this conspiracy theory that the Jews are running the world because they're in the banks. We fucking did that to them, y'all. The Catholic Church did that. They just happened. It just turned out that eventually time in that particular instance, time was favorable. Dylan Ars, hey, thanks for the $10 super chat. Says, as an ex-Mormon, we had to memorize Ezekiel 37. Oof. Why? I mean, I can understand if you go to Ezekiel like 37:24, you've got like the messianic portion, but everything before verse 24 is like, why, right? Stick of Judah was the Bible. Stick of Joseph was the Book of Mormon. Oh no. They interpreted the two different staves or the two different sticks as the Bible and the Book of Mormon. It's pretty crazy. I wonder what they did to Zechariah, the two different shepherds in Zechariah. I'd be curious to know, actually. This really helped me realize that the New Testament authors misread the Old Testament, just like Joseph Smith. Yeah, the New Testament authors are doing the same thing with the Old Testament that Joseph Smith was doing with the Bible. Just out of context quotations. And Adam Brown, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, for your voice, my old boss used Entertainer's Secret Spray. Never heard of that. Throat Coat Tea and Fisherman's Friend to save his voice. for singing on the road. Well, fuck, I've never heard of that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look it up. Entertainer's Secret Spray. Oh, you're saying that's not a product? That's what he called it. No, there actually is a product called Entertainer's Secret Spray. No fucking way. Okay, I'm adding it to my Amazon shopping cart, and I know about Fisherman's Friend. Actually, I got some of those hanging around. Those are pretty dope, actually. Thanks for the suggestion, Adam. I appreciate that. Although I feel much better today. The voice is starting to come back. And Jeff and Peanut Butter, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, just finished reading the book of Job. Oof, it's a slog and it's rough. I love how God doesn't really deal with any of the problems Job's because, to be fair to the book of Job, there's no answer, by the way. God does not provide an answer in the book of Job. The answer that God provides is, don't fucking question me, human. Do you think that this is the inspiration for Christians to not answer questions? It's part of it, to be fair. And if you're going to write a book trying to answer the question, why do these horrific things happen to God's chosen good, righteous people, and you know that there's no answer, well, of course you're gonna default to that. Well, God's ways are higher. Mixtress Monica, you got a new PFP. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Seth seems like a smart guy. Seth is a smart guy. I suspect he's deconstructing like all of us were. He's at a different part of the journey. But I hear a lot of argumentum ad antiquitatum. That's a mouthful. I suspect that might be right. Appeal to tradition instead of being the change people need. Well, it's hard. You guys know my story. It took me 10 years to deconstruct. Like I fought it every step of the way. You know what I mean? So I don't expect that anybody I talk to is going to be any less stubborn than me. Although you guys know I'm really fucking stubborn. You guys know that. But I think there's a lot of people, especially religious people, that are just as stubborn. Sam Shmuley, hey, thank you so much for the super chat. Says I got a haircut today as well. Big W. Plus a shave of a 6-month beard. Oh, that probably really helped you to look clean there. If I let my beard go too long, I gotta trim it. I gotta clean it. I'll be baby's face for a day. Got my homemade barbecue sauce and ready for cooking. Rock Harder for Doug and Gay for Justin. Hell yeah, Shmuley. Appreciate that. Hope you enjoyed your haircut. It does feel nice to get a good haircut, and especially if your beard is getting long, to get a good beard trim. It definitely helps to clean things up and feel fresh. One of the reasons why I even if I'm underslept, like I didn't sleep well at night, I always feel better in the morning after a shower. It's something about just being clean makes me feel better. And last super chat for now from our friend Reverend Nate. Good to see your friend. Says latest YouTube algorithm trend is spamming Chris Pratt and Mark famously. No way. Wahlberg Bible app. Wait, oh, I forgot about the Wahlberg Bible apps. Yeah. During atheist streams, guess they forgot about Matthew 6:5-6. Yeah, you're supposed to pray quietly by yourself, not to cause eyeballs to attract attention to you. I forgot about Wahlberg. Yeah, Mark Wahlberg is doing the commercials now for that Catholic prayer app. What the heck was the name of it? I forgot. Shit. I saw so many of them, and then they kind of dropped off. I guess they ran out of money to do commercials. But yeah, I know the commercial you're referring to. Let's get Oblivious into the guest box. How you doing, Oblivious?
Hello. I'm doing awesome.
Good to hear. Oblivious, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Excellent. And do you believe in the Bible God?
No, I don't.
Oh, congratulations. That's what we like to hear. Something on your mind tonight?
Yes. I think that there is something out there besides, that there is a God. And my proof is just, I have synchronicities that happen to me in my life that defy explanation, defy thought. Just they shouldn't happen. And I've had a couple dreams that let define the way I think of God. And I have to say to you, Justin, I think you're awesome, and I'm so envious of your ability for reading comprehension, because I'm a person that's, I couldn't read till I was in fourth grade because I just have reading disabilities. So the way you think of God and the way I think of God is completely different because of your ability for reading comprehension versus my learning disabilities.
Yeah, I totally get that. So we're not doing whether or not God is real tonight, but we will be doing that Friday. But nevertheless, I would suggest one thing when it comes to like coincidences and things like that. The thing that there was once upon a time I was agnostic. When I stopped believing in the Christian God, I was agnostic for a while because I had some life experiences that I was like chalking up to, well, maybe this is God. But the thing that broke me out of that thinking was this. It's weird to me that God would, or any God would, like reach down and tweak one thing here or tweak one thing there in my life, but then is allowing Hitler to do what Hitler did, or is allowing children to be born with bone cancer, or the fact that the earth, if the God created the earth and he created it with natural disasters, it seems really like either the God is a bit of a buffoon,
Well,
or
do you believe in evolution?
I do.
So I'm not saying God. I don't know. I have no idea
Hmm.
what the things are. Um, but evolution, like our psyche, our consciousness, could have evolved exactly in the same way that our bodies evolved. And um, I kind of lean towards that, thinking that, uh, and there's just, I don't know if it's God. I don't know if it's, but things happen to me that don't make sense, that defy explanation.
Yeah.
And they're just not coincidences.
Well,
And they've happened to me numerous times. And along with the dreams that I've had where I met God once in a dream, and also I had a dream where uh, I was told that I didn't have to believe all the crap that's in the Christian church. And I let those things lead me. And I know that I'm the only person that means something to. But
right.
I'm here just to say that there's something else out there. And, you know, I could tell you my some of my coincidences, some of my idiosyncrasies, and you could tell me if they don't make sense. But I know that that's just means something to me, not to anybody else.
Yeah, you nailed that one. And that's why we typically don't do like testimony or personal experience here. And I'll give you the reason why. It'll make sense to you. So, I know a lot of people in a lot of different religions, and all of them seem to have some kind of testimony about like very specific gods typically. So I know it's uncommon for Indians to have this type of testimony, but I had an Indian friend who literally was visited by two of the Indian deities because I was curious myself. He immigrated from India. So I thought there might be a good chance he actually was a practicing Hindu, and he was a practicing Hindu. I asked him, I was a Christian at the time. I said, what's other than growing up in it, what's the thing that led you to believe that Hinduism might be true? And he said he was visited by two of the deities, right? I also have a friend who believes in the Greek gods and the Egyptian gods, and she said she was visited by two of the Egyptian deities. So if personal experiences are valid, then I guess what that would mean is that all the gods are technically real. Or the other option is that none of them are actually real and that people's brains are really good at tricking them into believing that, events happened when really it's probably more of a dream or a hallucination.
All my or my uh, uh, things that have happened to me all sound like dreams. That's for sure, but they're not dreams.
Right. And a lot of stuff happens. I mean, were you, it was at nighttime? Were you asleep when they happened?
No. one I was falling asleep. The one that told me not to believe in the things that the Christian God, that I don't have to believe anything that doesn't make sense to me. That was one. But the other ones, and yeah, the dream where I met God, um, yeah, I was asleep, obviously. But these things that have happened to me, um, you know, something as simple as, working on my truck and somebody calls and my wife says, come and uh, take this phone call. And I said, no, I'm too busy. I can't take it right now. And she comes back and says, oh, they really need to talk to you. And then I go in and talk to them. I come back and my truck's fallen. And, that's one. That's the
Yeah.
simplest one. But I have really like some that are so intricate, that I almost manifested something to happen because, and I don't know why. And I don't think it's God. I think that, there's some other forces out there. I don't know why it's like, I can't explain it. But I'm thankful for the gifts that have been given to me that make me feel like there's something else out there to believe in other than, uh, just that there's nothing there. And you couldn't convince me. Nobody can convince me because I definitely have had these experiences in real time. And
Right, but
anyways, and that's my good news for everybody.
how can you determine the difference between a coincidence and a miracle?
Um, a miracle, I have no idea what a miracle is. What would be a miracle? Like where you
Well,
say, do this happens, you're going to say, this can happen. I want this to happen and it happens. I can't do anything like that. These are
well,
just things that have happened.
there's some force that's causing somebody to call your house so that you're not under your vehicle when it falls would be what I would consider a miracle. So what I'm asking is, how do you know the difference between something like that coming from a god or just being a coincidence?
Uh, I don't know. I have no answer to that. I haven't thought about it. I'd have to really think about it.
Right, because I know coincidences happen all the time. In fact, I've seen coincidences. I knew a guy that got struck by lightning 3 times, which is pretty wild. And
That's very wild.
there's a really interesting. I think I've told this story before. There's something really interesting happened to me back in 2004. So I took a trip. I grew up in this tiny, tiny little town in Ohio. And I took a trip randomly down to Tyler, Texas to visit a friend, which isn't exactly a large town. Certainly wasn't when I was there. And there was a whole group of people from my tiny town in Ohio that just happened to be down in Tyler, Texas when I went down there. The odds that people I knew from my hometown were going to end up being in Tyler, Texas for some apparently completely unrelated reason at the exact same time as me is pretty astronomical. But coincidences just they happen sometimes, and you can either say, hey, this is a coincidence, or you can say, hey, this is a miracle. But I think coincidence is always going to trump miracle, because then you have to ask the question, if there's some entity out there that cares enough to save me to do whatever this thing is in my life, then why doesn't it care about 3 million children that are going to die this year of starvation?
I totally agree. I don't understand it and I don't know.
Yeah,
So can I tell you my most funnest one?
sure.
I don't want to bore you. I was hiking the Pacific Crest Trail. 2 weeks into the trail, 3 weeks into the trail, there's a hiker house that I go to that's called Ziggy and the Bears. Uh, but every time you start the trail, you're missing certain things. You figure out you're missing stuff. So for me, and this is something I've done forever. As I go along, I say in my mind what I'm missing every day, like several times a day. So after like a couple, 3 days, I figured out I needed a tent. I needed a tent stake. I needed something to comb my hair, and my sunglasses had already broken. So you can see where this is leading. So I gone to Ziggy and the Bears. They gave me my resupply box, and in that resupply box was a bottle of tequila.
Oh, hell yeah.
So I I'm out of their house and I'm hiking. It's like 5, 6 o'clock. I never stop until between 7 and 8 o'clock. So that bottle of tequila just keeps calling my name. It just keeps saying, "Come on, you want to stop and drink yourself some tequila somewhere?"
Of course it does.
So I'm going along, and it's only 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and I see this knoll of sand, and it's just perfect. It's shady and everything, and so I decide I'm going to go over there and drink me some tequila instead of keeping going. I get over there, and looking right at me on top of the knoll is a pair of sunglasses. They're native sunglasses, just the exact kind that I wear. So then I start putting my ground clock down, and I find a tent stake. And then after that, I find a comb. And I'm just freaking out. And I sit down and start sipping on that tequila, and I'm smoking a joint. And this hawk flies up and lands literally 20 feet from me in a tree right in front of me. And I sit there and talk to this hawk for 15 minutes, telling him what an awesome day and what an awesome thing just happened to me. And that's one that's happened to me. And I have numerous ones like that. And all I can say is thank God, thank whatever's there. I love Jesus, because who can't love Jesus?
I can
because
definitely not love Jesus. Also, did the hawk talk
love
back?
your neighbor as yourself, and love, all the things. Love justice. That's loving Jesus. All these kind of things that make sense to me. That, anyways.
Did the hawk talk back?
No, the hawk never talked back, but it did move around. It did flutter its wings. It was beautiful. It was an absolutely just out of body, out of brain, out of everything experience in life. I mean, I'm just so fucking unbelievably fortunate that I get to do things like that.
You definitely are. Well, listen, Oblivious, it was great to hear from you. Thanks for sharing your story with us, and thanks for being cordial.
Hey, and you're awesome. Hey, and keep it up, my man.
Appreciate it. Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Well, he's nice. You know what? There's it's kind of a shame, because I actually really love hearing people's stories, by the way. It's just not good live stream content. Maybe one day, I always dreamed of starting a channel where I would just get people's stories, just like record people's stories. I really would love to record people's stories from like World War II era that are still alive. Like, it would be dope because my aunt I got an aunt who's like 86 this year. She's a storyteller. And I always think to myself, I love hearing her stories about a time period when I didn't exist. But I bet there's thousands of people in America that would love to share their stories. Definitely record them and put them on YouTube. Nevertheless, that was not a good reason for God to exist, but at least he was nice. Zen, hey, thanks so much for the $20 super chat. Friend says, love my guru, love his work, love his son, Volta, and farting Faraday. That actually goes off the tongue pretty well, because they make him happy so he can keep his channel running strong. Keep on cooking, Rock Hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. Yeah, the cats are really a delight. They really are. It really helps you to, because I don't live completely alone, but it really helps you to never feel like you're alone when you've got like a pet in the house. And SkepticQuest, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, am I wrong for thinking there is a sense in which Jewish people did not survive as a people group, given that modern Jewish communities differ greatly from their ancient counterparts? I suspect so. And, if you do the statistics on the global Jewish population, only about half of them still believe in God. So that, there's that thing. I do know that the ones living in Israel are more likely to believe in the God of Israel, but outside of Israel, they're typically pretty atheistic. Shirley Temple, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says, what are you feeding those cats? They're getting so big. Rock Hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Shared, and Gay for Justin. Shirley, thank you so much. So right now I'm trying a Purina chicken. I was using a Hills kitten formula for a while, and it was really giving Faraday the farts. So I've switched over this week to Purina. See if I can get better results. Eventually, I'll find something. I might have to get something different for him. I might have to get something like sensitive stomach type of food, which is fine. You know, Pie was like that. My last cat, Pie, had very sensitive bowels and stomach and skin. He would get rashes really easy and lose patches of fur. So I had to really tend. He had a prescription diet actually. So I'll have to shop around and find a food that Faraday's digestion just agrees with a little bit more. Hey, and HP Lovecatch, thank you for the super. It says 4,000 hungry children leave us per hour from starvation, while billions are spent on bombs, creating death showers. Boom, System of a Down. I actually do like System of a Down. I was a huge metalhead back in the day. I think I've calmed down a little bit, but I was really into to metal. Not so much of the new metal was kind of bullshit. I liked Linkin Park, but like Limp Bizkit was terrible, just fucking awful. I hope they get lost to history. Lord Illuminous Pooh, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says God's all knowing. He knows what'll convince me. He's all powerful. He can make that appear. He's all loving. He wants me convinced. Why am I not convinced? Lord Illuminous, you know why? Because the God's not real. That's either the God's not real or those properties can't be ascribed to the God, you know? Randy Wilson, great to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That's super generous. Helps the channel out a lot. I hope you're doing well, Randy. I'm going to read 2 more super chats, and I'm going to get Pete in here. Lord Illuminous Pooh coming in again. So if you remember, it's stare into the abyss and shout into the void. We at the abyss are getting ear strain. Ears strained. Thank you. That's true. I typically remember shout into the void, but I always forget to stare into the abyss. Next time it comes up, I'll definitely make sure to get the quote correctly for you at least. And Book Club, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, and yea, verily, didst thou imbibe of the tequila and toke of the loud, and the Lord thy hawk god did swoop down and talk about the doors for 15 minutes. I didn't want to suggest it while I was up here, but when you're having a conversation with an eagle, it's probably a good time to step back, just take a stock, you know, of what's happened, and maybe I don't know, maybe rethink a few things. Just saying. I love my cats. I love animals in general, but I can't say I carry on conversations with them. Not for 15 minutes at least, you know. All right, let's get Pete in here from our YouTube queue. TikTok queue, surprisingly quiet tonight. How you doing, Pete?
Hey, good. How you doing?
I can't complain.
Yeah, so it's all about coincidences and miracles tonight?
No, it's not. So the prompt for tonight is that the Bible condones what Epstein did. Do you agree or disagree?
Oh my gosh. The Bible condones what Epstein did. Well, it was meant to be. You know, I mean, the thing is, you know, everybody's got a choice. You know,
What do you mean meant to be?
was meant to be. I mean, everything's meant to be. Epstein had a choice to do right or wrong, right?
Well,
So
what I'm
he
saying,
did.
how would
he
he
did
know
the
that it's
wrong.
wrong?
How do you know it's well? We know it's wrong
No,
because he
how
hurt
would
people.
well, the God of the Bible says that there are occasions where that's okay.
Yeah, there are.
Okay, so for
Yeah, I
example,
mean, the thing is the God of the Bible. If he gives you both the good and the bad to choose.
right, but no,
He
no,
gives you
no. I'm
he
not. I'm
gives you
not.
both the good. He gives you both
Maybe
the good and the bad to choose. And if you choose the good, you choose the good. If you choose the bad, you choose his bad.
sure, but
That's
that's
just
not
how
my
it
claim.
works.
My claim isn't that God gave you free will. My claim is that God commands you to do horrific things. You want to see some of them?
Yeah, he does. I'm not going to agree. I'm not going to argue with you.
Wait, so do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Do I agree with the prompt that God had given Jeffrey Pretty much what you're saying is God has given Jeffrey Epstein the free will to do what he did.
No, that's not my prompt at all. My prompt is that some of the behaviors that Jeffrey Epstein engaged in is condoned by God. So we can start with
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you
sex
what.
trafficking. I'll show you a
Yeah.
verse that maybe will illustrate what I'm talking about. In Exodus 21, God allows you to traffic little girls. He says, "When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated her for himself, then he shall go let her be redeemed. He shall not have the right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her." So, like, according to God, you can sell your daughter as a concubine.
I'll tell you what. That's what you're asking for. I mean, the thing is
Wait, who's asking for what?
okay. You need to sell a child into
Oh,
slavery,
I don't need to, no.
right? And I'm just saying, back in the day, okay, you need to sell your child into slavery to feed your family for the next 4 or 5 months.
Well, it didn't have to be that way.
But
God could have provided.
I'm just saying. This is how they worked things back then, man.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. But what I'm saying is
it wasn't
that
a pretty picture.
I'm saying
You were looking.
is God
You were
better
looking
than
at life and death.
is God better than the people of the Bronze Age?
God is going to be up to their knowledge.
Well, no,
You know what I mean?
he's
Whatever
far beyond their knowledge. But keep in mind, God literally rained down fucking manna from heaven for 40 years and sent quail. You're telling me he couldn't have provided for his people so that they wouldn't sell their daughters into slavery?
That's the way he works.
Yeah, again, it's just a yes or
what?
no.
I mean,
Is God capable of providing for his children so they don't have to sell their kids into slavery?
From what I see, God gives you a choice. It's a
Again,
choice to
is
either
God
say,
capable of providing for his
it's-
children so that they don't have to sell their daughters into slavery?
Well, it doesn't look like it.
So God's not all powerful?
No, God is all powerful.
Oh, so then he
But
could provide.
what is your faith? What is your
Well,
faith to that God? That's what
my
I'm
faith
saying.
is
Well, how,
irrelevant here because I don't believe in a God. What I'm asking is, why is
I'm
it
just
that
saying
God
my
is
faith
allowing you
is.
to
So I'm
sell?
okay. What I'm saying is I'm
Pete,
questioning
do you
the
think that
audience.
talking while I'm talking is gonna like make this conversation go well? Like you have to know that like people can't hear you when you talk while I talk, right?
Well, absolutely, but you're not letting me get my whole explanation out.
I have. The problem is
So
you keep responding in the middle of my sentence. See, like I'm waiting for you to finish before I start talking, but you're not waiting for me to finish before you start talking. That's why we're talking over each other. So
okay, then we'll just give each other a pause before we start speaking.
fair. So what I'm saying is that the God of the universe that's all powerful that sent manna from heaven and quail, he could literally send provisions for his people so that they're not so impoverished that they have to sell their children into slavery, right?
Yes, you know what? I can't speak for what God does. All I know is he's going to give you a choice between right and wrong, and he's going to give you miracles. He will give you miracles, and he will hold back. And where are we going? Like, where have we been with God? Where are we going with God? It's all evolution in the end. And in the end, and this is what the truth needs to come out, but it has to come out on our own time to make us stronger, wiser, more knowledgeable about who he is, who we are to him, and what his true identity is to us. We are not there yet, but we're getting there. And these are the things that we need to go through with this God, with Hashem.
Awesome. So you know that they didn't sell little boys as concubines, right? Only little girls.
I don't think that really matters if it's little boys or little
Well,
girls.
it does, because my point here is that
I
God
mean, they're
didn't
children.
have
You don't
to.
want to hurt
Hey,
children,
you see
right?
how you're talking over me again?
Oh, okay. I see. Gotcha.
Okay. So my point is this: God doesn't say that you can sell your sons as concubines. You can't sell your sons as sex slaves. He only allows you to do it to little girls, which means God fundamentally thinks that little girls should be treated differently than little boys.
For in that moment, in that time, for some reason, that was the case. You know, I mean, what happened to the boy concubines? They all became Roman Catholics and had their nuts chopped off because they needed to sing or they got raped by priests, right?
This
I
is
mean,
the first thing you and I
I,
agree on, but that's not what we're talking about.
I'm just saying. Look at what it
Oh
all
boy.
goes into. That was the following. That was
Oh
Hashem
boy.
following the Christian ways and giving still right and wrong decisions for people to make on where they need to go with it.
Right, but what
And
I'm
that's what it's
suggesting,
about. It's
I'm
about
not,
in the end.
but I'm not talking what the Catholics did. We agree what the Catholic priests did were horrendous, right? What I'm saying is that some of those behaviors are condoned in the Bible. And we can't say that these laws are temporary. God says that these laws are not only are they perfect, they're also eternal. And it's the thing that's going to bring blessings upon you when you follow them. So even like Deuteronomy 29:29, it says, the secret things belong to the Lord our God, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever to observe all the words of this law. So the God of the Hebrew Bible says that the words of this law should be followed forever, which means we should still be allowed to sell little girls into concubinage.
In which I would disagree. I think any good human being that thinks those things are wrong to hurt and rape little children and throw them into slavery and abuse them in whatever manner. You know what? I mean, I think I think that, you know, one of the commandments, you know, that were and this is I just want to be very brief with this because I don't want to get too out of the way off base, but you know, the commandment to honor your father and mother should have came with you know, the commandment of, you know, don't abuse the kids. You know what I mean?
I mean, I agree.
I think that those two go hand in hand, and somehow we missed it at the Ten Commandments. So we have to revisit this, and we have to like really we this is a God that is living. This is a God that is like a father. Like
Whoa,
he might
no,
say,
he
"Hold
can't
on,
be a good
listen,
father.
listen. Yes, it is. I mean, in that time, whatever that time period is." But he's allowing us to grow within the knowledge in the framework of the time that we are living in, to know the right and wrongs of his lessons. Now since the
Right.
Torah has,
But
yeah.
Pete, just pause for a second. No one's questioning whether or not God is allowing people to make like choices. What I'm suggesting is that God gave commands that He says are good and perfect and eternal. So what that means is you can't tell me that it's wrong from your point of view. You can't tell me that it's wrong to sell my little girl as a concubine because the Bible says that this is part of God's perfect law.
I think God goes along with us in that moment of time. That was the perfect law at that time for what they
Forever.
had. If he had to sell those, that believe me, back then it wasn't easy for anybody.
Forever, he says.
You had so many brutal tribes and people.
Mhm.
It was just, we're not talking about, you know, getting Oreos out of the refrigerator.
Yep. How
You,
long did
you,
God say to follow the law for?
did he say forever?
Yeah.
Okay, then follow that law forever.
So that's what I'm saying is you can't say that these laws are for.
Follow that law forever, but you could still say no to it.
Well, I'm saying God didn't say that these
Yeah.
laws are temporary. He said that these laws are permanent, right? So what that means
There you
is
go.
that even in today's age, if this God
Yeah.
is real, this God
Yeah.
would be okay with
Yeah.
you selling your daughter as a concubine.
Today, in today's world,
Yeah.
for it to be no, because yeah. I mean, he's giving me that choice. I mean, yeah, I got the choice. He's look at this. I could sell my daughter in the cup, but know what I say? I'm not going to do it.
I'm listening because you're
I'm
better
going to
than the
say,
God,
hold on.
obviously.
What? No. I'm saying I'm not going to do it. That ain't going to happen. See, we're looking at God's look. God has a shaitan. God controls it all.
Hey, are you
He
allowed
has
to?
to hold on. It's not separate from him. It's not some little devil running around in the bushes that's just as powerful as him, and he's making us want to do these things. This is all coming from the most powerful being in all the universes everywhere. And what he's given you is he's giving you that poor choice.
Right,
Because
but
maybe that's the only one you have to feed your family.
sure, but do you have
But
the
I'll tell
choice
you,
of having yeast in your house during the days of unleavened bread?
what's that?
Do you have the choice to allow yeast in your house during the days of unleavened bread, or does he tell you not to do it?
Tells me not to do it.
Gotcha. Okay, so there are some things he tells you not to do, and why does he do that?
Why does he? I don't know why he does anything.
Well, because
I
it's his
mean, I mean,
desires.
you're asking me to answer why does God, why does this total, you know, amazing deity. You're asking me why I'm gonna say why does he do this? All I know is he's got a good. He's everything. If he's everything, man, he's got a good and a bad. And that
Oh,
good he's given you, and that bad he's given you. He's giving you the choice. I'm not going to sell my daughter into
well,
be a concubine.
that's what I'm
He's giving you
saying.
the choice.
So, just be clear. So what I'm saying is that God says some things don't do, other things you can do. So what that means is that there are things God is telling you, if you do this, you're doing something bad. We know you're doing something bad. So, for example,
And then we'll come back on you.
if you cut your sideburns via one of the cultic practices, that's bad. Don't do that. If you sleep with one of your farm animals, that's bad. Don't do that. Now, he could have said, hey, selling your daughter as a concubine is bad. Don't do that. But what he actually said is that you could do it. So what that means is that God isn't just giving you the choice between good and bad. He's telling you that this particular action is not bad.
Okay, maybe what it is the worst of the worst, man. He's telling you not to do the worst of the worst. We've already learned from those things.
Well, he
You know
told you
what
to
I
do
mean?
it.
When the laws start coming, I mean, he didn't go up to Adam and say, "Hey, Adam, man, do not kill," or not Adam, but Cain, do not kill. I mean, those laws came later. So, I mean, we have to look at the laws that come later. And it's almost like the laws that we are given are coming at a time where we're at with our development with him. So if we're in a society to where you've got to sell your daughter to feed your family for 3 months, well, you got a choice.
Right, but what I'm saying is this is not about a choice. This is about what God labels as acceptable and unacceptable. So according to the God of the Bible, it is acceptable to sell your daughter as a concubine. So we
Yeah,
can't say that
God will give you a lie.
so God lies,
Yep.
but he says that he doesn't lie.
No, he lies.
Interesting. So what are we supposed to do with like Deuteronomy 32:4, where God says that all of his ways are just and perfect?
All his ways are just and perfect. They're balanced.
Well, lying
Just
wouldn't
as
be
much
just
as
and
he gives you
perfect.
lies, he's going to give you the truth. The
So
higher the truths, the lower the lies.
have
The middle
you
truths, the middle lies. They're all there, brother. And I'll tell you what, and that is, justice is always perfectly balanced between them both. He's the perfect fulcrum.
Have you read the book of Numbers? Because in
I mean,
Numbers,
I've hit upon it. I mean, with sections, I usually like to learn Torah from speakers.
sure. So in Numbers, it says God is not a human being that he should lie, or a mortal that he should change his mind. And then same in 1 Samuel 15:29, the glory of Israel will not deceive or change his mind. So if these passages are true, that would mean that God wouldn't lie.
Well, you know, I think those passages, we got a problem with them because God does seem to lie. I mean, if you want to be perfectly truthful about it, I mean, the whole thing is God is both good and the bad. I mean, we can't say he's all good. We can't say he's all love. He's got hate too. So, I
Okay.
mean, if he's got hate too, he's got a lie in him. And if he's got a lie in him, he's got truth in him. I mean, it has to both be. He's everything. I just don't see. And you could argue those passages. It's just like if God came up to Abraham and told him to sacrifice his child as something that Abraham had a choice to do. Abraham could have owned all, just said no. And I'll
Yeah,
tell you what, if Abraham would have just said no, just said no to it right there, we'd have a whole different story.
I'm sure we would. So, but the point that I'm trying to bring up here is not whether or not the story would be different. It's that the God of the book allows people to do things that we are saying is evil. Like Epstein trafficked little girls, as basically we're going to call them sex slaves. We're saying this is bad, but you can't say that's bad because your God allowed it. So I can say it's bad from my framework, but you can't say it's bad from your framework.
Well, from what we know and the knowledge we have in the time frame that we are in, this society, of course, we all see what Epstein has done is a major, major grave error in the marks of humanity itself.
But not according to your God.
But
Your God
that's
doesn't
where
know that.
my God will know in his own way. I mean, like I said, he knows. I just say he knows everything. He sees it all. He knows what he wants to happen and how it needs to get there. It needs to get there. And if it's people making the right decisions to get us there, that more of the right decisions to get us there, the better. If people are making the bad decisions to get us there, he'll work within those bad decisions with the liars and the bullshitters and the thieves and everything else. And I'll
Yeah,
tell you
but
what, man, if you got a thief, he'll be stealing from him, believe me.
yeah,
Just like if you got a liar, he'll be lying to him.
but my question is it wrong to sex traffic little girls?
Absolutely, without a doubt.
According to what?
It is wrong to sex traffic little girls. It's wrong to rape
Oh,
little
right, but
boys.
according to
It's
what?
wrong to beat little children. It's
According to
wrong
what?
to pull their hair. It's wrong to pull their ears. What
According
else you
to
want to
what?
ask about little children?
According to what?
What's that?
According to what?
According to the heaven that is within us all.
No. According to what? Because the Bible says that it's acceptable.
The Bible says the Bible says a lot of things are acceptable, but
I mean, is
for
the Bible true or not?
their time, it could have been acceptable, but it ain't today.
Oh no,
You know
we
what I
we
mean?
already
We've
actually went
gained a
over
little bit
this.
more knowledge on what we need to do.
We
We're
we
not living
already
in the
we already went over this. God said that these laws are for forever, right? So what that means is that God thinks forever it is acceptable to traffic little girls.
There you go.
Okay, so
It
according
is.
to
There,
okay,
there you go. But
there you go.
is it
So
acceptable?
just to
Is
be
it
clear,
acceptable? Hold on. Is it acceptable for you to traffic, or is it acceptable for you to take that shaitan that shaitan choice and say yes to that shaitan choice.
It's not a shaitan
And that's how
choice.
he will know your heart. That's how he'll know your spirit. That is how he'll know what you truly mean to him.
Right. So
Because if
again,
you take that,
it's not a choice of Satan to traffic little girls because God says it's okay to do. It's not bad.
the choice is coming from Shaitan.
Oh
Oh
no, it's
well,
not. It's coming
well
from
that no,
God.
well, there you go. That command is coming from Shaitan.
No, from
God
God.
Shaitan. It's
Nope.
coming from God.
It's coming from
Yes,
God, not Satan.
all of it. That comes from God Shaitan.
What do you think God
Right
Shaitan
there.
means?
Shaitan means like, I look at the shaitan meaning, the bad answer, the bad choice. You got the good choice,
But
you got the bad choice.
but where in the Bible does it say that this
Yeah,
is bad?
that's a bad choice. He's giving you a bad choice. That's the
Why?
worst choice you could have, because you might have to sell your daughter to be in a concubine because you need to feed your family for the next year.
What I'm saying is, where in the Bible can you point me that would lead anyone to believe that this is a bad choice?
Where in the Bible?
Yeah.
That's where it comes with your own soul.
So
That's where it
what you're
comes with your.
suggesting then?
That's where it comes where God is dwelling within you.
So what you're
That's where
suggesting then
that's the
is
pure.
that we can throw away the
That's
laws of the God and just go by our own instincts.
no. I think that we're on this journey with God that we're not going to get off very easily.
Okay, so if
And
I
we're
have an
taking it, and we
instinct,
got to take it all the way.
if
And
I
all
have
the
a
way
moral,
is and all the way is utopia.
Pete, if I have
Wrap your head around that one.
oh, for fuck's sake, Pete, if I have a moral instinct and my moral instinct disagrees with God, who's right?
Your moral instinct is agreeing with God.
No. If I have a moral instinct and my moral
Yeah.
instinct disagrees with God, who's right?
Well, God's choice to you might have been a bad choice.
I didn't ask you about
So,
choice. Well, I'm saying
well, that's what this comes down to.
if
You're saying
I
your
think
moral
Pete, just take a deep breath, okay? If I think something's wrong and God thinks that it's right, who's got the correct view, me or God?
who's got the correct view?
Yeah,
Well, it depends on if it's coming from God's shaitan,
it's
bad
coming
choice, or
from God.
God's good choice.
It's coming from the mouth of God. If I
Oh,
say I think X is wrong and God specifically spoke in his book and said it's not wrong, who's correct?
I would say for that moment in time, if he is saying that it's not wrong, I would say that, you know, I would say
Pete,
that.
Pete,
Well, no,
no, I hate
because
to
what you're
interrupt
doing is
you,
you're
Pete.
feeding,
Hold on,
you're
Pete, just pause. I'm only interrupting you because you keep going back to a point that we already settled, and I don't want to have to repeat the same point 10 times.
what
We
was the point that we
we
already settled? So
we've
I'm
already
under this.
we've already agreed, according to the Bible, that these laws that God gave are forever. They're not for temporary. So
Right.
you can't keep saying for that time. This is for all
Yeah.
time.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay. So
No
if God
doubt.
says for all time that something is okay to do, and
Yeah.
I think that it's not okay to do, who's actually correct?
I would say if it's coming from God's shaitan, and you're saying that it's not
From
okay to
God.
do, you're correct.
From God. I said if
Yeah,
God
God's
says it.
shaitan.
No,
It
not
doesn't
God
come
should.
from.
No, from
It
Yahweh.
doesn't.
From Yahweh.
It comes from either God's good or bad,
Do you
or
think that
God's neutral section,
God has
straight from the fulcrum.
do you think God has split personality? Do you think Satan is a personality of Yahweh?
I think God has, you know, who am I to say how many personalities God
Well,
has? You know,
please,
he might have a
I,
million.
I
Who
need
knows?
no, I need
I don't know.
clarification. Do you think Satan
Yeah,
is a distinct character apart from God, or do you think that Satan is part of God's mind?
absolutely.
Okay,
Yes,
so Satan is not a figure. So in Zechariah, when God speaks directly to Satan, he's speaking to himself.
pretty much. Yeah,
Okay. Okay. So
yeah. He's speaking to his own. He's speaking to his own bad, like we do.
is wild. Okay. So then, if Yahweh spoke laws that were bad in the Hebrew Bible, how do we know if it came from Yahweh, the good part, or Yahweh, the evil part?
See what happens in your life next.
Again, I'm asking for a measure, right? If I read a passage in the Hebrew Bible and it sounds
Yeah,
iffy, how do I know if it came from the good part of God or the evil part of God?
because that's for you to discern. You know what? I mean, you have to discern that. You have to saying yes or no to this. Is this good or bad? Is this going to bring me bad or good?
Okay,
You know,
so
God, yeah, I mean, God telling, you know, I mean, he's a warring God too, you know. I mean, he's told his own to take the babies and smash their heads against the wall of his enemy. At the
yeah,
time, was that a good thing or a bad thing?
well, I think it was always evil, but what I'm suggesting here is that
Right. Where
according to
with
the
that war is
Bible,
war, right? You have to even talk war. You know, I mean, it's so huge, it's so big to really wrap our head around this and really say that any of us have the truest answer. It's just not going to happen.
all right, so
And
then we'll just wrap everything up here,
hold on.
and I think
But the
we've got
connection
to a
is
point here that
God's good.
I'll just put him on mute for a second. So what we've done so far is we did it different ways. What we've done so far is we actually got to a point of agreement. I don't know if you've noticed this, but we're actually at a point where we actually agree. We both agree that the Bible does condone what Epstein did. Now, you're saying it's because God's half evil, half good, and I'm just saying I don't care. If you and I agree that the Bible
Well,
condones what Epstein did, then we're really not debating at this point.
I'm not saying that God is half good, half bad. God is one.
No, he's
God
certainly
is
not.
one.
Couldn't be.
Yes, he is.
Nope.
He's one God. That's
Nah,
it.
definitely
You might
not.
say he's got a million personalities or whatever, man, but
He's
he is
certainly
just
not
one God.
one. Nope.
And he's got good and bad, and he's gonna give you the choice.
He's
And he's
definitely not
gonna say,
one.
to you, hey man, kick your cat or don't kick your cat. It's okay to kick your
Uh-huh.
cat if your cat is, you know, tearing apart your maybe
Sure.
a child or something. But if your cat isn't just laying on the sofa, you ain't gonna go up and kick it, right?
I would
So I
never kick
mean,
a cat for any reason, but
there's
also
different reasons for
we're
different seasons and all that stuff that God is gonna give us.
all right, we're done here. Okay. I don't think he's ever going to shut up and allow me to move on, so we just have to end things clean break. Game Guy, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says when you switch an animal's food, you should mix in some of their old food for a week or two to avoid upsetting their stomach. That that was true of my previous dogs. I didn't know if that was true of cats, but I suspected that it would be true. I have been mixing this week with the new food just to be safe. But yeah, some pets get real irritable, and you have to. Some of them are a little bit more lenient, so it's hard to know which ones. But agreed, Game Guy, totally agreed with you. And Shane, hey, thanks for the $10 super test. As a while ago, I asked you if you read Sacred Mushroom and the Cross. Turns out Allegro really violated linguistic laws. Really? So unfortunately, it's mostly woo-woo. SO to heavy death metal fans out there. So it's funny, I bought that book. I haven't read it yet, so I don't know what you're talking about, but I wouldn't be shocked if he was stretching the semantic range of a couple words, because the title of the book itself is a little bit sensational for sure. But I still plan to read it. I think it's going to be fun. And Shadow says, hey, thanks so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge. I really appreciate that, friend. Is the new covenant Last Supper in Mark 14:26 and other parallel verses It's the only time Jesus mentions a new covenant that I know of. Does this forgive sins? And does this mean we do not follow the old law? Curious on your thoughts. Well, no. So the new covenant didn't come with new laws, right? So the new covenant is supposed to be coming with forgiveness. So that's why we, during, if you've been to a Catholic Catholic service, I was gonna say, I tried to mix mass and service. If you go to a Catholic mass, they'll recite the Last Supper. Typically, I believe they recite the version from John, and it'll be, this is the blood of the covenant, so on and so forth, has been spilled for you. So the general idea is that the blood of the covenant is supposed to be for propitiation, it's supposed to be for the covering of sins, and that seems to be definitely in the Gospel of John for sure, right? But did it mean that the laws would go away? No, I see no indication that Jesus is suggesting the laws that would go away. I think Jesus understood this blood sacrifice to be like a get out of jail free card. Does that make sense? Like, it wasn't that you didn't have to follow the laws. It's that, hey, we know you're going to fuck up. Rather than doing endless animal sacrifice, you can just follow me. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. An anonymous undead, hey, thank you for the super chat, says, if you like metal, Justin, check out Rotting Christ. I haven't heard them. Like Father, Like Son, and Fire God and Fear are really good. I'll definitely have to check them out. I have so many music suggestions. I don't know how many I'll be able to get to, but I do love some metal. And Space Lord says, the existence of God is the biggest claim I can think of, and no common claim has less evidence. The more I think about this stuff, the less I believe. I'm with you, Space. The most important thing ever that probably has ever been claimed, there's just no evidence for it. That seems preposterous. If the God really existed, he would lend some evidence to us, even a little bit. We don't really have anything. Empty Directory, thank you for the super chat, says, my cat Macaroni has gut issues and Orca has skin issues, and the Hills ZD food is the only thing that helped. It's expensive, but they're worth it. I agree. My last cat, Pie, had a really precise diet with prescription food. It took a while to get something nailed down. In it is what it is. It's always worth it. It's always worth it. Take care of your family members, even if your family members come with 4 legs and fur. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, pets are part of the family. They're not throwaways. Mo, hey, thanks for the super chat, says, do you ever take note of callers' poor grammar as a hint to how the call will go? Example, saying sexual immortality, but meant immorality. Not so much. Only because I think it happens to everybody, especially if you're not used to public speaking. You get tongue-tied, you get nervous, you say things you didn't mean to say. It just happens. Yeah, so I try not to hold it against people. I do say there is one thing, when I hear it, my mind instantly goes to, oh no, this is going to be bottom of the barrel. And that is a real deep Southern accent. That's me. That's my own problem. I know there are people with Southern accents that are super intelligent. It's just that I was raised in the North. And so like your first instinct when you hear it is like, oh no, well, here we fucking go. Lord Illuminous Poo, thank you for the super chat, says, caller, just because you're a waste doesn't mean you can't do something worthy. It's called a garbage can, not a garbage can't. Oh, fair. I like that. I've never heard that before, but I like that one. Hey, every good wizard, thanks for helping those stuck in various degrees of religious brain rot syndrome become reacquainted with their brains. Cheers to you, friend. Well, thank you, Wizard, I appreciate it. And you guys know my goal. My goal is to help people get the tools they need to leave these toxic religions. I'm going to read 2 more super chats. We're going to get the next guest in here. Ariadwin, I hope I pronounced that correctly this time. Ariadwin, fellow metalhead, thanks you for doing lives at times that I can catch from the underside. Yeah, because you're over in Aussie. Also, loving this topic, really brings out the lizards out from under their rocks. Happy cooking, rock on product. It really does. These more confrontational topics really do bring out some wild guests. So hopefully we'll get some pickup here tonight. Hey, Aaron, great to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, isn't it crazy how adults talk about God just like kids talk about Santa Claus? Yet they unironically don't even realize they're doing it. True. And when things stop making sense, rather than saying, oh, there's no Santa, They're like, no, let me change my idea of this God, right? They could just say, oh, it turns out there's no Santa Claus, but that's way too difficult. They've already given up Santa Claus, and like this is the last fictional thing they have left. They're like, so they're holding on for dear life, you know what I mean? But we all know the reality. Eventually, you kind of lift the lid, and you're like, oh, nothing going on here. It's just it's all made up. All right, let's get here to understand into the guest box. Welcome in here. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Bible God?
Yes. Yeah, I'm 18 and I currently do.
Okay, fair enough. You say currently, like maybe you might not in the future.
I mean, yeah, in the sense of, I tend to try to believe what is, what holds water and to the truth,
Fair enough.
So, yeah.
I'm with you there. Okay, so my prompt tonight is that the Bible condones some of the behavior of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators, and I've got a couple passages that I think would lend credence to that claim. Do you agree or disagree with the claim?
I disagree with the claim from the standpoint of, my understanding of condone. I was on earlier, you were talking about kind of what you mean by condone. So in terms of my understanding of the definition, I disagree with the claim.
Okay. Well, we were speaking previously. I've got it up still yet of Exodus 21. In Exodus 21, God allows clearly young girls to be trafficked. And so, for example, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but in the seventh he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and this is the important verse, if his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So this woman and any of her children would become permanent slaves.
Sorry, I'm just reading what you said. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her masters. This is referring to the slave has been given a wife.
Uh-huh.
So this or the servant, I can't remember how it's phrased here. Okay, Hebrew
So
slave. The slave's been given a wife, and the wife belongs to now this is the slave has become her master, or she belongs to the current guy that gave her away.
yeah, so what I'm saying is there's a single guy, he owns a woman and also a temporary slave, indentured servant.
Right.
And he's saying, if I give one of my girls, the girls in my household, to be a wife to this temporary worker, when he serves his 6 years and goes free in the 7th year, that girl and her children that were produced, they stay with me. They're still my permanent slaves.
So female slaves did not go free after the 6th or 7th year. Is that
According to Exodus 21, that is correct.
okay? Got it. Are there other indications in other places where that is not true? I guess, or
Yeah,
why do you say that is true in Exodus 21? But maybe
because there's
not
a
somewhere else?
contradiction in Deuteronomy. In Deuteronomy, when they rewrote the law during the reign of Josiah, they made it so that that verse 7 is no longer true. So verse 7 says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. But in Deuteronomy, when they rewrote the law, they said that now the women can go out. That's a possibility.
So there's interesting.
But the slaves couldn't. But this is just referring
sense.
to if a daughter is sold as a slave, she's not permanent slavery, but she still would have been sold into slavery, and that would have included typically her sexual and reproductive rights.
Yeah, to be honest, I have no idea the history of what, being a slave at that time meant in terms of her sexual and reproductive rights. I mean, I find that, a lot of this part of the Old Testament seems to
It's
be,
tough.
archaic for our world today, but at the same time, very novel at that time in terms of, providing rights and provisions for people, and how we define slavery post-American slave trade is very different than what, different societies at different points in history considered slavery. And even now in our modern day and age, I find how we define slavery to be interesting, right? I'm currently in the state of California, and in the last election, we basically said that the state of California voted and decided that people who are in prison shouldn't be paid, for the work that they do. And yet at the same time, we don't consider that to be, or paid very minimally at least, for the work that they do. But so we might consider that in our modern times. One could call that slavery. I don't, there's ways that we define slavery in different cultures at different periods of time that I think are interesting. And so that word carries a lot of weight, right? And so as we're looking at it in Exodus 21, I I'm not sure the weight of the word that we attach to it is present there, if that makes sense.
It definitely
Um,
is. Yeah, you're owned as property. Like somebody gets to tell you what to do, when to do it. You can't leave. Property.
or rather, like, you are. There's probably also provisions for what masters could or couldn't do to their slaves.
Not
Um,
much. You could beat them so severely that if they accidentally die a couple days later, there's no repercussions. That's the same chapter actually. If you go to Exodus 21 verses 20 and 21, it's clear if you have a Hebrew slave that you can't purposely murder your Hebrew slave, but if you accidentally do it, there's no punishment. It says when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives for a day or two, there's no punishment because the slave is the owner's property.
got it. Yeah, I mean, I agree that, today in this day and age, that is also wrong. I mean, I find that to be, not good, um, for someone to be beaten uh, in their work. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is, um, you know, even that in some ways, they had more rights back then than the slaves in American slavery had, right? In
What
our
rights did
recent
they have?
history in America. I mean, I would think that, if a slave owner striked a male or female slave and they died immediately, that the owner would not have been punished in the last 250 years of our country's history.
Well, in America, we did have laws against purposely killing slaves, right? Were they
No,
followed?
I don't know
Yeah, they
that.
they certainly weren't always followed. That's another question, but we're not asking whether or not they were followed. But like if you read the various slave laws, like the Virginia slave laws and things like that, you weren't allowed to just murder your slave. Was
Is
the
that was that
punishment
true across
severe?
all areas and states? Oh, sorry. Did you have something?
No, no. The individual states were allowed to make up their own laws, which is why you have to go through the individual slave laws for each state. But what I'm suggesting is that it's not universally true to say that you couldn't kill your slave, or that you could kill your slave. But also, I don't think the distinction matters. Whether or not you are allowed or not allowed to murder your slave, I don't think that makes the slavery any better.
Well, I mean, I would think that there are conditions in which, if someone is really poor and unable to afford, certain things or whatever, and someone says, "Hey, we'll make a contract for the next 6 or 7 years or whatever. If there's 3 years left in the 7-year deal, you can come live here. We'll house you, take care of you. You just got to work the land." Um, what all that entails in terms of what they believed was proper in terms of motivation. Clearly, I don't agree with that, but
Right, but what I'm saying is that these little girls were sold into this slavery by their parents. They didn't have a choice in it, and they would typically end up becoming somebody's concubine. That's one of the reasons why Exodus 21 says what it says, is because if she does not please her master who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to a foreign people since he has dealt unfairly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as a daughter, so on and so forth. So you could purchase this little slave girl and decide without her consent if she's going to be your concubine or marry your son.
Yeah, I mean, I guess how different is that from, an arranged marriage where, people were given a dowry in order to be in a relationship, or, certain, I guess, certain things that are cultural that maybe we have a certain perspective on these ideas today that aren't necessarily shared, 3,000 years ago.
Right, but what I'm saying is God's timeless, right? So if these laws came from Moses and not God, then I'd be like, oh, yeah, Moses was just like everybody else in the Bronze Age. But these laws came from God, and he said to follow the laws forever. So if these laws are divine and they're perfect, according to Psalm 19, and they're forever, what that means is we got to hear a huge problem here. We can't say that, like, well, these were temporary laws that just were adequate for the time period, because they're not time dependent.
No, I agree for sure that God is, he's not locked down into a time and place. And so the morality that he has today should be true to the morality that he had 3,000 years ago, right? So there shouldn't be a shift in that.
Right.
I guess what I am trying to say is our reading of this, the things that we read into these words, right? What all went into slavery at that time and what slavery meant to them versus what it means to us today, right? Could be different things. Now, if you are saying no, actually they don't. They actually mean the same exact thing. I don't know. I would find that to be challenging, right? Because I considered American slave trade to be genocide, right? Very
Well,
different than what was done when someone could be a slave for 3 years, because there's only 3 years left on the 7-year deal or whatever, right? And then all land goes back to the original owners and so on and so
unless
forth.
you're a foreigner.
Yeah, but then there's also paths for people who are foreigners to no longer be foreigners.
No, they'd still be foreigners. They could participate in the Israelite culture and even the religion, but they'd be a foreigner living with Israel, kind of like how there was the exception that shows up in Joshua chapter 9 to allow foreigners living alongside the Israelites. So these were the what the fuck were their names again? Let me grab that real quick.
I agree with you. I have seen their provisions for land to go back to original owners, not necessarily redistributed to those who are foreigners. I
The
guess
Gibeonites.
I understood that there was a pathway for people who were foreigners, either for them or for their kids to no longer be foreigners. And many characters throughout the Bible were treated as residents, even though they were foreigners. Is
Well,
that not right?
they would still be foreigners, though. They wouldn't get a Hebrew status just because they converted to the religion of Israel. Like even the slaves of the priests. So we get slave laws, but we also have laws for like who can eat what meals for the priests, and
Mhm.
the priests would be able to share some meals with their slaves because the slaves were like considered household members as long as they abided by all the regulations that Yahweh set out. But they're still
Mhm.
slaves. They don't become not slaves just because they're following Yahweh's laws and religion.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. I maybe one thing that maybe would be an interesting thought, or topic in all of this is I find that the Old Testament tends to be a message about values or the heart of a subject, as opposed to always something that I should be living by today, if that makes sense.
Hmm.
Um,
Right, but my point here is not. I know we're kind of talking about slavery right now. My point actually isn't about the
yeah.
slavery. My point is about the concubinage, the sex slavery. Right, the fact that women were traded and dealt like property, and if you
I
if
guess.
you
Oh, sorry.
raped them, even like in Deuteronomy 22, there's a provision for for, we'll just call it what it is. There's a provision for rape. As long as you're raping a woman who isn't already betrothed to somebody else, like the punishment is like next to nothing. It says if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So like that's pretty crazy. Like adultery gets you murdered, but raping a virgin gets you married for life.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the power dynamics there are not good. I mean, yeah.
So that's why I say
I agree
when
with
I say that the Bible condones what Epstein did, this is actually kind of what I'm talking about. Like the Bible condones treatment of women and children is pretty horrendous, and like God doesn't seem to have much regard for the children or the women. So, for example, you probably know about the Babylonians, how they came in and they roughed up Israel, and then eventually God was going to
Mhm. Right.
do retribution on the Babylonians. But like,
Yeah.
even like the Babylonians, there are some Babylonians that didn't have anything to do with it, right? When he talks about what he's going to do to Babylon, he says their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. See, I'm stirring up the Medes against them, who have no regard for silver and do not delight in gold. But like, why? If God's mad at the Babylonians, why is he having babies murdered and women raped?
I'm curious as to why, the translator translated this in a format that it is, where it seems almost like a song or a poem of some sort. Is that
So
true? The message came in some
so
artistic format?
typically what happens when they lay it out, it's because there's either a meter or there's parallelism, which was common in ancient Hebrew. So if you, not just ancient Hebrew, ancient Semitic languages, you find a lot of text was written in poetic format. In fact, the earliest Semitic writings are almost all in poetic format because writing was an art. Kind of like, have you ever
Sure.
seen like classical buildings, like where every building is a piece of art, and then it got more generic
Right.
and boring over time?
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
basically how writing was. The older the writing is, the more likely they were going to do it in a way that was artistic. And then,
Yeah.
but now we've got boring, boring writing today.
Now, the reason I ask is because I am curious to know, if this written piece that had some form of meter or rhythm or whatever,
Hmm.
if that was meant to be literal, or if that was meant to be, hey, this is the emotional truth of the situation, right? God is communicating that literally every single person is whatever it said, or if this is more a message to give people the imagery of what justice is, right? Like if there's evil out in the world and there's people in Babylon who are doing, the things that Epstein did or whatever, right? And we want justice, in that land or something. This is an emotional communication about, hey, we're going to do everything that we can to, uh, you know, cleanse this area and bring about justice. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but I
I
don't
guess
think that. I think
I'm
the
not learned
reason.
enough to know it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I think the reason why I would reject that is because we've got other passages that are clearly not poetic, where God is reiterating the same thing. Like Zechariah 14:2, God says He's going to bring all the nations against Israel to do war and have the women raped, and that section is not poetic whatsoever. And we've got other sections like Deuteronomy 28, where He says some similar stuff. Not in a poetic fashion at all. In fact, he says he's going to bring the Babylonians against Israel. And it says, "It shall besiege you in your towns until your high and fortified walls, in which you trusted, come down through your land. It shall besiege you in your towns throughout the land, and that the Lord your God has given you. In the desperate straits to which the enemy siege reduces you, you will eat the fruit of your womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters, whom the Lord your God has given you." So he's pretty serious. Like when he brings in these armies to do his justice, he's pretty much kind of okay with whatever they're gonna do.
Yeah, I mean, I guess two thoughts that I have on that. One, early in Genesis 1, God defines early in the Bible in Genesis 1, God defines human to be those who have ruling authority and power, right, alongside of him. And in that sense, that God is, if God has given over rule or power or authority to other people, then he inherently has to diminish his own. Um, and so sometimes there's things in the Bible that are descriptive, and sometimes there's things in the Bible that are prescriptive, right? Describing what would happen versus prescribing what should happen. That's number one. I guess the second thing, or I guess that's 1A and 1B. There were two things I said there, but I guess the second thing is I tend to come at this from a more English perspective, and English is the most explicit language, right? Throughout history, whereas I have friends who maybe are Greek, and in order to ask, hey, can you pick me up? The literal translation would be, hey, where's the car? Right? And so it's a very implicit language or implicit way of describing something. And I find that Hebrew, I've not studied it probably, and I'm not as aware of it as you are. But I find that Hebrew to be much more of an implicit language than English, much more descriptive and an image-driven language, right? Communicating ideas through pictures or images or those kinds of ideas. And so that's why I think in those passages of the Old Testament, it's describing the heart or the value of something rather than literally what is going on, which is why I think
They described it,
those
though.
passages are hard to link to God values.
But we know
condoning
we know in ancient warfare that they did all these things. In fact, the Assyrians bragged about it. The Assyrians, Ashurbanipal in his war annals literally said that the women were captured and raped, and that the babies' bodies were thrown into a burn pile, and that the men were skinned alive, and that they used the skin of these flayed men to wrap around the pillars of the temple.
Yeah, no, I agree that there are times in which probably these images, come from somewhere, from some story.
Right. So
some example. Yeah.
When these armies came in and they murdered
into
the babies,
Jerusalem?
well, Jerusalem, Babylon, anywhere you want. Anytime God says, I'm bringing an army to do my justice, they're going to bring with them untold horrors of rape and infanticide and other things. Like Hosea 13 says that women's wombs will be ripped open, which we know happened in war. That was a real thing. So what I'm saying is, if God is infinite and he wants to punish somebody, could he not punish somebody by not having their women raped and babies murdered? Could he not do literally anything else?
I guess I think of the wrath of God as the idea from Luke 15 or even Romans 1, where it discusses that if we tell God, hey, God, I don't really want you around, I kind of want to do this without you, then the wrath of God is him saying, okay, like I won't be there to protect you. And in that sense, God actively deciding to step away is him actively allowing whatever evil forces are around you to come in and attack you, right? For the Israelites, that was Babylon or Assyria.
But he says he's causing it. He says, I'm stirring them up. I'm bringing them. So, for example...
And I think that to me is what I'm talking about in terms of the... not literally meaning that exact thing, but communicating an idea, right? That if God is making the decision to honor our request, to say, get away from us, then he knows that... honor our request of, hey, God, I don't want you. I want to do this on my own.
The babies said, I don't want you, God?
I think in America we think very individualistically, but I think at the time they thought more communally, right? As a people.
God said he's doing it. That I will gather the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. God says, I'm doing the thing. So,
well, I think that's where we have to understand.
Either you believe what God says or you don't.
Well, I think, I guess where I'm coming from is understanding, not putting our modern day, like English perspective onto a communication or an idea, right? And to try and put ourselves in the context of people who were writing this, reading this, and understanding it at the time, that when God is communicating this particular idea, we can't project onto it our own understanding, but we have to understand well, what did they mean at that time when they communicated
I
it?
didn't.
And that takes a level of,
I didn't put my understanding on this. I'm just saying the words here just mean what they say. Like, I agree with what they say, right? In Jeremiah 19:9, God says, "I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters." I agree. God's making them do this because he's bringing an army against them that's going to reduce them to this. That's why he says in Isaiah, I am stirring up the Medes. I'm causing it. He says in Kings about the same thing. He says, I planned it long ago.
and is that similar to when Jesus said, hate your mom and dad?
No.
Well, because I guess what I'm saying is, if you read that as you are reading this, right, hate your mother and father, then we would have to read it without any other without any other understanding of the culture and the language, and so then we would be reading it in a way where we come to false conclusions of understanding.
So
about
just be clear, I know the language and the culture. I know Hebrew. I'm very familiar with the ancient Near East. And I'm saying that this is common in the ancient Near East, where in siege warfare, what typically happen is you eat the animals, you run out of crops, you run out of water, and then the absolute last resort is the eating of the babies for those who are deranged enough to do it. And we even have stories about it. If you read in the Book of Kings, when there's a siege of Samaria, there are women. There's one woman who actually comes to the king to get justice because she said, I made an agreement with my neighbor. Today we'll eat my child. Tomorrow we'll eat yours. And then when I killed my child, we ate. But then the next day came and she wouldn't kill her child. So we know this is not it's not imagery. It's not
no, I agree.
Hyperbole.
I'm not saying that all of these are that. Correct. Mm-hmm. I agree with you. This is definitely something that occurred in history. Yeah.
Right. So when God says he's causing it, I don't see a good reason to think that he's not causing it. Why wouldn't we just take him at his word? He's saying this is a punishment that I'm bringing. I'm causing it. I don't see why we wouldn't just read it for what it is.
Well, if I exist because, God is sustaining me, and then I tell him, hey, I don't want you around. I want to sustain myself. Can you go away?
That's not he what knows any of that
he knows that I only exist because he's sustaining me. Then his decision to step away is also his decision to end my sustenance, right? So him respecting my request.
I don't know why you put stepping away, like trying to paint God as a gentleman when he explicitly tells you, I'm going to have you fucked up, is crazy. Like, him stepping away is not what's happening here. He's saying, I am bringing a punishment to you because I'm so fucking mad with you that I want you to eat your children. That's what's happened here. God's not being a gentleman and say, oh, golly gee, you don't want me in your life. I guess I'll step away. No, that's not what he said. In fact, he said the opposite. If you go to Deuteronomy,
well,
give me a sec.
I guess what I mean,
hold on.
Yeah.
And I know you're up here trying to, fight for your viewpoint. And I get that. I used to be a Christian, but I need you to understand that what you're saying right now is ridiculous. God says when he brings in the punishment, he says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. God's not just stepping away saying, oh, golly gee. He's taking delight in it. He said, you didn't want to be with me. I'm going to fuck you up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. The scripture is interesting. It's not one that I've read before. I guess the way to explain my original idea, maybe more precisely, and maybe this isn't adequate either, and you're saying, no, you're just repeating yourself. I think of it like if I am air traffic control guy, and the reason planes are landing safely is because I'm doing it. And then if everyone in the world says, hey, we don't want you, air traffic control guy, get out of here. Me stepping away, I am knowing that me stepping away, that planes are now going to crash and people are going to die or whatever.
You shouldn't do that.
So in that sense, I'm allowing or bringing destruction of those who are on planes and my choice is to step away, even though it has been asked of me. Right. And so that's how I think of that part. regarding that scripture, I guess to me that is also about communicating the idea that God, it's the idea of justice, and that God is saying, hey, like this is a good thing to bring about this justice in this sense. But I can't speak to that scripture strongly or powerfully or accurately, adequately, because it's not one that I know
Right,
well.
but my point is, at no point in time does God say, I'm stepping away. That's something you have to add into the text that's not there. Whereas my interpretation of the text is that it just means what it says. In fact, God over and over again takes credit for what's happening. He says, therefore, says the Lord of hosts, because you have not obeyed my words, I'm going to send for all the tribes of the north, says the Lord, even for King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, my servant. And I will bring them against this land and its inhabitants and against all the nations around. I will utterly destroy them. I will make them an abject horror and of hissing and an everlasting disgrace. God says, I'm doing the thing. At what point do we just stop pretending like God's a gentleman and just admit that God's doing the thing he said he's doing?
Well, I guess I'm not trying to pretend. I'm trying to I'm trying to factor this of the writings that are here and what they're trying to explain and describe in terms of God's character and how it fits in to the entire story of God's character. Similarly, as to when Jesus said, hey, you can't have a relationship with God unless you hate your mom and dad. We know that Jesus didn't actually want people to hate their mom and dad. It's communicating a specific idea that that has to be understood in the context of what is trying to be explained in that moment, and the character of God in its entirety. So I guess that's ultimately where I land on it,
but
which is why I think if you look at the entirety of the whole, we see many scriptures where God is actively against the things that Epstein did or whatever.
No, he's not. And
right?
I'm demonstrating that right now. We know that when Jesus says to hate your mother and your father, we know that it's hyperbole because Jesus
is trying to be
is a fan of hyperbole.
And all
anyone who's read the Gospels knows that Jesus uses hyperbole over and over again. A camel going through the eye of the needle, hyperbole. Mm-hmm. Hate your mother and father, obviously hyperbole. Or else you think he's contradicting himself because elsewhere he says that you can't have hate in your heart. So Jesus was a fan of using hyperbole. I don't see that in the Hebrew Bible. There's no reason to see that in the Hebrew Bible. You can't just say, well, Jesus used hyperbole here, so every time I see a passage in the Hebrew Bible that I don't like, I'm going to call it hyperbole. What a ridiculous thing.
Yeah, that would be ridiculous. I'm not trying to be intellectually inconsistent. I guess my effort is to be intellectually consistent. I don't know if we can. I don't know if that's true that the Hebrew Bible doesn't use hyperbole.
Well, again, this is not one of them.
I find that the ideas a lot of times are ideas that are communicated through poetry and art and imagery that aren't literally to mean the things that
it's not poetry. Yeah. It's easy to understand. God says, when you disobey me, I will punish you. And he has various ways of doing that. One of the ways that he does it is he brings an army to invade. Another way that he does it is he'll bring a famine. He'll stop the rain. 2 Samuel 21, God sends an entire famine for 3 years because he was displeased with what Saul did that David has to rectify now. Mm-hmm. God causes punishments to happen. In 2 Samuel chapter 12, he causes the rape of 10 of David's wives as punishment for what David did with Bathsheba. God causes these things to happen as punishment. So what that means is that whatever is happening is only happening because that was what God willed to happen. God willed that since you did this, I'm doing that. So you can't just say, well, golly gee, God just backed off. That's not the case. God says, I'm doing it. This is my punishment for what you did, which means God's an active participant in what happened. Also, even if he did just back off, that doesn't make it better. That what that means is exactly what my prompt says, meaning God condoned and desired those things to happen, or else he wouldn't have backed off.
Yeah, I mean, I think if condone means that God backs off, right? Then I guess I could agree with it. Desired it to happen, I find to be, I
Well,
think differently on from the
would you be
standpoint
wrong?
of
God
all
already
right.
told you. He already told you in Deuteronomy that he takes delight in it.
Well, no, I don't know if that scripture is saying he takes delight in people sinning against another person of some sort, right?
He says
So,
he'll take delight in bringing you to ruin and being plucked off the land. That's what Babylon did. This passage is specifically about what the Babylonians are doing to Israel. It says, the Lord, and just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you're entering to possess. God takes
mhm.
delight in it.
Yeah, I mean, it does use those words. I guess what I'm trying to say is, one, I don't think I can speak to that scripture, but speaking to the concept as a whole, that God, I believe that God gives us free will to be able to make these decisions. That there are some things that describe what happens and some things that prescribe what happens, and that a lot of the Old Testament is a message about the character and the nature and the emotional truths of God, not necessarily uh, and the values of God, not necessarily literal things that are directives for us today. I
Well,
think to address the point that you made earlier in terms of God never says that it's something that he'll just back away or whatever. I think there's a lot of scriptures in the Old Testament that are about how God sustains his people, which is why I'm saying that if the people rebel against God, then similar to the language that we use in our day today, right? In English, we say, if you don't speak out against the problem, you are the problem, or whatever, right? So that
well,
there's this
God doesn't
linguistic
sustain his
idea
people. That's
that,
hyperbole.
uh, uh, sure, okay, yes.
You see, I'm pointing out the
And
flaw in your
so,
hermeneutic, right? When you like what the Old Testament says, it means what it says. When you don't like what
well,
it
no, I
says, you
think
say it's
that
hyperbole.
could be hyperbole, and that would be
It's
an
not
example of
hyperbole.
hyperbole in the Old
It's
Testament. Okay,
it's
well
not.
then, either it's hyperbole and there's hyperbole in the Old Testament, or it's not hyperbole, and
Not.
it means that, and that's what I'm saying in terms of if God steps away, then He's not able
How
to
long
sustain
did
His
God
people.
say to follow the
But
law for?
how long did He say? He I till the end of the age. I don't know.
Yeah, forever. Deuteronomy. There's like 6 different instances in Deuteronomy where he says forever. Be careful to obey all these words that I command you, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. And even, believe it or not, in the Messianic
What
age,
verse is that, by the way?
it's Deuteronomy 12:28.
Oh, 28.
In Deuteronomy 30, there's this really interesting passage that Christians are typically not aware of. And he says, the Lord your God will circumcise the heart, will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and in order that you may live. When is that supposed to happen according to Christianity? Do you know?
Uh, well, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I think we lagged on my end for a second. What was your question?
When is it that God is going to circumcise the hearts of the people so that they will love the Lord their God with all their heart?
Off the top, I would say is that it's the coming of the kingdom at the beginning in Acts 2 when the Holy Spirit or the counselor arrives.
That's right. The circumcision of the heart, according to Paul, is during the Messianic age, during the age of Jesus. So it's interesting because if you keep reading, it says, the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemy and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So he's saying, even when I do this thing where I circumcise the mind, heart, and soul, gotta follow these laws. So these aren't temporary.
Then you shall obey the Lord, observing all his commands that I'm giving you today. Yeah, yeah, I mean, I guess I find that, and maybe this is going into a topic that isn't what we're talking about tonight, but I believe that, you know, right, at different instances throughout the Bible, they say, "Oh, all the law and the prophets can be summed up as love God and love your neighbor as yourself," or whatever, right? There's various iterations of summing them up in
Not sure
different
what that
ideas,
means.
and
What's that got to
and
do with
that
the temporality of the law?
that Jesus came to be a fulfillment of the law,
Oh, Jesus didn't say that.
and Jesus didn't say that he came to fulfill the law.
He
maybe
came to
that's
fulfill
true.
the law. He didn't come to be the fulfillment of the law. There's very different. So in Matthew 5, he says that he did not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law, and then he explicitly tells you to keep following it. So if you read all the way through 19, he says, do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever
the
breaks, the Greek's not going to help you here. Therefore, whoever
the
breaks,
Greek means break, right?
the Greek's not going to help you here, and no. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus says, if you want to be great in the kingdom of heaven, you got to keep following these laws.
And I know that you said the Greek will not help me here, but
They never learn.
he's the word abolish. I know you're warning me, and you're getting the and means, and that in doing so, we are able to live out his commandments, right, under the new covenant that was provided by Jesus.
You were breaking up through most of that. I don't think I heard anything other than the last sentence.
Oh, sorry. What I was saying was that Jesus said he didn't. My understanding is he said that he didn't come to break the law, but to fulfill the law, and that we now are able to live under the new covenant provided by Jesus, right, and obeying the commandments.
But he
of the
didn't
law.
say that. That's not what he said. Katoluo doesn't mean necessarily to break. It means to get rid of, to destroy, to all kinds of different semantic ranges for the word. But I mean, the reality is, and this is a fun thing. So, for example, I've got the passage up here. This is the NRSV. Now,
I think it's showing a different screen. I'm looking at verse 17 through 19.
Yeah, that's what's right here, right? So I personally know a lot of the scholars who do these translations are friends of mine. The idea that some guy with a Strong's Concordance is going to get this translation right rather than the guy with the PhD in a Greek language, to me is preposterous. Now, listen, I took Greek when I was in school. I don't remember much of it. Like I remember certain words. I remember how some of the grammar works. But like if you took me to Greece, I wouldn't be able to talk to anybody. But I know enough Greek to know that there's no reason to change this translation. This translation is the same in pretty much all English Bibles. Jesus is literally saying that the law is forever until heaven and earth passes away, which is why he says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. It is what it is. He says to follow the law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I agree with it from the standpoint of Jesus coming and fulfilling the law, and
there's a good apologetic
altering our
for this,
ability
right?
to live under it and within it.
Like, I'm just gonna throw you a bone here because you've been nice, but like,
sure, yeah.
the proper apologetic was given by Origen way back when he was disputing with Celsus. Origen said that Jesus did instruct people to follow the law. Origen was actually really good at Greek, but he said Jesus actually did tell you to follow the law. What he said was that it was changed after Jesus died because the people that were alive during Jesus' time weren't ready to abandon the law yet. They weren't ready for this giant shift. They had to wait for the Holy Spirit to come around and change it. Now, I still think it's a dog shit apologetic for this, but it's at least true to what the text says.
Sure. Okay. No, makes sense. Makes sense. No, I appreciate you talking and appreciate having this conversation and going the back and forth. Like I said, my name's here to understand. I wanna grow in my understanding.
Fair enough. Yeah,
through these
we're all
conversations.
trying to grow, right?
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming up and being cordial. A lot of times people come, but listen, I get this is a hard topic to talk about, but a lot of people come up here and lose their minds. You actually kept your cool most of the time, so I mean, actually the whole time. So thanks for coming
And
up.
I appreciate you too, man. You had a lot of skill to do it while the cat was hanging on you. So
I'm kind of used. I got two of them. One of them's always on me somewhere.
There you go. All right, man. Well, have a good night.
All right, cheers. That's got to be a tough. That's got to be a tough conversation to go through for the first time. There are some people in these apologetic circles that have had this conversation a dozen times and it doesn't affect them. But I bet the first time is always tough. Handsome Cat, hey, thank you for the super chat. Says Christians who believe in Christian ethics have to account for the possibility that their God commanded people to abort their babies. Indeed, Numbers chapter 5. I mean, if words mean words, and I know for most Christians words don't mean words. But if words do mean words, then Numbers chapter 5 is allowing for abortion. And Oceanus Helios says, praise Doug, do not take them for granted. Never take Doug or Sharon for granted. Never. Stay rock hard for Doug and Sharon. Also, we now have the life-granting unicorn and Lisa the Rainbow Draft with us. So the pantheon is growing, y'all. Tim, thank you for the super chat. Says, when Jesus said, all the little children come unto me, that's not what it's a little known translation difficulty. Oh, shit. I'm not going to make it worse. Jane says, I use alprazolam for anxiety. Am I going to turn into Jordan Peterson? Well, I don't know much about that medication. I do know this. If you do need anxiety medication, there's no shame in having it. Everybody needs a little help somewhere. Never be worried about going to a medical professional and getting it like an actual diagnosis and taking care of what needs to be taken care of. That being said, I don't know much about anxiety meds. I can see myself one day possibly being on like ADHD med. But probably not anxiety. Nevertheless, is that what Jordan Peterson was taking? Do you think that's why? Do you think that medication was causing Jordan Peterson to be Jordan Peterson? I thought he was just out of his mind. I'll have to look into it now. Clever Moniker says, Zeus, I'd rather watch you play solitaire than listen to this yappy old man. The yappy old man was tough, actually, Moniker. But you stuck it out. And we're getting some conversations rolling here. We're still doing the thing. It's that effing Fox again. Well, great to see you, effing Fox. Has ever heard of a band named Allegayon? They do atheist science metal and have tracks about evolution, AI, takeover, math formulas, and space tech. No fucking way. I'd listen to that. No, I actually don't know the band. We do have a thread in the Discord for such music, though. Definitely drop a link in the Discord for that. And Kelly, hey, good to see you, my friend. I'm spending the evening watching Friends and spreading a little love. Thank you, Kelly. I really appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Kelly, if you guys don't know, Kelly is a long time host on AXP, Talk Heathen, and the ACA. So follow his channel. You'll catch him live on various locations. And Sean says, I wonder if Pete's family still talks to him. I was just thinking that myself when I was talking to him. I suspect he doesn't get invited to Thanksgiving dinner all that much. Hey, Garn says, slavery was not a fucking employment opportunity. Indentured servitude was not like a minimum wage job. You can't nearly beat to death an employee. Agreed, Garns. And thank you for the $10 super chat. There's always like these apologies to... try to make slavery sound like it was the last resort or anything like that, but they didn't. Leviticus 25 clearly says that you shouldn't enslave your own fellow Hebrew brethren. You just pay them like a hired worker. He could have said the same for the foreigners. All right, last super chat. We're gonna get Hey Me in here. Rufinus, thank you for the super chat. It says Swedenborgs believe marriage is till death do you part, so you can get a better soulmate and spouse in heaven, where everyone is young and virile. Rock hard, but like, you know, it's funny. I actually know a little bit about Swedenborg. In fact, I've got his monumental text in the other room. He's a really interesting guy. Now, obviously, he doesn't fall in line with classical Christian doctrine, but really fucking interesting. If y'all don't know about Swedenborg, highly recommend checking him out. Really interesting dude. He apparently had like these visions and got like divine revelation to have his own version of Christianity. But I will say this: of all the people that have started their own Christian sects, he seems really nice. Like he's a real like love, peace, and bacon grease type of guy. You know what I mean? He's not like the fire and brimstone type of cult leader. So I think he gets a little bit of props for that. All right, let's get Hey Me into the box. How you doing, Hey?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. So I have listened to your podcast before, or to your live before, and I actually came up on, you were super respectful, and I truly want to just preface this with, I am a Christian, but I'm not following the very, I have a lot of disagreements with some of I share a lot of the same opinions and questions that you do as well. And I think that at this point in society, like, I really think that these kinds of conversations and critique of the Bible and how people so blindly follow things are really healthy and good. So first of all, I'm going to claim that I have not read the Bible front to back, and that has to do with some of my own religious trauma, because I was actually abused in the name of God with the Bible open at a very younger age. That said, I still have had some, because I have seen how the Bible has been weaponized against people, right? And so that said, I've also had some very good experiences and some very wise teachers of the Bible that don't follow things. They truly understand that faith and religion and our bodies and where we're at now speak to a bigger truth of what they believe. And I've had some, so I'm kind of at this point where I still identify as a Christian. I can't say I'll ever go away from that, but I'm probably not your Bible thumping know-it-all, and nor will I ever be. And I love to be challenged on these questions, because I completely respect the atheist or other religions, because quite last I'll say before we get into this is that I believe that fundamentally speaking, whether you believe the Bible or not, that at this point in time, given Christian nationalism, everything that's going on in the world context, for how historical these wars go back in time, I think it's important for everybody to actually just know what's in it, because a lot of this has really impacted how people have this just goes back generations for what people have believed and done, good and a lot of bad, in the name of the Bible, quote unquote. So I think, doesn't matter if you're atheist, religious or not, I think everybody should read the context, because a lot of people around you do, right? So I love what you're doing, and I love the platform that you give for like healthy debate. So anyways, wanted to start off with that. Then I wanted to dive into some questions, because how does the Bible condones what Epstein did prove you wrong? I will say that there are a lot of points that you're probably going to make where, I mean, I would agree, and I would tend to argue that it could be spun that way, right? And it could be interpreted that way. But I'm also of the fan of Jesus's teachings more focused on the New Testament, and how it doesn't condone that, and how my faith lives within the context of the Bible. But a lot of Christians will adamantly say it's infallible. And unpopular as it might be, I have done the research enough to understand of how the Bible, what was selected to go in those scriptures for more modern Christianity, has potentially, I believe there's some room for some fallibility also in the semantics of how many translations we have and all of that stuff. So the Bible is like a living document. I don't believe that God or my faith or Christianity exist in pure text of the nuance for just arguing on a word for word scripture thing, right? So I'm not worried about that part, but I'm curious to know from your perspective, because I jumped in late, how are you saying for the New Testament with the Jesus teachings specifically, right? Like, I understand the Old Testament is arguably like shit. I heard a joke today about, like, I mean, we had two people on the planet, they had two sons. The third person on the planet, according to Genesis, murdered the other guy. I mean, let's be real. I mean, Cain killed Abel. Like, so, I mean, it's been pretty brutal since the beginning. And like, so let's go to the New Testament. How have you been arguing that Jesus's teachings for Christianity specifically, how are you arguing that point? Because I jumped in late. How are you arguing that would support Epstein's actions, just so I can understand where you're coming from on this?
Well, that wasn't my claim. My claim is that the Bible condoned it, not that Christianity specifically and only condoned it. But also, I could make that case from Matthew 5, which we literally just went over, because Jesus says to follow the law. He says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law, until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. Whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." And if Jesus is God, that means he gave the laws anyways. So that's obviously why he would agree with his dad.
Okay, so if he fulfilled the law, then my understanding, and this is kind of where this conversation, I'm trying to understand. If he came to fulfill the law, then we're moving into a new era of, like, we're not gonna do things
not new laws.
that way before, right? So the what?
Nope, that's not what that means.
Well, so what would
when
you interpret
fulfill the
as
law of buckling your seatbelt? Do you no longer buckle your seatbelt, or what?
Well, so I hear what you're saying there, but
like, what do you think fulfill means? Maybe we'll start basic. What do you think the word fulfill means?
So fulfill means, like, it's been fulfilled. So, like, your crime has been, like, if I've been sentenced to something and I've
nope,
I've fulfilled my
how do you fulfill a law?
I've fulfilled my obligation.
Nope, I'm not talking about obligation. I'm talking about laws. How do you fulfill a law?
Right. So that's where the semantics and the nuance come into that. So what I'm trying to understand is your perspective on this and the
my
various
perspective
teachings.
is pretty easy. Fulfill can't mean that they go away, because then he'd be lying point blank. He says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law." So he didn't come to make the laws go away. That's what abolish means. If he actually meant to say, "I didn't come to abolish the law, I came to get rid of them," he would be affirming a direct contradiction. Those words would be the exact same thing. So you can't come to not abolish and then also come to abolish. So fulfill cannot mean that they go away, which is why he says in verse 19, "Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus fulfilling the law has nothing to do with whether or not you should follow them.
Okay, so the old law was like the moral laws, the civil laws, the ritual laws.
Nah.
Abolish would mean throw out, cancel, declare it invalid. So he's saying, I'm not here to erase it. Fulfill in the Greek, my understanding is to complete, to bring full expression, or to accomplish for its intended purposes. So the nuance being that how we define the word fulfill in modern, more ubiquitous terms would be that, you can't, I understand what you're saying. You can't abolish and fulfill, or if he didn't come to abolish, then he couldn't fulfill it. But in the Greek terminology there, for whatever translations this has gone through, fulfill in the Greek would mean that the what?
What word in Greek is it?
It's P-L-E-R-O-O. Fulfill in Greek means to complete, to bring full expression, or to accomplish its intended purposes. So it's like kind of like. So that's where I'm kind of.
Is abolish part of that definition?
I can see. Let's see.
Not.
Abolish.
It's a rhetorical question. Abolish is not one of the definitions plurality.
No, I'm just trying to see what like for what abolish would mean in Greek. Because I think that some of that is like the semantics that I don't want to get too hung up on like
I think
the
you are,
nuances
though.
of that.
I think you're getting hung up with the semantics because, as it turns out, you don't even need verse 17 to understand what he's saying in verse 17. You can literally just read verse 19 when he says, "Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven." That can only mean that he desires you to follow these laws.
Well, so we've got the new commandments, right? So we've got the
No,
10
you don't.
commandments of what he's of his new teachings. Because if it was just the old law that he was teaching, he would have just been repeating the old
He
law.
only
But
gives you
instead,
one new commandment.
what's the one new commandment that Jesus gives that's different from the Old Testament?
He says to love others as I have loved you.
Okay, so when you put that together with like Corinthians of talking about love comes above, then by definition, when you start looking at what love means, if that's above all other things, then how could you love and still follow the old law? To me, I see these contradictions. So this is where
I'm sorry.
where,
Did God not love when he commanded people to follow the old law? What a wild thing to say.
well, I would say
Did God
that
give it in hate?
I would not say that God gave it in hate. And this is where I deviate slightly from some of the religious doctrines myself, right? That like I kind of this is a personal thing, right? In my deconstruction of Christianity itself, while still being a Christian and staying that way, I kind of see these contradictions as like evidence of man and the prophets and what was chosen to be in the Bible of like, hey, we should probably pay attention to these contradictions. I don't see them as like negating the goodness of what the intent, like what the intended outcome is. I don't think that God, the one that I believe in, loves in a sense of or commands evil and that takes pleasure in any of that. Like I don't fundamentally believe that.
He says so in Deuteronomy 28:63. It says, just as he took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so he'll take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction.
Well, and that's where I say that whenever that'll be the fine line of probably where you argue with me versus some of the other Christians who take the Bible like verbatim and think that it's infallible. I don't take that approach with all, and I don't, and I have to be careful not to cherry pick out of it either. So I mean, that's because a lot of people cherry pick. The what?
Is Matthew 5:17 through 19 verbatim?
I'm not sure that any of the Bible is. It's hard for me to prove any of it's verbatim. It was
how in the world could you? How could you make a case that that Jesus thought the law was going away if you can't even tell me what words he even spoke?
I think that if you look at the context of the general things that have, like I said, because you're talking about text that's been translated through language, and then to so many versions of the Bible, how I would make that argument is that
just from Greek to English. New Testament is just Greek to English. There's no intermediate translation.
Right, but after that, we've got New Living Translation, King James Version, and it just goes on and on and on, right? For how many different versions people read.
I'm not translating my translation through those translations. I'm just using one translation right now, which goes directly back to the original languages.
So if you're going back to that, okay, have you ever heard, I'm probably not going to quote this right, but like that the writer doesn't give meaning to the text that's written, but like the reader is actually the one that's authoring and why
when we go to Bible college and seminary, they teach us to do exegesis and not eisegesis. We're trying to understand what is the meaning of the text based on who gave it. And so if Jesus is speaking Matthew 5 to his followers, and he says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, I have no choice but to believe that he's suggesting he would prefer you to follow the laws, which is in agreement with what God says in the Hebrew Bible. If Jesus is God, he said in the Hebrew Bible like 15 times that this law is forever.
See, and I guess that's probably a takeaway that I'm gonna have to. I mean, I'll have to probably table that, and that's a question that I'll have to dig more, deeply on for how to argue that more. Because I mean, clearly, I mean, it's pretty obvious
You don't
studied,
have to
the
argue
scripture
it.
on it.
You
But
don't have
what
to,
I'm
right?
saying is that
You could just read it and accept it for what it says rather than arguing with it.
but what I'm saying is that I'm not like, I don't think that I need to like how the Bible's interpreted and what it is word for word, and how you're seeing that and taking it for literally what it is. I just don't think that that's an all-encompassing view of the message that Jesus taught overall, and that it in any way, shape, or form. I don't think that
Actually, I
in
feel
any
like
way,
you
shape, or
just
form.
keep like not listening to anything I said. Is Jesus God?
Well, he said, I mean, there's the three parts of it. So he's the Son of God. He is God. I mean, there's we've
Are
got.
Jesus and God always in agreement? Are Jesus and the Father always in agreement?
According to most, that would be yes.
Yeah. So when God gave the laws and said to follow the laws forever, was Jesus in agreement with that?
I hear you, and I hear that that's a leading question for me to say yes. I would say
you can say no. I'm not saying you have to say yes.
I would say that I sit in the middle of I don't think that that's what it's saying.
What? I didn't say it said anything. I said,
no.
Was
no.
Jesus in agreement with his dad when his dad said to follow the law forever?
I would say if that's how you're interpreting the text, yes.
Well, it just says it. I mean, I can show you all the places where it says it. Like even during the Messianic age, Deuteronomy 30 says it's going to happen. Moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. When is this period, according to the New Testament, where God circumcises the hearts of the people?
I don't have an answer for you on that. I would just say that
Paul says that Christians have had their hearts circumcised in lieu of, their own genitals circumcised. They receive the circumcision of the heart. So this time period where God circumcises the hearts of the people, he says, the Lord your God will pour all these curses on your enemies and on the adversaries who took advantage of you. Then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments I'm commanding you today. So according to God in the Old Testament, when he does circumcise people's hearts, he's going to do it and also require them to follow the law.
Right, but I think that, okay, so I think that following the old law that was very external, Jesus, whenever he proclaimed authority over the law, like external. He's internalizing it. He moves it inward. It's not don't murder, it's don't harbor hatred. It's not don't commit adultery, it's don't cultivate lust.
So he definitely made it harder. He tried to make them more strict, but that's
he turned it more inward on focusing on yourself and love.
That's the opposite of making it go away.
Right. I mean, because I don't think that, like, with humanity and with the way that everything has been, I don't think any one person can make it go away, that's why the focus became more internal of like the ethics about your own conduct and focusing on yourself. If the law
isn't going away, then what that means is that all the provisions in the law that were right and just prior to Jesus are still right and just after Jesus.
I don't know that I would agree with that. I think that semantics, that you could find scripture to back up based on like a very strict view of it with it. But I think that if you look at what Jesus is saying about like Jesus doesn't tell you. I'm just reading the
words and saying that the words mean what they say. Notice that between the two of us, I'm the only one saying that the words literally just mean what they say. You're the one that has to come up here and say, well, actually, none of these words actually mean what they say, but the law of God is perfect. It doesn't need to change. The law of the Lord is perfect, reviving the soul. The decrees of the Lord are sure, making wise the simple. The precepts of the Lord are right, rejoicing the heart. So, like, are God's laws perfect and good and holy or not?
I would, and this is where I kind of deviate probably from the standard Christian of like doctrine, if you will, of some sort of like that it was perfect in the Old Testament and that I think I don't really take that viewpoint of
Okay,
it
so
because
Psalm 19
it's
is not true then.
well. So do you have Psalm 19 pulled up right now? Let's see. The Lord is
It's on the
perfect.
screen.
Right. So I would I interpret this a little bit more loosely than as it's written because in my view, perfect means that if we're looking at good and God is aiming to be good, I'm not saying that like and I this is a very far stretch for a lot of Christians, you know, to talk with about on things, but I see things of like Jesus and the scripture language of him dying on the cross would be more of like this is the new covenant. We're going to turn
Yeah,
things
but I'm not
inward,
asking
you
about the
know.
new covenant. I'm asking about the laws, right? Was the law of the Lord perfect?
This is where I argue that the law of the Lord may be perfect, but I don't know that it was interpreted as perfect as the most people would in fact like to believe by reading the scripture word for word in the Old Testament.
Are all of God's commands right and just?
I would say that this is where I deviate from the standard Christian part. So I would say yes, but as they've been written, I believe that there is some room for there's room for fallible
Gotcha.
ways of how those were written. Does that make sense?
So when we don't like what it says, we're going to say this isn't really what God said?
No, I'm not going to say that at all.
Well-
So that's where I stand on. There's just too much for like I don't want to be judge and jury on that, and so I don't want to.
We'll try an example. Maybe an example will help us out. In Exodus 21, it says, "When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed, so on and so forth." So, according to the law from God, you're allowed to sell your daughter as a concubine. Was this a good, just law?
In my opinion, no, but that's where I differentiate on how people wrote the scriptures. And if you are going off of like, I don't see this as necessarily, I see this as potential room for error in however the institutions that were around at that time saw fit to use God in their favor to do what they wanted.
Did God give this command or no?
According to who wrote that scripture, yes.
Because so we have no idea what God said though. When Jesus said that we should not survive on bread alone, but on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, we actually don't know what those words are.
That's where I leave some opening to the fact that and you have to be very careful because you don't want to go into the cherry picking of the Bible because then that gets people into dangerous places. That's where I say that like I think it's a constantly kind of evolving thing, and I think that the Bible needs some scrutiny. So that's where I agree with you on some of these laws that were written. We see it now that like whoever is winning owns history. So
right, but
whenever
what I'm asking is, how do we know which words God actually spoke?
That's where my faith part comes in, and where it's a constant checking and testing of private prayer and going through, because it's also written in the Bible that, you know, God just doesn't exist completely in the text. That's a one that's on a piece of paper that's printed with words that were written from a guy I can't talk to. Right. And right now we've got, you know, you'll show a video on TV, it's recorded, and nobody can agree on what happened. So I agree with you on the fact of, was this God's law or was this how this was portrayed at the time? I have a difficulty with that, and I may always have difficulty with that. I don't think that that's worth me arguing and saying and defending the old Bible and saying this is that and God was good for doing these things, because I think that there's just, I'm only one person, right? And so, but that doesn't mean that I think that
the
the
only
Bible
way
is.
to know which words God actually spoke and which ones men claimed he spoke is to have God divinely reveal it to you.
I don't think that we will actually ever know. Like, I don't think I'll actually have the exact phrasing word for word, and so that's why I
So
use the
why do we
Bible as
trust
a.
anything in this book then?
Well,
What a
so
waste
that.
of paper.
Well, so I can't argue with you on some of those facts, and I won't, because I actually share some of the same thoughts, right? And so, but that what I'm trying to say is that two things can be true. That doesn't negate my faith, and that doesn't mean so. Like when you have a lot of the Bible that's written, I have to take this as okay. Some of it could be true, and some of it could be false, and what I'm learning and as I'm growing, there a lot of it deserves some scrutiny, right? And I think that that's fair.
Probably all
But
of it.
all of it deserves scrutiny. That's absolutely fair. But what I'm saying is that there are some good teachings in the Bible, and that even if the teachings of the Bible are in fact wrong and right, which I think that the truth always lies somewhere kind of in the middle. We always know that there are two sides to every story. And I think there's somewhere in the middle. I think that the Bible deserves a lot of attention because you've got Jerusalem, you've got Zionists right now, you've got all sorts of religions that have been fighting wars since biblical times. And this was clearly an important text that we need to study because a lot of people have based some pretty horrible decisions. Actually, in my own personal experience, I have seen the Bible used for horrific acts in the name of God. Do I believe that that's God's doing? Absolutely not. But it's very confusing, and I can see how it can be weaponized. But I also don't want to negate some of the good things that are in the Bible. And then at the same time, you don't want to just cherry pick what's good for you and in a context take that out. I look at this as a very historically significant text that deserves some kudos to some of the more beautiful parts of the Bible and some scrutiny to the other parts. And I think that the Bible's own contradictions to me just show that it's actually true in some respect that we don't fully understand. And I'm okay with that, if that makes sense. Like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is, why would we trust any of it? If we can't know if any of it actually came from God, why would we trust it at all?
Because I think that because I think that there is some truth in it. I think that there is,
like what?
Well, I believe a lot of Jesus's teachings where you have to turn inward and look at love above other things. Love doesn't always mean like doing what other people, doesn't mean the comfortable thing, but it definitely doesn't mean killing of children. And it doesn't mean
that's not the case. In Mark chapter 7, he chastised the Pharisees for not killing their children.
Well, can you pull up that one there?
Yeah, he says, you abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. Then he said to them, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say, if anyone tells father or mother whatever support you might have had from me as Corban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for a father or mother, thus nullifying the word of God through your tradition. So Jesus chastises them for not following the law of Moses, and the example that he picked specifically is killing the children for dishonoring their parents.
I'm going to table that, and I'll take that and I'll read into it a little bit more. Like, I mean, that's fair. I mean, I think, like I said, that's why I like talking through this with you. And I don't see, like I said, I want to be real careful here that I don't cherry pick Bible verses in myself, because like I'm very aware of many of the contradictions of the Bible, if that makes sense. Like the things that you argue about, some of the things that have been done in God's name, from my own personal experience, it's undeniable. So how I take these words and how I look at it, I think you said that was Mark chapter 7. You said that what verse was that? Mark what?
Mark 7. And
Mark
it starts
7.
in verse 9.
Okay. I'm going to table that and I'm going to look it up, and then maybe I can come up on one of your other posts and talk about that a little bit more. Cause I'm a little bit more curious. And like I said, I am very, very hesitant to base my pure faith around it because why can you believe anything's true? Well, I think to disregard the Bible is true in and of itself. Like, let's take faith out of it, right? And let's say the entire thing's false. Even if you go that route, even if the entire thing is false, the historical reference for how the Catholic, the Catholic religions and Rome and the history of what the battles of, fighting for more territory in Gaza, I feel like it's worth scrutiny and worth knowing the Bible, because I feel like there is truth in the fact of how historically significant this Bible has been. So there are some truths within the Bible.
Is the Quran historically significant?
I believe any text that has historically influenced war, politics, power, and greed, anything that has had such historical significance to be passed down, and even in the evangelical culture that we have today, is worth knowing from any perspective that you stand.
Gotcha.
Atheist,
So
non-atheist,
you've read the Quran
alike.
then?
No, I have not read the Quran.
Okay, so it's historically significant.
But it's on my bucket list. I only
just
have
like the
so much time
Bible
in a day.
is. Which one's more historically significant?
I think they're actually probably all equally historic. I think they're probably all. I would probably rate them all about the same. Like, as far as like what we should know.
Did Allah speak in the Quran when it says that Gabriel delivered the message of Allah? Is that true?
I don't know. I haven't read the Quran enough about it. So, I mean, I would say that there are some very strong similarities between text and differences. But I'm saying that, like, just because I haven't finished my bucket list, I still believe it's significant to know and understand what was said, what wasn't said. So I'm not going to say if it's true or not. Like,
well, I agree. I think
know.
all of these texts are worth reading. I think
Yeah.
Next, I don't think they're worth following. I think they're mythologies from many years ago when people were describing a God that resembled the culture. It was God created in man's image, not the other way around. So while, yeah, I agree we should read the text, I also agree that they're only as valuable as, I don't know, fire kindling.
Right. I think that they're valuable in the sense of how much influence they have over what we're seeing in our culture right now with the Christian nationalism movement, and how evangelical churches there's so many that have popped up in our communities, and how literally still to this day, I am still seeing religion and little micro authorities use the Bible as a shield to horrible actions. So I think that that's why it's so significantly important.
Well, it'd be a shame if the Bible couldn't be used that way. It'd be a shame. Maybe God should have saw the future and known that, hey, if I told these people that they can sell girls into sex slavery, maybe they'll use that to their advantage. Don't you think he should have done something about that?
Well, I take a different view on it. And again, this is where you can agree or not agree, but I don't believe that the God that I serve, the God that I believe, has ordered or ordained any of that. I believe that.
But what I'm saying is that the book says it, and he knew that the book would say it.
I believe I see where Christians believe that. I see where they follow that. I believe that God.
Could God have made it so that when people wrote down this book, they didn't write down things that were untrue?
Oh, you would think. And if that's how you follow as a Christian, then absolutely. And I agree that that's most Christianity view of it. That's not my view of Christianity.
But don't you think that would, if you're a God, that would be the right thing to do so that people wouldn't be confused about what you actually wanted?
I think that if God were trying to go about things that way, then absolutely. But I also believe that in freedom of us sorting it out for ourselves, that ordering a universe in which is just compliant and obedient to no harm, no foul isn't going to rule out the evil that we can work with, that is taking a long time to sift through
What can
within
you know?
ourselves.
What can you know with any specificity about God that didn't come from the Bible?
So that's where I say that the Bible is kind of a tool, but I see the Bible as a tool, as just like, you get a house, you've got a hammer, you've got a bunch of other things. I see the Bible as one tool.
Right, but what I'm asking is,
One thing only.
what
How do
could
I
you
know?
what can you discern about God without this book?
It's from my own spiritual prayer life for very specific things that I've had to document, journal, check myself against, and for very specific things that hold my faith into a different reserve, like a different protected area that isn't just magistical or magical or, oh, this is coincidence, or whatever thinking it might be, that I have been through. I'm not going to go into my story,
But what I'm saying is that you don't know really anything about this God without this book. This book is the critical pathway to knowing and understanding this God.
And that's where I disagree. That's where I
means,
disagree.
Well,
That's where I disagree.
You wouldn't know who Jesus was without this book.
I would agree, and I would argue that wouldn't have mattered with my faith or salvation, because if I didn't know about him, then I'm not held responsible for that.
God would have made you divinely aware of Jesus without the Bible.
I don't think that I don't think of Jesus specifically, but I think that innately, like, I didn't need to be taught about Jesus to understand, like, faith and a higher power, and in what God works for with good versus evil. I will say
but that has nothing to do with the Bible God. Like, everybody believes in a God typically. I'm asking specifically about the Christian God. What would you know about this God without the Bible? Not much.
From I think that I and it's hard to imagine. Like, I'll admit that it's a hard place to imagine, like, without that, right? But I do separate that a lot, because it's from lived experiences, from what I've seen, and from what I've gone through. That said, there are some people that live in very different circumstances, and without the Bible, what would they know about them? It's a hard place to, that is the
that's my point.
It's a cognitive dissonance that's hard to reconcile. I agree, but
the primary information conduit for God comes through this book. That's why he tells you in Deuteronomy 17, he says, whenever you elect a king, have them write out all of this law, have them recite it. In Deuteronomy 30, he says to have the law recited before all the hearing of Israel every 7 years. God's conduit for communication has always been this written text. And what you're suggesting here is that not only is this God's conduit for communication, because what the Bible says, we also can't trust it. So what that tells me is that this book is basically useless.
And that's where I'll argue on the useless part, because I think it's useful in understanding how humans and prophets or whatever, how these things got into the Bible in the first place. I'm going to argue that there are some... The what?
Like, this thing is only useful for its social commentary or psychological commentary. Then it's no better than any work of fiction. You could read The Great Gatsby. You can read any work of fiction and read Fyodor Dostoevsky. Way better fiction than the Bible.
Yeah, and I can see how you'd say that. I think that, like I said, my faith doesn't rely around the Bible alone. I don't think that it's a waste. My brother would probably say that I'm not following the law and I'm going to go to hell because I believe the Bible is fallible. I'm
not saying the Bible is a waste entirely. What I'm saying is it's a waste as a holy book. It cannot get you to God because nothing in it can be ascertained to have come from God. So it's a waste as a holy book.
So I would say that is where, as a Christian, I would agree with you that as a whole context for the Bible as a basis, and this is a bold statement from a Christian because it's not popular and it gets me shunned quite a lot, right? I do not believe that the Bible as a whole is the way to salvation and moral living and that it's infallible. I don't believe that because there's too much I don't know. So I am willing to say I see the contradictions here, and that's not going to shake my faith because I have other avenues of faith. I have prayer, I have endurance, I have my integrity, I have other things. Would I have known about Jesus specifically without the Bible? Clearly not, right? But would I have known about God? I believe yes, based on my own faith. I also am aware that I only have a human brain that's been given and influenced by my algorithms and my culture surroundings and what I've been around, right? So I'm aware that there's a lot that I don't know, and I'm willing to say I could be wrong, right? But that doesn't shake my faith on the fact of what I've seen outside of the Bible, and that's only because,
Right.
oddly enough, I
So-
turned away from the Bible because I had actually seen it used so horrifically against
let
me when
me-
I was
we'll
younger.
We'll summarize, I
Yeah.
guess, where we're at
Yeah.
here. So it sounds like the claim on the board is the Bible condones what Epstein did. I agree. The Bible does condone it. Now, you're saying that the Bible might condone it, but it's not actually from God, which is, to me, a whole different conversation. So
Potentially,
I think
yeah, potentially. And I guess I just want to end on the fact that I don't believe the entire Bible condones what Epstein did. I believe that pieces of it could be taken that way, and I could see where you could take it that way, and I could see how people could cherry pick out other portions that don't. But I want to say holistically that there are portions of the Bible that would clearly not condone that. And I think that there are enough arguments in there to say that the holistic text in and of itself does not condone based on that law
Oh, I
of what
disagree.
you're quoting.
we already went over it.
Yeah.
Based on the text,
that's
Jesus said to follow the law. So if Jesus said to follow the law, and if Jesus is God according to the text, that means
Yeah.
Jesus condoned whatever his dad did. So does it matter?
That's my
It doesn't really matter that Paul came along later and said, no, we're not going to do the law thing. Jesus and his dad both condoned it, even if you think it was only for a time period. They condoned it for a period of 1,400 years.
I mean, I see where you're coming from on it, and I think that my only homework and my takeaway from this, which is valuable to me, is the part where you're talking about the law abolishing, fulfilling it, not, right? Like, I do kind of want to do some research on that myself, just so I can have a more articulate response to it and figure out where I stand on it. That doesn't shake my faith in the God I know for what it's condoning it. But if you're going to say the Bible condones what Epstein did, prove you wrong, I think it's, I mean, you come with a lot of good points. I just want to say, as a Christian, I feel like it's a fair statement for me to say that there are other things in the Bible that don't condone that. And I don't think it's worth disregarding those truths just because there are other contradictions in there.
Yet you couldn't show me. Where in the Bible does it say that you can't sell your daughter as a concubine?
Well, I don't believe that Jesus' teachings say that. So, I mean,
Well,
I can follow up.
Jesus didn't say you couldn't do it. He said follow the law. So where in the Bible can I find where it says don't sell your daughter as concubine? Because even if you think that the law was abolished, that still doesn't fix it. Abolishing the law doesn't mean that you can no longer sell your daughter as a concubine. In fact, now it means you can do anything you want to because you don't have the law anymore.
Okay, so I see where you're coming at this from an argument standpoint on the law, and I think I'll have to think about how to argue that differently so that I can probably share a better perspective on why that's different, because I disagree with you, but I agree that I'm not able to really articulate it. But I would be very hesitant to say that I'm like wrong just because I'm not able to like point it out. Like, I've admittedly stated I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying,
to be fair, unsubstantiated claims do mean that you lost the conversation. Like if I'm saying the Bible condones Epstein and I show you passages that are clearly condoning the behavior, and then you say, well, the Bible doesn't, but then you can't show me where it doesn't, then it just means by default that I was right and you were wrong.
Well, okay, here's the deal. I agree with you on so many things that you say because that's why I like watching you, because I think that you have a lot of really great points on it. I want to just say that I wasn't really prepared to think about it in the way of how you mentioned with the law versus abolish versus what that meant in Greek terms, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to be able to pause that. And
Fair
I mean,
enough.
if you need to feel like you won, that's fine. But I don't feel like you and I are on different teams here, if that makes sense. Because like I'm not here to defend the Bible, like because I've already told you I think it's fallible. Like, right? So if
Mhm.
I'm saying that the Bible is fallible, that means that there are some truths and there are some fallible truths potentially in
Sure.
it. So I think that you and I are on the same page when it comes to the contradictions that the Bible has. I'm not arguing with you on that. What
So
I'm
then
just wanting to
let's
say is
do
that
this.
I don't want to look at it as a win or a fail. I just want to look at it as a growth point of saying
So
you made a good point. I want to go take some homework and look at it, and we'll come back on it. And neither of us, I'm not here to win or lose. What I'm here is to have a good conversation, because I think what you're talking about overall, regardless, because of where we stand in history, all of this needs to be reviewed by Christians and non-Christians and scrutinized because of how people are currently using the Bible to commit horrible things still, that it deserves a lot of scrutiny. And so I think that this is a good growth point, and I'm not here for a win or a fail, because I think you and I both agree what Epstein did is wrong. And anybody who's trying to say what the Bible, like, I think that our end goal is the same here, right? Like Epstein was wrong. And I'm okay in standing in my faith. And personally, I'm okay with saying if the Bible is wrong here, then it's fallible. But I want to know where I can point to where it's fallible so that I can argue it better with other Christians. And that doesn't change my faith because of other things, because the Bible is only a tool for me. A lot of other people use the Bible as, this is infallible gospel. I don't think like that. So I don't
right.
know.
So we'll put a pin in this. Go do some research on Matthew 5, and when you feel prepared, come back and we'll continue.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm sorry for interrupting so much. I just get excited. And I do think that your platform is really great here. I mean, like I said, I think you're respectful to Christians and you're not really trying to destroy anybody's faith. I think that what you're doing here is challenging if people are actually reading and understanding what they're reading and how the translations work. So I think that these conversations are very important, extremely valuable. And I would argue that more Christians should be challenged on it, including myself. Like, I'm not afraid of that. If you're afraid of scrutiny and questions about the Bible, then I would argue that you don't believe it in the first place, because you shouldn't be afraid of
But
you
you
shouldn't
don't
be afraid
believe
of it.
it.
So I'm not afraid of it. So anyways,
Okay.
I just want to thank you. Because like I
Well,
said, kudos to you. So I appreciate you letting me interrupt and yammer, because I know that we're getting comments on that, but yammer away, because that's, I'm a chatty person, but I am very passionate. And like I said, I do respect everyone that's chiming in on your post. I just hope that we don't tear each other down for religion or for faith, because I think ultimately speaking, your goal as a human, if we're all here in this conversation, it's not because we want bad things. We're all just trying to figure this shit out. And what's been revealed for a lot of things and what's been done in the name of religion has been pretty horrible over the course of time. And I don't believe that we should move on that path moving forward. And whatever that outcome may be in the end, we need to get to a better place. So I believe that we should all be having these conversations for every form of religion. So thank you for allowing this platform and for allowing others to speak. So anyways, that's all.
sure thing. All right. Good to talk to you again. I'm sure I'll see you again in the future.
Yeah, I got your message and I've got my homework.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
All right, friends. I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We're going to get Jordan in here next from our YouTube queue. And Jesus is with us. Jesus Titty F in Christ says, my good buddy Jeffrey E. was innocent. Like Mary, those girls all consented spiritually. You know what? I forgot about spiritual consent. You know what? That's on me. I don't know what I was thinking. You're right. Never forget about the spiritual consent, y'all. That's very important. And Eek Orb says, I hold in my hand a book written by the literal creator of all things that controls everything in my life. I read the parts of the second half. I know, I'll never understand Christians. Well, they'll refuse to read. It's actually like 2/3 of the Bible. Like the first 2/3 of it is Old Testament. They're not reading the damn thing. Shane says, psychedelics helped me realize my belief in God was fear-based. Lucy and shrooms are medicines. I don't know what Lucy means, but I agree. I am a believer in these types of therapies. I think they help a lot of people, and I think we're starting to see a world that is coming around on that. Misha, thank you for the $10 Aussie chat. Says, new to the stream. Great to be here, but Justin, please tell me about these beautiful kittens. Are they friends? What are their names? They are friends. They're adorable, delightful. The dark one, or the one with more black, is Faraday. The other one that looks like it's got a Hitler mustache, that's Volta. They're named after electrical pioneers, because my background was in electrical engineering before I did Bible college. And Misha, thanks so much for being here and being a member as well. I see you're a member on DZ Debates. That's what the star is for. So thank you for being a member, and thank you for supporting the channel. And my previous cat was named Pie, and peace be upon Pie, no longer with us. But now I've got Volta and Faraday. Got them when they were teeny tiny, and they've been with us ever since. And they're just phenomenal kittens. Handsome Cat says, Christians have no way of falsifying claims by people that God commanded them to rape kids or abort children. So what even would be Christian ethics? There really is no such thing. Like, once you get to the point where you're saying, well, the Bible is not really from God, you can't really trust it, then your framework for ethics is kind of out the window. You don't really have one anymore. It's just kind of vibes, you know? Like, I feel like I can trust this verse. I feel like I can't trust that verse. Hey, Space Wizard, thank you for the $10 super. It says, God sitting on a throne was asking a dog, what is your purpose? To be obedient and love humans. Then asked the cat, what is your purpose? The cat replied, you are sitting in my throne. Rock on for dog. Yeah. That's precisely it. I would say, though, Faraday isn't quite that, have that level of the world revolves around me, but Volta does. Faraday comes up and cuddles. Volta will come up and demand being pet. I'll be doing something, and he'll come up on my lap and force his head under my hand, like, you will pet me now. I was like, King Volta, okay. Penelope, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, some believers fight these challenges tooth and nail because they're terrified that the privilege gravy train is going to dry up. They simply ooze desperation. Cook 'em, Justin. Hugs and rock hard for Doug. I think there is. I do think there's a certain part of Christian nationalism where they feel like if Christianity dies, it can only mean that like Islam is going to take over. And to be fair, Islam's, I think, just as big of a plague as Christianity is, but that's not the case. Like, we can lose Jesus and just go secular. You don't have to worry about Islam taking over. We'll do the same thing with Islam nationalists here that we're doing with Christian nationalists. Get them the fuck out. And Nitty, hey, thanks for the $10 super chat, says, if it's coherent and verifiable equal true. But also, contradictions show it's more true equals I can always win. Wait, the contradictions show that it's true? I thought the contradictions, she said, show that it's not true and it shouldn't be trusted. In fact, I think her and I had a contradictions conversation once. J.H.A., thanks for the $10 super chat, says, I'm not going to cherry pick like those other Christians. I deviate so much from typical Christians, proceeds to cherry pick based on vibes. That girl wants to feel special. No true Scotsman. To be fair, at least she's nice. She was a bit wordy, but I think she was nice. I think she's doing her best. She's deconstructing. She's in a place, obviously, where she's struggling. And, a lot of us were there before, when we were deconstructing, where you're just trying to figure shit out and it's difficult and you're holding on with everything. You know what I mean? Hey, Gretchen, thank you for the 666. I got 2 more super chats, friends. We're going to get Jordan in here. Gretchen says, hey, me is an insufferable asshole. Tell me how you really feel, Gretchen, and a narcissist, and what? Oh, cool rainbow draft, Justin. Yes, thank you for noticing the rainbow draft, by the way. I was sent the Rainbow Draft by William Capes, a member of the channel. I really appreciate that, William. But yes, now our pantheon is starting to fill out. We've got the Rainbow Draft, Lisa the Rainbow Draft, Doug and Sharon Stone, obviously, and of course the Life Granting Unicorn. So we're really making waves here, y'all. And Misha, again with the super chat, says, Justin, I am begging, please make the yapping stop. I tried. I was trying to wrap things up, but she seemed like she was genuinely deconstructing, as painful as it could be sometimes to listen to the process. I don't want to burn bridges. Maybe one day when we get to the end of her deconstruction, she could be in a better state of mind where she recognizes the nonsense of the book. You know what I mean? All right, let's get Jordan.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing, Jordan?
Awesome, I'm doing good.
Jordan, are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Bible God?
I'm at least 18 and I don't believe in the Bible God.
Oh, well, we're just doing debates. Did you read the prompt?
Yeah, I did.
Oh. Okay.
I just want
We'll just move on to our TikTok guest here. Hopefully get a debate rolling. How you doing, Atlas?
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, so I don't have too long because I have to go pick up my wife from work. She got off earlier than she was supposed to. Shocker, she actually got off from her job at a normal time, and they didn't keep her past.
Oh, wow.
With a broken
Terrible.
ankle, might I add.
That's unfortunate.
So, to start off, my best friend is atheist. My
Sure.
brother is atheist,
And you're
and
not?
he's actually married to a Muslim man.
Are you atheist?
No, I'm actually Christian.
Gotcha.
However, I don't literally. Put it this way, I get embarrassed when I see other Christians trying to say they're Christian when they're cultists. I get embarrassed when I see those freaking obviously unwell people out on the sidewalk holding up signs, God is coming, the end is near. I'm just kind of like, I feel like you should probably get therapy because that's just,
Sure.
why are you spending all of your time doing this?
Do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I don't, because honestly, people will take whatever they can and warp it to their own stupid needs. Like all these idiots in the White House, I can't stand any of them. I think they're all terrible people who will want to use anything they can to try to hide the fact that they're a shitty person. For example, I actually just did a video about this. So West Virginia just recently tried to pass a law, and I'm not even fucking kidding. Just look this shit up. It's absolutely disgusting.
Atlas, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if you're a Christian, where do you fall on the claim on the board? You do agree with the board?
Let me finish. So they actually were trying to pass a law where they were going to make it legal to try.
We're not going to do that. Maybe we'll get a real person in here. How you doing, Mastermind?
What's going on?
Not too much. What are you doing?
Good.
So,
Not much. You
Mastermind,
see my printers print away. Yeah.
good time. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And do you agree or disagree with the board?
I disagree with the board.
Awesome. And are you a believer in the Bible God?
Yes, I believe in the Bible God.
Awesome. So my claim here is that there are some behaviors that Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators engaged in that the God of the Bible condones. And I think that's kind of horrific. So, for example, I might point you towards cannibalism. Are you aware that in the Epstein letters, there's some documentation of possible cannibalism?
Never read the Epstein files.
Well, it's interesting because there seems to be some discussion in there about cannibalizing children, but also if you go to the Bible, we see the same thing. God says in the Bible, in Jeremiah 19:9, concerning the Israelites, he says, I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them. This is the punishment specifically that God's bringing on Israel.
Okay, that was their God, and that's what they believe in.
But that's what you believe in too.
No,
Okay, so
not
you
at
don't
all.
believe the Bible is true.
I believe the Bible is true.
Okay, this is in the Bible. You know that, right?
Yes, I'm very
Okay.
clear of that. I read it.
So then in the Bible, God says, I will make them eat the flesh of their
In
sons and
America, there was
daughters.
a time of slavery. Are you an American?
I'm not talking about slavery in America. I'm talking about the
Okay,
Bible
okay.
says. The Bible says,
So we talk about
I will
history.
make
So let's
them
go
eat
into
the flesh
history.
of their sons and the flesh of their daughters. Did God say that?
According to the prophet, yeah.
I'm asking in real life, did God say it?
According to the prophet, yeah.
I'm not
Do
asking
you know
according to the
that?
prophet. I'm asking you according to reality.
According to the prophet, according to reality, no, it could be questionable.
Gotcha. So you don't know if God said that. So then we don't know what the Bible says is true then. Because I thought you said the Bible is true. Now you're saying it's not.
I said that. Yes, I did. I'm
Okay,
not. I'm not speaking.
but
I'm
this
not speaking
verse
to
isn't
different
true.
things. That's not what I said. If
Okay,
that's what the
so
prophet said that
I,
God said,
I guess
that's
I'm
what he believes
confused.
that God
Is
said.
the Bible 100%
Oh, you
true or
sound
only partially
confused.
true?
That is who depending who's interpreting.
I'm asking you, do you think that the Bible is 100% true?
Do I believe it? Yes, it was written.
And when it says God spoke, did God really speak those words?
According to the prophet, yes.
I didn't ask according to the prophet. I said according to
Well, what you want me to say?
reality.
According to me, I didn't write it.
According to reality, when the Bible
Then
says
what is
God
reality?
spoke, did God actually speak?
If I'm gonna agree with you, right? God wrote it, right? If I agree with you, or God said
Okay,
it. If I agree
because
with you,
I read you a verse in Jeremiah 19 where God said something, and you just said maybe God didn't say that.
I don't know that.
Buddy, are you intoxicated right now? What's wrong with your brain? You just said it.
Because I'm dealing with a dumb person, so I talk like a dumb person.
No, you're the dumb person here. I'm asking you to verify something you said 30 seconds
You cannot
ago.
verify. How you gonna verify something you ain't even write and you don't know nothing about? All you do is reading like all them books behind you. You don't even know half of them person.
Buddy,
You just
I'm
got a book.
asking you what came out of
I'm
your
telling you.
mouth. You said that the
I
Bible
already
was
told you out of my
true,
mouth.
and then I read you Jeremiah 19, and you said, well, maybe he didn't say that. So I'm trying to figure out if you believe when the Bible says God said something that he actually did, in fact, say it.
According to the prophet,
I
that's what
didn't
God
ask
said.
you according to the
That's what I said.
prophet. I asked
So
you,
I'm answering you what I believe. I already told you what I believe. That according to the prophet, that's what God said.
I didn't
According to
ask
the
you according to
prophet.
the prophet. I said according to what you believe. If the Bible says God said it, did it mean that he actually said it?
According to the prophet, that's what
I'm
God
not
said.
asking you according to the
That's what
prophet.
said.
I'm asking you independent of what the prophet said. If the Bible says God spoke,
I
did God
choose
actually
not
speak
to.
those words?
Well, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay, so then do we know anything in the Bible actually was spoken by God?
I don't know. Do you know that?
All right, get the fuck out of here. What a waste of time. Could you fucking imagine getting up here saying the Bible's 100% true? It doesn't say what you said it said. The minute you start reading it, well, we don't know anything in the Bible is from God. What a fucking loon. I'll never understand people that are that stupid and worthless. Could you imagine? But it's crazy thinking there are people that are that dumb in this world. Or just that dishonest, to be fair. He might not be that dumb. He might just be so dishonest that he doesn't realize that every time he speaks, he says something that trapped him in a corner somewhere. Hey, Zen, thank you for the super chat. Says, Justin, let him yap. It strengthens your patience, which is already super. Great gurus are super patient too. Rock on for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. I do need to work on my patience. Sometimes I get needlessly hot, although when we get guys like that, that's not needless. He's just a waste of space. But yes, it does help in a public debate to try to be calm and patient. It always reflects well on you. But there are some people that just need chewed out as well. How you doing, John?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. John, are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Bible God?
Yeah.
Awesome. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I disagree.
Awesome. And so my claim basically is that some of the behaviors that were engaged in by Epstein and his co-conspirators are also condoned by the Bible. Specifically, when I say the Bible, I mean the God of the Bible. Did you listen to the last guy that was up here?
Yeah.
Awesome. And did you hear the verse we read?
No, can you pop it up again?
Yeah. It's Jeremiah 19, verse 9. When God says he's going to punish the Israelites, he says, I will make them eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters, and all shall eat the flesh of their neighbors in the siege in which the distress, in the siege and in the distress with which their enemies and those who seek their life afflict them. So God says, I'm going to punish them by making them eat the flesh of their children. That's cannibalism.
Yeah, I think that portion that you're talking about, he's not describing or saying that's what I'm ordering you to do. He's saying during that time in that warfare, that's what would happen.
No, he's saying
if
I'm
you
causing
guys.
it.
No, that's not true at all.
Yeah, it's true. It says, I will make. What does it mean when someone says, I will make?
When he's saying I will make, so let's go back into it. If we actually read, right. So when he's saying I will make, he's more so referring to, hang on, and I actually want to give evidence before that.
Just to be clear here, John, the more you lie about what the text says, the worse it's going to look.
No, that's what he's literally referring to. You can even do your own research and do it that way.
I have done my own research. That's why I
'Cause he's
know when
basically
it says
saying-
I will make them eat, it just means God's going to cause it to happen.
No, you're making it sound as though he's saying I'm going to force him to eat each other's flesh.
I
That's
didn't
the
say
action of what would happen.
I didn't say that.
By going against it.
Didn't say that. I said God is going to cause it to happen.
Okay, can you go to the English Standard Version?
Nope.
Oh, what's the difference, right? If they're
It's
all the
going to
same
read
level.
going to read identically the same because the Hebrew underlying word is in the causative verbal stem. So it literally says, I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters.
In the Hebrew term, is that right?
Yeah.
Hang on, let me show you some. I popped that up right here.
Yeah, pop it up.
I did. I'll make them.
I give you 10 bonus points if you know what the causative stem in Hebrew is. There's 2 of them.
Are you fluent in Hebrew?
I can speak Hebrew. I can read Hebrew better, though.
Are you fluent?
No.
Okay. Just making sure. Vasim. Generally translated as Vasim. Okay. So let's go to the, and you can look that up as Vasim, if I'm saying that right.
You're
Since
not.
you are fluent. Okay, how do I say
word.
it? That's fine. How do I say it?
The first root word is going to be okel or akal, some form of the word for eat. That wasn't what you just said.
We're talking about the first term as in I will make. So you're
Jeremiah,
saying the order I will make.
No, I will make.
Is the primary term.
I will make is not in the Hebrew text. It's conjugated into the. Hold on, I'll explain to you.
Yeah.
It's conjugated into the first word. That's why I said a call is in the Hebrew causative stem. There are verbal stems in Semitic languages. One of them is causative, which is why it's not translated, I will eat. It's translated, I will cause them to eat. I will make them eat. It's a causative verbal stem.
Right, but you just suggested, so it's, yeah, I'll let you look it up while you're doing that.
Here's the root word, a call, and it's in the hifil verbal stem. It's causative. It's causative and active.
Mm-hmm. And that same word, I want you to copy and paste it and then go to the Hebrew of the Bible.
This is the Hebrew of the Bible right here. Jeremiah 19:9.
And I will cause them to eat.
I will never understand why people who don't know Hebrew grammar will get up here and try to read Hebrew. It perplexes me.
I mean, that's what you would do, right? We would both go into it because you're saying you brought up that the Hebrew
No,
term. I brought up
no,
the Hebrew term.
I'm talking
Now I'm
about
saying
you. Like,
it's
I
different because you're saying that I will
actually
make
went to
them as
school
in
and
you will
I
physically
learned
force them, but it's not the actual. All right, go ahead.
causing is making. I will cause them or I will make them is going to read the same no matter what. It's implying causation, which is why it's in the causative verbal stem. Exactly what I just
No,
told
it's
you. So again,
no,
I told you
it's
already.
different because
It's not
he's saying
different.
if.
Just
Okay, I'll
stop
let you
talking for
finish.
5
Let me know when
seconds.
to go.
I
Go
love
ahead.
yeah. Let me know when the host is done. I'll let the host finish talking on his own show. It's crazy. So what I told you already is I didn't say God is force feeding them. I said God is causing them to eat their sons and daughters with the siege which God was going to bring upon them. I didn't say he was force feeding them.
So, is it fine if I speak?
I'm sorry, do you not know how conversations work?
No, you earlier you kept talking. I didn't know when you were
Apparently
done.
you don't. Apparently you don't know how conversations work because
Okay, so are you saying
you don't know that when I stop talking with what I'm saying that you should start talking.
Okay, so is he forcing them to eat each other or not?
He's causing them to eat their children is what I said.
And what do you mean by cause?
He's the cause of it. He's the reason it's going to happen. I'm sorry, I thought you knew
And how?
English at
And
least. Do you not know how English works?
no, that's fine. You can do all the semantics. So when you say he's causing them, how is he causing them to do it?
By bringing the army to siege the city and starve them out.
Thank you. So he's not bringing the army. He's saying
He
if you
is.
refuse to,
Nope, he's bringing the
how is
army.
okay?
He
Okay, how
literally
is he
says
bringing the
it.
army?
He
How
literally
is he
says
bringing the army?
he literally says he's stirring up the Babylonians. Have you read Jeremiah?
You literally pop up the evidence every time you say something. Pop up the evidence where it says he is bringing the army.
I love it when they get in here and they think that I'm not going to know the passages. Okay, here you go. Volta, hold on, buddy. Jeremiah 25, therefore says the Lord of hosts, because you have not obeyed my words, I'm going to send for all the tribes of the north, says the Lord, even for King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon, my servant. And I will bring them against this land and its inhabitants, and against all these nations around. I will utterly destroy them, make them an object of horror and of hissing and of everlasting disgrace. So God's bringing the Babylonians, bud.
Okay, so he's bringing the Babylonians because if you're going against, so wait, and let me bring this all back so I can tie it back in. So I know I'm not going off in a tangent. So we brought up this point to relate to what again? So I can remember. I kind of got lost.
My point is, God is punishing the Israelites with a method that he knows and is okay with the result, which is eating children. He knows that when he brings the Babylonian army, Nebuchadnezzar is going to surround the city. He's going to starve them out, and they're going to end up eating their own children. And he's okay with that. And remember, he's all powerful, which means he can punish them any way he wants to. He never, for any reason, has to pick a punishment that's going to result in babies being eaten.
Oh, okay, okay, I get what you're saying. So just to make sure, it's a sense of saying that God's going to allow that to happen, so it's wrong.
Nope,
Just to make
he
sure.
caused it. Again, keep in mind, he said cause. I'm causing it, which means God is specifically taking credit for the behavior.
Okay, so, and then that relates to Epstein because we're saying that since God is allowing this, then he would allow Epstein to do that.
No, I'm not saying that God allowed Epstein to do anything. What I'm saying is that the
No,
behavior that Epstein and his co-conspirators engaged in are condoned in the Bible.
yeah, but you said that, well, that kind of goes against, that's two different points. So you're saying that because, and let me explain. You saying that because God did this, right? Right? In the Bible, he shows that he was able to do that. So that means he would condone Epstein.
Nope, didn't say that.
Oh, can you relate the two? I'm trying to
crazy
relate
how
when I go back
difficult
to the
this is
topic.
for you right now. What I'm saying is that the behavior that Epstein engaged in is behavior that God condoned. I didn't say he condoned it for all people at all time. I didn't say he specifically condoned it for Epstein. What I'm saying is that this is behavior that God did condone in certain circumstances. I don't certainly think that the God of the Bible thinks that everybody should always go around eating children.
Oh wait, okay. Well, okay. Oh, okay. Now I'm on the same page as you. So just to make sure, but we both understand that the commandments of God are different from what He expects of people. Because we also understand that
this is not a commandment.
Wait. Before you finish, God ordered the eradication of the Amalekites, right?
This is not a commandment.
So no, this is a command.
No,
from God. So if
Jeremiah
God commands
19:9 is not a command. Were you here when we read the verse? What planet are you living in right now?
Is it literally not a warning from Israel saying that if you do not follow God's order, this will happen? He will bring the army, which will cause this reaction.
Crazy how words are just eluding you right now. What I'm saying is, when he says, "I will I will make them eat the flesh," that's not a command. That's informing them. A command is saying, "Here's a rule or a precept that you actually need to follow." Now, as it turns out, we do have some of those. We do have some commands where God tells them to do things that are similar to what Epstein engaged in, like Exodus 21 says, "When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed." No, I'm saying that what you're saying about commands is true of the Bible. There are commands in the Bible where God specifically says to do things that are akin to what Epstein did.
Okay, so we're kind of pivoting from 2 points.
I didn't pivot.
So so earlier you just said because God is going to cause these people to starve and eat their children. That relates to Epstein, right? Because it's something that he condoned in a sense.
No, what I'm saying is crazy. I have to say it again.
We have to separate
what I said for the last time. Listen, this time I want to say it again. Is that some of the behavior that Epstein engaged in is also behavior that the God of the Bible condoned. What I didn't say was that the God of the Bible specifically condoned what Epstein did. Do you understand the difference?
Yes. So, does the Bible not deliberately talk about majority of the things that Epstein did, such as harming children? Does it go against that?
No, in fact, Exodus 21, which I just brought up, which you didn't want to read, says that you can sell your daughter as a sex slave.
What you said which one? Where Exodus 1?
Exodus 21:7. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed, so on and so forth. So you can sell your daughter as a concubine.
Yeah, so let me do this because I have the English Standard Version. I want to see if I can read it too.
I have no idea why you think the ESV is going to save you.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because I think it's taken out of context, but I want to make sure I'm reading so I can read it all.
Oh, yeah. What's the context? Tell me what you think the context is.
Well, I think when you're saying slave, when you're saying sex slave, I think that's an assumption.
It's not
it
an
never
assumption.
says that you can use them as a sexual.
Somebody who is a concubine quite often is a sex slave. When your daddy sells you as a slave, and then your slave owner decides who you're going to have sex with, called sex slavery.
Okay, so again, a concubine, again, that's an assumption. Because you're saying you just said most times. Well, you're just saying most times. So there's times where it isn't. Right, because if we're talking about the law,
it's not sex slavery when you're an adult. These are children. Children, when they're sold into concubinage, are sex slaves. Adults are different.
No,
these are not adults. These are children.
That's absolutely not
Those
a fact.
are facts.
Where's the evidence? Okay, look that up right now and show me that's a fact.
When a man sells his daughter as a slave, do you think she wanted to be sold? Do you think she wanted to be sold as a slave, John?
Perfect. I'm glad you asked. Yes, and you want me to explain why?
What a crazy apologetic. In order to make sense of the passage, you literally have to think that girls in the ancient world wanted to be
Yes.
sold as slaves. What a
I'm glad. I
fucking
love it.
crazy. What a crazy. Oh, wait,
Let
wait,
me. Well,
did they enjoy
look,
it? Did,
you
did
notice
they,
how he's
hold
going
on,
to
John,
interrupt me every
John,
time.
did they like
Let
it?
me. If I
Did
give
they
a
like
point,
it?
let me
John,
give evidence
just
to my
shut
point.
the fuck up for 5 seconds and answer my question. Do you think that the little girls sold into slavery liked it?
Are you gonna let me talk or what?
It's a yes or no. Do you think they liked it?
Repeat the question.
Do you think little girls sold into slavery wanted to be sold as slaves? They wanted it. They liked it.
Yes.
Okay. Give me the evidence that little girls in the ancient world liked to be sold as slaves.
Okay, perfect. Here's the evidence. Right. So we're talking about the ancient Near East, where most families were extremely poor. Can we agree?
No. In fact, between the
Oh
two of
my
us, only
God.
I've
Wait. So
between
they
the
were
two
all
of
wealthy?
us between the two of us, only have I've studied the ancient Near East, not you.
Well, wait. So you're saying that majority were living very comfortably?
No, I didn't say anything at all. What I said
Were they
is
living
that
even nearly?
well,
Were most of them not
so
dying of starvation?
no, they weren't. So just pay attention for 5 seconds. I'm going to show you why you said something stupid. What you said is
Okay.
most of them were poor. That's not true. Then you said, okay, most of them were wealthy. That's also not fucking true. In the ancient world,
Let's look
we
it up.
had
I don't
in
want to
the
hear your
ancient
wording. Let's
world,
look it up.
in the ancient
Let's
world,
look
there
it
were
up.
classifications of people. So even in Egypt, you had the artisan class, you had the slave class. Ancient Rome had a lot of slaves. If you were in ancient
Look it up.
Rome, if
Look
you
it
were in
up.
ancient Rome, I have a degree in this, dummy.
Well, I
So
have 2 degrees. It doesn't matter
not
what you have. Look it
not
up.
in this
Look
field
it
of
up.
study, not
Look
in
it
this
up.
field of study.
I don't want to hear from your
You
words. Show
realize?
evidence.
Did you not read the Bible where it lists all the jobs these people had? Did you not read Leviticus 25 where it says if your brother
You're
falls
talking
into
but not
debt?
showing any evidence.
I just told you Leviticus 25. You want to read it with me?
No, we literally just said no. That's
I'll
not thought
just
you're pivoting.
I'll just read it for
The
you.
wording is saying you just said
I'm
back
going
in
to show
the ancient
you
times
right
that most of
here.
them were living comfortably. That's
I
not
didn't say,
true.
again, I didn't say that. I have no
Okay,
idea
but
why you
okay.
keep saying I said that. Like you're insane right now
You
with
just
your
said- you
inability
just
to
said-
listen. Your
You
inability
just
to
disagreed
listen
with
is
me.
going to ruin this conversation. So what I said is that most people were on various levels of something in the middle of being poor or wealthy. You said that they were all poor, and then I said no, and then you said okay, then they're all wealthy and comfortable. I said no, that's also not the case. Just like any other period in history, there are multiple layers within society, and you can find yourself in any one of those particular layers at different points in time. So that's why I'm bringing you to Leviticus 25, where we specifically get rules for what to do in these societies, and we learn that people actually could get jobs. If any of your kin falls into, actually, let me go all the way down to 30, let's do 39. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve you until the year of Jubilee. So what we can learn from this passage is, in fact, that there were some people who could fall into debt. They could fall into what you might call poverty, but there were enough people in society that there was some sort of a social safety net. Did you hear anything I just read? Were you paying attention?
Yeah, I did. I was just looking at the evidence.
So the person who is going to pay the Hebrew brother to serve as a hired worker, are they poor? Are
I'm
they
just popping up the
poor?
evidence.
No one can see what you're doing over there. Are they poor? Yes or no?
Okay, say that again.
Are they poor?
The people who are doing what?
The people who are employing their Hebrew brethren.
Yeah, I mean, no, they're not poor in terms of having cattle, a place to stay. There's different types of poor, right?
There you
So
go.
it's right.
So
So
poor in the ancient world typically meant that you were so indebted that you had to do unpaid labor for somebody else. poor in today's
No,
world, poor in today's world is different. In today's world, we expect that if you're poor, you actually have some, you might actually have a little bit of money in reserve. You have some food to eat typically. But in the ancient world, most people lived on a like a day to day. That's why we have laws for day laborers. That's why we have laws in Leviticus and Deuteronomy that says pay your worker that night. Don't wait for the next day, because most workers in the ancient world, if you weren't wealthy or part of the artisan class, typically got paid daily because they had daily bread. That's why Jesus tells you to pray for your daily bread. So if you're using poor in today's language for what happened to ancient people, then yeah, you could say they're all poor, but that's true of everybody in the world right now. Like 3/4 of the world is poor compared to Americans. But in the ancient world, being poor meant something different than what it meant today.
yeah, I'm glad you said that. No, that's not what I'm referring to. There's different standards of poor. You're talking about debt. That's different. Poor in terms of what you have. So here's because everything you said, that's okay. I'm talking about poor in terms of what they're saying back then. Poor is the amount of cattle you have, the land you have, where you can eat every day. That's not the same as nowadays. That's two different things. I'm not talking about debt, because if you're in debt, then you would most likely put yourself into indentured servitude so you can pay off that debt. That's different. You asked me, you said, hey, would they prefer that? I gave you the evidence that's saying that most of the time these people are dying of starvation. You disagreed and you said, no, that's not true. You can look it up
Yeah,
if you want to.
it's literally not
It's
true. In fact, the people
wait,
dying
wait.
of starvation typically were
Oh my
people
gosh.
that were in war. They weren't just dying of starvation because they were poor, because there was typically always
Oh
some
my.
kind of resource. Even in ancient Israel, it tells you to allow the poor to come and glean in the fields every seventh year. The poor are leave the fields rest for the poor. There were some provisions in place for the poor. It wasn't, people weren't just dying and keeling over all the time.
No, literally they were. Just look it up.
Okay, sure.
There are people who are literally dying of
Listen,
starvation it's
we
statistically
agree.
proven.
We agree that people have always been dying of starvation, but your characterization of poor
Yes.
people is not correct. There are 3 million children this year that will die of starvation. And what you're trying to suggest is that everybody in this society that was poor would be killing over and dying of starvation. And if that's not the case.
No. You're saying not every single person, right? We're talking about the people, specifically people who were impoverished, and those who the Bible was referring to, those people who were in that category, right? So you're asking me if these women would love to be in indentured servitude. Yes, if they're dying of starvation, they're highly poor, their family has no protection. Mind you, there's no police at this time. So anybody can come in and harm you. You
That's
don't have
wrong.
protection. But what? So
Again, these people have never
look
read
up
the Bible. It's
why are
crazy.
you saying okay?
What?
How is
I'm
it wrong?
sorry.
Prove me how
What?
that's wrong.
Who was watching over Joseph when he was in prison?
Wait, the guards.
Oh yeah, and
When
was there a captain of the guards?
yes, what does that have to do with anything?
Sure. And so, who was typically charged with keeping justice in the land?
You're talking about in
It's
Egypt
crazy. It's crazy
where there was a
that
king.
this guy doesn't understand that the ancient Near East had mechanisms for taking care of people that needed to be round up and/or punished. It's wild
Oh
that you
no.
know
This
so
is insane.
little about the ancient
So
world.
you're
What I'm saying
saying
is that the ancient world had
that they
laws,
had
and
police
they
back
had
then who were
they
doing their
had.
job perfectly.
I didn't say any of
Even
that.
close to even
Your mischaracterization of every word that I say only makes you look dumber. What I said is that these ancient cultures had people in place to do the justice that needed to be carried out. Were they called police? Fucking of course not. That's stupid. Did they have people? Yes. A lot of times they were guards. That's why we have a captain of the guard. A lot of times they were in the military, or they worked directly for the king. Or sometimes they were just a henchman. Sometimes they were like the leader of the army. So yes, they had people in the land that could help keep justice. Did they do a great job? Not all the time, but they don't do a good job even today. It's irrelevant to whether or not how good of a job they were doing. What I'm suggesting is that your understanding of the ancient Near East is like grade school, like lukewarm Bible study level. It's not good, because even just like a light reading of the Bible, you could have gleaned some of this without even knowing anything about the ancient world. But to address your actual point, you've not actually addressed what the text says. So let me redirect you back to the text so you actually see what the problem is. So yes, could somebody poor, like a little girl who's poor, who doesn't have anything to eat, would she prefer to be sold as a concubine rather than starve to death? Maybe. That's not in here. This text doesn't say if your daughter is about to starve, then you can sell her as a concubine. It didn't say any of that. Also, it's true that that's a false dichotomy. God doesn't have to allow this girl to be sold as a concubine. He could say, hey, if you're so impoverished that you sell your daughter into slavery, no one's allowed to bone her and have sex with her. She works for 6 years and then goes free just like the men. What you're suggesting is God had no other choice but to make her become a concubine because she was sold into slavery. And that's not true. I'm sure he's still yapping.
No, I'm not yapping at all. I'm just waiting for you to finish. So, just making sure you're conceding to the fact that I said that it's the first thing, because I know we kind of pivoted again. You're conceding to the fact that yes, if she's dying of starvation, that she would be willing to be transferred over to a concubine.
What I'm saying is anybody who is facing either starving to death or being alive will typically choose being alive. It's a false dichotomy because God is giving the rules. God could literally say, hey, if you have to sell one of your children, even the little girls, don't make them concubines, don't have sex with them, let them serve for 6 years, or you can do exactly what he said to do in Leviticus 25, which is make them work as hired laborers.
I'll try to put myself on mute. Accidentally hit the mute button. Okay. So what is that? What's your point? God could have done that, but I mean,
my point is, it's a false dichotomy. Death or concubinage is a false dichotomy when you're God. God doesn't have to work in dichotomies. He's all powerful. So God allowing them to do the concubinage, whether or not somebody in the ancient world would prefer that over dying, is irrelevant. God has infinite options at his disposal. He never has to have a little girl be sold into concubinage.
Okay, so here's my premise. You're saying that an all-powerful being who knows all things you have a better option than him.
Well, I'm saying anybody who has a brain knows that a false dichotomy is a false dichotomy. It's just definitionally true. If you're all powerful, what that means is you're never forced into a dichotomy. There's always a middle ground because you're all fucking powerful. It's built into the definition. So God could have said, which he said in other places, like in the same chapter, make them serve for 6 years and go free in the 7th year, and by all means, do not fuck them. Could he have said that?
Again, you're going back to the assumption that he's saying. Yeah, he could have said anything. What do you mean?
Okay, so but he didn't say it.
You're going back to the assumption that he's saying, "Hey, take these concubines and fuck them." That's an assumption.
Did he say it? No, it's not an assumption. It's right there in the text.
It's
right there in the text. Obviously, reading's not your strong suit. He says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who has designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. What that means is that if he wants to get rid of her, rather than just giving her a bill of divorce, like we'll find in Deuteronomy 24, you actually have to let her be redeemed by her family, which is what you would do with a concubine, which is why the next passage says he shall have no right to sell her to foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as a daughter. So this is clearly talking about a girl who has been chosen by a master to be somebody's wife. Either it's going to be a wife of his son, or it's going to be a concubine to him.
Okay, perfect. What's your point? because you're saying please
It's crazy.
as
It's
in the
crazy.
fact
He doesn't
if we're
actually
talking.
catch it. So again, God could have said, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she gets to go free in the 7th year, just like the men do. Don't bone her.
Yeah, because it's different back in the ancient times, right? So we can say,
It
I
didn't
mean, if
have
we're
to be,
gonna
though.
let's do
Is God
it.
all powerful?
Yes.
Okay.
Listen. So let me give you an
So
example.
did he have to?
Wait.
Did he have to
That's a question.
condone concubinage?
No. He
Oh,
listen.
so he chose
Here's
to.
a
Okay, so then we'll bring this all the way back. God chose, he decided to condone concubinage for little girls sold into slavery, which means the Bible condones what Epstein did.
No, that does not correlate at all.
It sure
So
does. 1-to-1.
Okay. Here how it doesn't correlate, right? Because first and foremost, the Bible, because we can go against it. The Bible says it talks about first off keeping the preserving the innocent, right? Not
Show me
harming
that.
one another.
Show me where it says
Okay.
preserve the virginity of the girl. He'll never find that.
My wife just called me. Okay.
She's probably
Let's go
watching the
to
stream
it.
once you get off. Embarrassed.
Right. Insult. I love it. Okay. I'd rather get the book, but this is easier. Where are we? Here it is. Okay. I'm trying to remember. I know the passage talks about a man who strays away the innocent. I'm just trying to make sure I remember.
I think you're referring to when Jesus says, if anyone causes one of these little ones to stumble, it'd be better to have a millstone wrapped around your neck. Is that the one you're looking for?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
That has
So
nothing
that's
to do.
evidence in itself.
Has nothing to do with
What?
sexing little girls.
What?
I think you're confused.
Wait. Okay. Can you explain that conclusion to me? How'd you come up with that conclusion?
That's
That is not
entirely
referring to.
unrelated to whether or not you can bone your concubine little girl.
Wait. That doesn't. No. Again, you're assuming. So we just.
No, I'm
talked
actually
about
I'm actually
it.
not assuming. You don't even know. You don't even
'Cause you
know.
just said.
You don't even know where the verse is. You don't even know what it's talking about. What's the context? Tell me the context of the passage when Jesus says that.
Look it up. I can't. Wait. Just
Look it up. I don't know the
memorized.
context. I don't know the context, but I will look it up. Yeah.
Right. Let's see here. What chapter is it?
Keep in mind that however much energy you waste on this, I'm just going to show you where Jesus says to follow the law. So.
Okay. Where did that go? Where did it pop up to? Okay. No, he's in a New James version. Okay. Whoever causes these little ones to believe to stumble, it would be better for them to have a heavy millstone hung around their neck and drowned in the sea.
Exactly what I said.
Yeah.
Does it say anything about concubines?
You just said children. Are children not young ones?
Yep.
Or
and
are
they're
they
also
separate?
they're also concubines in Exodus
But
21.
you just said are they separate?
Again, they can also become concubines according to the same God. So
even if
causing
they're
them
concubines, they're still young
causing
ones.
them to stumble has nothing to do with boning them.
What you just said, if they're young ones, if you're leading them off the path, because if they're married, you're saying
no,
we're selling these people and you can bone them. That doesn't stop the fact that God's saying you shouldn't lead these ones astray, even though he's marrying these. Epstein did not marry
What do you
these
think
children,
what do you think
regardless
he
of the
meant
fact
leading
he
them
was still
astray?
straying these children away.
What do you think leading them astray means?
I mean, it could leading them into sin.
Well, leading them into sin, but concubine is not a sin.
What was Jeffrey Epstein not causing these children to sin?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, what's
Wait. You
So
think
wait,
getting
you
think
don't pivot.
getting
Wait,
you
don't
think
pivot, don't
getting
pivot.
raped
Wait,
is a sin
wait,
is
don't pivot.
crazy.
Wait.
He's like,
You
hey,
saying no? Wait,
don't call me out
wait.
on the dumb stuff I just said. Do you literally think that raping a little girl causes her to sin? Is that how messed up your brain is?
You're saying Jeffrey Epstein did not cause any of these children to sin
No,
in biblical terms. Come on now.
raping a girl doesn't cause her to sin. That's a victim.
I love it. You know you know what a sin is?
I know exactly what is sin, and I know raping a girl doesn't cause the girl to sin.
Okay, what is a sin?
Well, sin is missing the mark. It's not getting something right that God wants you to get right. And it's also true that according to the Bible, sin can be spread even if you haven't done anything wrong, but that's irrelevant to the rape. In the rape cases, a girl who's raped isn't punished because she didn't actually commit the sin.
Here's a better one, right? Sin is anything that strays away from God, right? It causes anyone to stray away from God, right?
Missing the mark.
That's really what sin is. Sin is
That's not
anything
what
that
sin is.
strays away from God.
Sin, according to the Bible, is transgression of the law.
Of whose law?
God's law.
Right. So exactly.
Okay, so then
God's
show
law.
me in God's law where God says it's a sin to get raped.
Wait. So if these children are
Crazy
being
how
raped,
words have
if
disillusioned
these children are being raped, he's causing them to sin. So therefore,
No, he's not.
he is not doing what?
Wrong again. I'm sorry. If you get murdered, did you sin?
What?
If somebody
Do you
murders
understand?
you, John, just five fucking seconds. Stop flapping your
Yeah.
lips. If somebody murders you, did you sin or the guy that murdered you?
The guy that murdered me.
Okay, so if someone rapes you, did you commit a sin or did the guy who raped you commit the sin?
The guy who raped me committed the sin. Now here's
There
the
you
problem.
go. Okay, so sin
I-
is something that is transgressing the law, which is why 1 John 3 says that sin is a
yes.
transgression of the law. Being a victim of a crime is not you transgressing the law.
Yes, perfect. Let not stop there. Now let's go. Have you ever watched or looked at any of the documentaries of the Epstein situation?
I have, but it's
No,
also
I
kind
didn't.
of irrelevant.
Wait.
Right now, we're
Let me finish. I'll let
right
you
now
finish.
what
Let me
we're
finish.
talking about is whether or
Because
not the victim is sinning.
yes, if you would let me explain. Listen, what this isn't an organization. They didn't just rape these kids and all right, see ya. No, they integrated them into the organization. These women began to do that so often that it became a norm to them, right? Because it became a norm, then it became a lifestyle. Because it became a lifestyle, then it caused them
Holy
to
shit.
sin.
John, here's the problem
Oh
that
my
you're making
gosh.
here. So just for 5 seconds, like actually put your brain on. Stop trying to like spin around and try to figure out how this isn't one to one. I didn't say that everything Epstein did is identical to what God condoned in the Bible. What I'm saying, and I've already said multiple times, is some of the behavior that Epstein and his co-conspirators engaged in is also behavior that God condones in the Bible. I didn't say that what God condoned in the Bible is one-to-one identical to everything that they did. What I'm saying right now is that sex trafficking is akin to what God allows in Exodus 21, when a little girl can be sold as a slave and a concubine. That is not consensual. Little girls can't consent to being boned. That's rape. What Epstein did was rape little girls. What God said you can do is rape little girls. That's why it's comparable.
Okay, but you just put in here the Bible condones what Epstein did. And I just gave you evidence that it doesn't. You just agreed.
And
Yeah, the Bible
I
doesn't agree.
explained to you when you
Wait.
came in what that meant, and you weren't listening, which is why this conversation is taking way longer than it actually has to. When you first came in here, I told you verbatim what this meant. That some of his co-conspirators and Epstein engaged in behaviors that are some of them found to be condoned in the Bible. I did not and have never said that everything Epstein did is condoned in the Bible. This is a bullshit turn that you're trying to make to get rid of the fact that the Bible condones boning little girls.
I got you. So just to make sure, is there a difference between the Bible condones what Epstein did or the Bible condoned everything Epstein did?
Yeah,
Is there a
yeah,
difference?
because I explained it to you when you first came in, so you knew there was a difference. And the
No,
reason
but I'm saying
the reason
your
why it
wording
says
above
the Bible
says the
condones
Bible
what
condones
Epstein
what Epstein
did
did.
is because it would be too fucking long to write out that the Bible condones some of the things that Epstein did with him and his co-conspirators, but not everything. You're adult enough to know that when I explained my prompt to you, you knew what it meant. You don't have to go back to this dumb thing of like the verbatim fallacy on my prompt. So again, you're running from the fact that the Bible condones boning little girls. That's the topic here.
Okay, so just to make sure, your prompt above is not exactly what you're saying. Your prompt is really saying the Bible condones boning children. Is that what you're pivoting?
That's not my pivot. That's what I told you the minute you came in this live stream, and you're refusing to
No.
acknowledge that my prompt has nuance
I
to
literally have
it
it on recording.
because
You said
you
the Bible
can't
condones
actually
what Epstein
address
said. That's what your thing says.
the facts of the matter, which is that the Bible condones boning little girls.
So are you pivoting? Or you're pivoting?
No, I'm
I'm
explaining my
confused.
prompt for the 15th time, and I'll say it again. The
Your
Bible
prompt. Look at your
condones
prompt above your head. It says
boning
the Bible
little
condones what Epstein
girls.
did. It doesn't say
He
the Bible
can't do
condones
it.
boning
He
children.
can't address it. He can't address it.
I just want to make sure. Are you
What?
conceding that point?
What a fucking coward that he actually knows the topic on the table and is now refusing to engage in it. Rather than engaging in topic, he wants to do a semantic pettifog on whether or not the way I worded my prompt could be worded that way. What an absolute waste of time and space. I would say waste of brain
Let me
space,
argue the
but
point.
I actually don't think that you have a brain. So here's what we're going to do. I'm not debating my prompt. I'm debating the actual topic we're talking about. Are you willing to engage in the debate about God allowing his people to bone little girls? Yes or no?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, let's do it then. So I brought you one passage where God explicitly allows you to sell a girl into slavery. And that slavery includes getting to bone her. Do you think that's good or bad?
Okay. First and foremost, that passage you brought up doesn't say boning.
Good or bad?
Is it good to sell your person, marry them, and have sex with them?
A little girl didn't say sell them as a wife. She becomes a slave wife, which is a concubine, unless you buy her for your child. If you buy a slave wife for your child and it's not their first wife, then it's an actual 1-to-1 wife. You have to treat her like a daughter. If you buy her for yourself and you're already married or you have children, she's a concubine. Also, she's a child. Do you think children can consent?
No.
Gotcha. Okay, so then it doesn't matter if she was for this union or against this union. If children can't consent, what this means is God is allowing you to sell children without consent and bone them.
Okay. So your premise is, now we're going on to morality a little bit.
Nope.
Which you're saying it's wrong. You just asked me if it's wrong. That's morality.
I asked you if
Is
it
it
was
not?
wrong.
Yeah. So we're discussing morality.
No, I'm asking you if you think it's wrong so we know where to move in this conversation. I didn't even tell you it was wrong. Listen, I love the moral argument. It's one of my favorite arguments. I'm not even putting that on you right now. I'm just getting your position. Do you think it's wrong?
To sell, if we're talking about the same thing as like with Epstein did, yes, I think that's wrong.
No. In Exodus 21, was it right or wrong to sell a little girl into concubinage?
Yes.
Okay.
That was right.
And would it be wrong to do it today?
Yes. And
Why?
it's two different periods of time. Well,
Why?
I mean, I feel like I'll be repeating myself, but in today's day and age, it's very much different in terms of economically, right? If we're talking about in America, right? No one's dying of starvation. Nothing.
So
like
if you're
that.
poor,
And
if you're poor, you can sell your daughter as a concubine.
Right, because when we go into the term of concubine, you're referring to more as a sex slave and a sex doll. That's different, right? When we're talking about what we're saying now, because
If
again, the
I'm
Bible talks
poor,
about following the law. Wait, before
if
you
I'm
finish,
poor
the
and I live
Bible,
in Mexico, is it okay for me to sell my daughter as a concubine?
yes, if you choose to.
Oh shit. Oh, so you agree with me that the Bible does condone some of what Epstein did, namely selling girls against their consent to become concubines. Well, I
No, here's a
mean,
different part.
well, or
Okay,
at
oh,
least
wait.
to be boned.
Actually, no, not to be sorry, not to be. Sorry, I was about to answer one of the comments and thing. Yeah, no, it's different. Yeah, because what Epstein did was first and foremost, none of those children were married to them. That's a whole different premise.
Doesn't matter.
The
So just to be clear,
what
you're
it does
okay
because that's the
with
same. It's referring
children.
to
You're okay with children
it's referring
having
to.
non-consensual sexual contact?
Well, we're talking about like we've got to follow the law. So the law back in that time was
No,
was
I
it
didn't ask you about the law. I asked you about non-consensual sexual contact. You agreed with me that these girls can't
yes,
consent because they're little girls. So if a girl
right.
who doesn't have the ability to consent becomes a sexual object for somebody else, that's non-consensual sexual
Oh, that's different.
contact.
Yeah, no.
That is the definition of sexual assault and or rape. So what that means is that when
Yeah.
children are sold into concubinage, they are now being sexually assaulted.
Oh yeah, yeah. Then we can definitely agree. Yeah, we can definitely agree that that's wrong.
Okay, but it's not wrong according to the Bible, which is my point.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to tell you why it's different. So again, when we're talking about children, right? We're talking about children. We're going back into again. You just said it's different. If we went into this day and age, is it wrong?
What's different?
100%, it's wrong.
Why?
It's wrong because they're not talking about selling the. You're talking about selling the children as sex slaves. That's not the intentions of
As
it.
concubines. What would be wrong with
That's
doing
not
that?
what.
If I was a
Look up the
poor
definition
person,
of a concubine.
if I'm a poor person in Mexico, what would be wrong with me selling my daughter as a concubine? He's not going to answer the question. He wants
No, I
so
just want to make sure I look at the
badly
definition of a
to
concubine.
get lost in things that don't matter.
No, it does matter. You're saying concubine. I want to find out the definition of a concubine. Do you know the definition of a concubine?
Yes, it's a lower status wife that typically is there to reproduce.
Let's look up the actual definition. Concubine. Okay. A woman who lives with a man but has lower status than his wife.
It's almost like I just
Never
said
says
that.
anything about reproduction.
Yes,
You
it
just made that up.
primarily no, wrong again. It primarily is for reproduction. Ask your
Look it
Google,
up.
ask whatever AI nonsense you're typing in if concubines were expected to reproduce.
It's the Oxford definition. It's
I
the
know,
Oxford definition. A woman who
and
lives
the
with a man
reason
but
why
has
you
lower
take
status than his wife.
a second status. Oh, so you don't think they're having sex with them then?
I'm not. That's not the point we're premising. I'm not going to
That
assume
is,
anything.
yeah, okay,
That's what you're
okay.
doing.
So right now, what you're trying to suggest is that girls sold as concubines aren't going to get boned. That's what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Who are you to
No,
assume
it's
that
not.
they are?
Because I've
But
actually
it is
read the ancient
possible.
Near Eastern contracts. The
Oh
girls that
my
are sold into
gosh.
slavery almost universally are purchased to reproduce. You can look at the Nusi contracts. You can look at the Mari contracts. You can look up
Why don't you
any
just
of
show
the.
the evidence?
You can look up any of the ancient contracts. These girls that are sold into concubinage are typically sold because their primary wife
Look,
was not able. John, just shut the fuck up for 5 seconds and learn something from someone who actually has an education in this field of study. For God's sake, my man, if you actually look at the ancient marriage contracts, what it'll typically say is, if my wife is unable to have children for this amount of time, then I am allowed to purchase a second wife or a concubine. You can literally look it up in any context of scripture put out by William Halo and his crew. You can find it in this book right behind me. Slave wife contracts were typically done in lieu of the primary wife not able to have children.
can you show us what you're reading?
It's right here. Buddy, I don't know what you want from me. What do you want me to show you? The entire Nusi catalog?
No, I'm trying to say, regardless of what you're
All right,
saying, you saying,
so John,
all
just
right.
stop for 5 seconds. I have an actual fucking education in this field. I've read the primary texts. I've seen them with my eyeballs. I have a master's degree in biblical studies. I'm not making this up. You can just Google what a concubine was for, and the answer will appear on your screen. Why did ancient people in the Bronze Age take concubines? And read the answer.
I already did that. You keep saying you have these degrees. I have 2 degrees. I have a master's in business administration. Doesn't mean I
And
know everything about business. It doesn't
neither one
matter.
of
That's
them
a standing point.
neither
Stop
one of them
using
are
that as a
related to the
tactic to say I'm
topic that we're
educated on
talking
this.
about.
That's
No,
irrelevant to the topic.
neither one of them are
I'm
related to the
I'm just
topic. My degrees are related to the topic, dummy.
okay. Ooh, that really hurt my feelings. But let's go back to the subject, right? Because you are making an assumption that they bought these children to have sex with them. I'm saying you
Yeah.
have no evidence on. Well, that's an assumption. You
No, it's
can't
not an
prove
assumption.
what they were
It
buying those
it
children
says
for.
it
That's an
it
assumption.
says it
So
it says it in the
it has
text.
no bearings.
We've read it 5 times. It says it directly in the text. Do you want me to read it again?
Yes, go ahead.
Jesus fucking Christ. I've never met someone so dense. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated her for himself. That's the same word in the King James, New King James, that's going to be translated as betrothed. Designating a slave girl for yourself means that she's your concubine or your wife. If you're already married, she's your second wife. That makes her a fucking concubine. If you give her to your son and it's his first wife, then she becomes a daughter-in-law rather than a concubine. It's right there in the text. We've already read it 3 fucking times.
Perfect. So you're reading the part that says please, right? Is that the part you're leaning on to talk about pleasure and
No,
sex?
no, I didn't.
Okay, what
This has
about that
nothing to
refers
do
to
with. This has
sex?
nothing to do with pleasure. It literally says he has designated her for himself. What's he doing with her?
What do you mean? Designating them for himself is saying that is mine.
What does it mean to become betrothed?
That means that you get married and then have sex.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to get married and have sex. That's why it says if he isn't pleased with her, he can let her be redeemed. If he gives her to, if he designates her for the son, then the son is going to marry her and have sex with her. Both of these scenarios are people having sex with this girl. Either the slave owner or the son of the slave owner is going to bone that girl because she's been designated.
Right. So they're basically saying when they're referring to please, right? They're referring to if
I didn't say that.
No. I'm saying right now. I'm just giving a different stand.
The word please is not about sex.
I 100% understand that. That's what I'm leading on to. I'm saying it's not talking about please. If she does not please him, as in not giving everything that she likes him, right? To please, because I'm not going to please someone I don't like. Can we agree on that?
Buddy, we're trying to figure out if this girl's getting boned. It's either yes or no.
No. Because when we're going back to boning, we're talking about
is she getting
grape.
boned? Yes or no?
If she's grape against her will.
Is she getting
When we're
boned?
going
Yes
back
or
to
no?
please. So if she's not
Is she
pleasing her
getting
husband, then that means she's
boned?
not
Yes
with.
or no?
I will leave my leave.
Is the slave owner or the slave owner's son going to fuck this girl? Yes or no?
It depends. They might not. They might.
Depends on what?
If they want to or not. That's what I'm saying. You're saying
Okay,
that they specifically get
then the
these
slave
women
owner
to do
can
that.
choose to fuck her, can he?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, and the law given in Exodus allows them to do that, doesn't it?
Right. What's your point?
Okay. Do children have consent?
Wait, no, because we're.
So what that
how old are
means
these?
then is that the child sold as a concubine who doesn't have consent is going to get fucked by somebody.
I'm glad. Okay, here's the part. Where does it say the person's age?
It doesn't matter.
Passage that we're talking about.
It
Yeah, it
doesn't matter.
does.
It doesn't matter because
What?
it's a daughter. It's a daughter being sold as a father, which means she is
My daughter
legally.
can be 25
It
years old, and
means
that's still my
nope.
daughter.
You can't sell an adult. You can't sell your adult children into slavery. They have autonomy. You can, however, sell your children
What?
into slavery.
What? Where are you getting that from?
That's just facts. Once you're an adult, you're autonomous. You can do what you want. You can leave the house. You can go marry who you want to. You can do what you want. You
Where
are
does it
not
say that in the
forced.
Bible?
It's not in the Bible. That's just how it
Okay,
works
so
in
where
the
are you getting that
world.
from? We're talking about the Bible.
I'm sorry. Can your parents sell you into slavery?
What do you mean?
Can your
Yeah,
parents
if they
sell you
wanted
into
to.
slavery? Right? No, they fucking couldn't.
Yes, they could drug me and throw me
No,
and sell me into it. They can do whatever they want.
that's obviously not what the fuck's happening here, dummy. This
That's what I'm
not
saying,
about.
but you just said they
This is not
can't.
about a
You always
father.
can.
This is not about a father drugging his child. Try for 5 seconds to be fucking serious, okay? This is obviously not God saying you can drug your fucking adult children and sell them as slaves.
Yes,
What's
because
wrong with your brain? Are you so
like
desperate to make this passage go away that you're inventing these crazy fucking scenarios? No, you can sell your children as slaves because you have ownership over your children. You don't
but
have
it doesn't say
ownership
that in the Bible.
over
That's another
you don't have
assumption.
ownership over adults.
That's another assumption. It doesn't say that in the Bible. You're just
It
picking that
does
from
say
somewhere
that
else.
because it
We're
literally
talking about
says
now. The Bible doesn't say
it says
specific
daughter.
age.
It
You're
says
choosing to choose
you can
children,
sell your
which is
sons
a
and
little
daughters.
suspicious.
You can't sell your grown ass adult children.
And where does it say that in the Bible? You're just saying that.
I didn't
We're talking about
say
the
that it
Bible.
said it in the Bible. I'm telling you, in the ancient Near East, you didn't have ownership over your children forever. The same way
It
you
doesn't
don't have
matter. It doesn't
ownership
matter what you're
over your
saying because we're
children
talking about the
today
Bible.
forever. I know, we're talking about the ancient Near East. Try to track. In the
Right.
ancient Near East, you didn't have ownership over your children until you died. Once they became adults, they were adults. And by the way, in the ancient Near East, that was like 13 to 16. They became adults way before we become adults. And you can't just sell your 30-year-old daughter into slavery. And it also doesn't fucking matter because this law doesn't give you an age range. It still allows you to sell your 12-year-old daughter. Even if you don't think that you would do it, this law allows you to do it. You are allowed to,
Yeah.
by this law,
Yes.
to sell your
Uh-huh.
12-year-old daughter. And according to the Talmud and other writings from the ancient Near East, we know that as long as that little girl has hit puberty, most people were okay boning her.
Okay, I'm glad you said all of that. You kind of went off on a tangent. Again, we're talking about specific portion in the Bible, right? Does it give a specific age range? Because you're assuming the age range. So if we
No, I'm
can't
not.
assume what age range we're talking about,
I didn't assume that. Again, you keep arguing what you wish I would say rather than what I said. What I said was that there is no
you just said
age
12.
range given, which means it could be a fucking 5-year-old, it could be a 15-year-old. What I'm saying is, according to the way the law is worded, you're allowed to sell your 12-year-old.
Okay, so this is how I would dispute that, right? Because we're talking about the Bible already says earlier that anyone who leads leads a child astray, right, should be hung by the neck, whatever. So
This is
that
not
portion
leading
already
a child
says,
astray.
oh, okay, so you agree this is not leading a child astray? You're fine with it?
No, according to your Bible, it's not leading a child astray.
No,
You're really struggling to track here. What I'm
no,
saying
it is. You have to
is
connect the
that
two. Listen,
the
if
Bible
the evidence
doesn't
says you
see
can't,
this as
if the
being
evidence
a
says you can't lead
problem.
children astray, and
The Bible doesn't see this as a problem, which is why I'm pointing it out to you. According to the Bible, it's okay to sell a little girl as a concubine. I'm saying that it's not okay. I'm not agreeing with what the Bible says. I'm saying that the Bible says it, not me.
no, yeah, I agree. No, that's what I'm saying. You are saying the Bible is saying it, because I'm saying the Bible says we can't lead children astray. So we're using that point. Then we're reading this passage that's talking about selling concubines. So if we both understand, both of us saying that this is wrong, then we're saying that it is wrong. So if we're saying that it's wrong, then we can automatically say that's leading children astray. Would
No,
you
it's
say
not.
that selling these?
Again, it's
Okay,
not
so,
leading
okay,
children
wait.
astray
Before you go,
according to the Bible. So again,
wait,
I'm not
how?
just for 5 fucking seconds, think for 5 seconds. I refuse to believe somebody's as dumb as you right now. So according to the Bible, it is okay to boink little girls as long as they've hit puberty. That's not acceptable today. Today we have different standards. That's what this is. That's what's happening right now. I'm saying according to your book, it condones behavior that is sexual assault by today's standards and definitions because little girls cannot consent. Do you follow?
Yes, but also the Bible also says follow that law. So
What
it
law?
would agree the law the law of the I guess the law of the land, I would say. Basically, like in a sense, follow the current laws. So it would agree with you.
Okay, so then
You were about to bring
so then we'll try this again. You already said it once, and I'll make you say it again. If I'm poor and I live in Mexico, can I sell my 13-year-old daughter as a concubine? And would that be right or wrong?
it would be wrong.
Why?
Because the Bible says to follow the law.
Not
So
according to the
therefore, if it
Bible.
goes against the law,
What's the
What?
age of consent in Mexico?
it doesn't matter about the age of consent in Mexico. It
I
matters
just said
about
Mexico.
in the U.S. And I follow.
I'm not
I
in
get
the
it, but
U.S.
I don't live in Mexico.
I said if I'm in Mexico, if I'm Mexican.
I don't live in Mexico though.
So-
You're asking me my. If
It's
I would follow the law,
crazy
I'm
that
following
you
the law of
can't
my
follow
land.
hypotheticals. I'm not asking you about the law in your fucking land. I'm giving you a scenario. I cannot believe that you're this fucking dense right now. You're driving me up the wall. I've never met someone so stupid. If you live in a country where the age of consent is 13, would it be wrong to sell your daughter as a concubine in that country?
Are you done? Because I just know you're just gonna fill with insults.
I'm waiting for you to answer
because
the question
you
and
keep
stop being
pivoting.
purposely obtuse. If you live in a country where the age of consent is 13, are you okay, biblically speaking, allowed to sell your daughter as a concubine? Would that be wrong according to the Bible?
You keep muting me. How am I gonna answer the
Yeah, I need like a yes or no. I'm done with your yapping. I'm done with your mixed direction. Yes or no, is it wrong to sell your daughter as a concubine in a country where it's legal to do so?
Yes.
Why would it be wrong?
Guys, he's muting me every second I talk. So every time
Why
I
would
try
it
to
be
say anything,
wrong?
right? The reason, and again, it would be wrong because it would lead the child astray.
No, it wouldn't.
What the Bible refers to.
Wrong again. If that's not leading a child astray. The
you
Bible
can't say
doesn't
how can you say
the Bible doesn't list it as a sin, which means it's not leading a child astray. Leading a child astray, causing them to sin, it would have to first be a sin. I refuse to believe you're this dumb. I can't. In fact, we'll end this debate here on Numbers 31 because at least now there's nothing stupid like that you can say that's going to get you out of Numbers
he's
31.
muting me, guys, every second.
Yeah, everyone sees me muting you because you're unfucking bearable. Numbers 31, God agrees with Moses that they can divide little virgin girls among the warriors. Are you familiar with this passage?
You're pivoting.
Are you familiar with this passage?
You're pivoting. Why are we pivoting? Come on, let's.
Are you
gonna?
Are you familiar with the passage? Yes or no?
Are you gonna? You're
Are you
pivoting.
familiar
Are we gonna
with the
agree that
passage?
other
Yes or
topic
no?
that you're saying is wrong?
No,
You're
I'm
pivoting.
going to agree that you don't know what a sin is.
What,
Is it a sin to be a
and
concubine?
at what point?
Is it a sin to be a concubine?
What's your
Is
what's
it a
your
sin to be a
evidence that I don't know what sin
concubine?
is?
Answer the question. Is it a sin to be a concubine?
No,
Okay, then how is her being a concubine causing her to sin?
because you're referring to if they're just using them as sex slaves, correct?
No, I said concubine. Is it wrong to be a concubine?
No,
Then why would it be wrong to sell a concubine?
Because you just said they were 13, and in my law, in my premise,
I didn't
that's
say
illegal.
anything about your
you're talking
fucking
about a
law.
hypothetical.
I
don't
didn't
live in
say anything about
hypotheticals. I
your
live in
law.
the real
You do
world.
live in hypotheticals because we're talking about morals right now. I don't care what fucking country you
What's
live
that
in.
to
What
do
I'm
with
asking
hypotheticals?
you is whether or not it's wrong according to the Bible, not wrong according to your fucking country. If I live in a country where it's okay to sell my 13-year-old daughter as a concubine, according to the Bible, am I committing a sin?
That I'm saying your premise and your example doesn't fit within the Christian worldview.
Oh, are there no Christians in countries with low age of consent?
Is it a Christian country?
Are you not aware
Can you give me an
that there
example of a Christian
are
country that does
countries?
that?
Fucking Nicaragua. I was there a while ago. There was a 13-year-old that literally fucking got married when I was there.
Yeah, my wife called me again. Say that again. It completely cut off.
Nicaragua. When I was in Nicaragua, I literally met someone who got married at 13, the year they got married. So there are countries still today where you can get married at 13. I'm asking you, if you live in one of those countries, would it be wrong according to the Bible to sell your daughter as a concubine?
Again, I don't live in these countries, and those
I'm not
countries, and
asking.
Nicaragua
I'm not
is not a
asking
Christian
about the country
country.
that you
I'm
live
not.
in. I know you're
Yeah, and
terrified to be honest with the question, which is
I'm
why you're
rejecting your
refusing to
premise.
answer it. So it's not a fucking premise, it's a question. Premises are propositions. This is not a fucking proposition or a question. So what I'm asking you is,
How is
if
this not a proposition? You're
somebody,
saying if I live in
if somebody is a question, if somebody lives in a country where it's legally okay to sell somebody as a concubine at the age of 13, would that be wrong according to the Bible? I'm not asking about you where you live. This is a universal principle. If you live in a location where it's allowed, would it still be wrong? I know he's never going to answer it. It exposes the flaw in his argument, so definitely not going to say it. Lost my other earbud when the cat knocked it out. I have no idea where it went either. Fucking, it's gone forever now.
He muted me, damn it. Okay.
Yeah, so again, I didn't mute you. Now you're muting yourself. You're fighting the mute button so hard you're muting yourself. I've lost 2 pens. So again, I'll ask you the same question. I'm going to ask you until you answer. If somebody lives in this country where it's allowed to sell your daughter at 13, would it be wrong according to the Bible to do it?
Let me ask you a question then.
Nope,
What
you're
is
going to answer
wrong
the
in your standpoint?
question. So again, would it be wrong? Yes or no?
As an atheist, who are you to say what's wrong?
Yeah, he's never going to answer. I knew he was going to fucking pivot. Yeah, he'll never say it. Again, I won't let
You've
you
been the king of
pivot like a coward. I'll never let you do it. I haven't pivoted once. I've held your feet to the fire the entire
haven't pivoted
time. The entire time you've cried over and over again that you don't understand how words work. So I'll ask you again, would it be wrong according to the Bible to sell your daughter as a concubine as long as it's legal in your country?
Are you just gonna mute me, or
I'm going to mute you every time you refuse to answer. Would it be wrong according to the Bible to sell your daughter as a concubine in a country that allows it?
yes? Because I live in America. Again,
I didn't
already
ask you
answered the
about
question.
America. I said if okay, well,
'Cause
fucking
you can't ask
tomorrow.
me I'm not.
So then tomorrow, if they lowered the age of consent to 13, would it be okay to sell your daughter as a concubine in America?
No.
Why?
Right? Because although we're talking about the moral law, because again, we're going into hypotheticals, which is just a super hypothetical, which would never happen. Right?
It doesn't matter if it would happen. The hypothetical is used to test your logical position. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's likely to happen. It's a test of your position. Your position is that it's the only reason why it's wrong to sell your daughter as a concubine today is because it's against the law. So what I'm doing is removing the stipulation. If it's not against the law, would it still be wrong? And if it would still be wrong, then what that means is the excuse that you gave me, you said it would be wrong because the Bible says to obey the laws of the land. What that means is that that excuse no longer holds water. You need another excuse why it would be wrong. Do you understand?
Yes, right. That's because we're going back to this is where you're confused. First
I'm
and
not
foremost,
confused. So why would it be wrong?
Well, no, because all right, when we're talking about first off, we said
Why would it be wrong?
We're talking about how concubine
why would it be wrong?
doesn't deliberately say
why
that
would
about sex.
it
Again,
be
so I'm not
wrong?
saying being a concubine is wrong.
Why would it be wrong?
I'm
why
saying
would it be
that
wrong?
the Bible does not say that you.
John, I'm going to mute you until you answer the question. I know you think you can evade, but I'm way more stubborn than you. I can do this all night long. Why would it be wrong? You said it would be wrong. I need an answer to why it would be wrong, and we'll never move forward until you give me the answer.
Because the Bible doesn't say you can.
Yes, it does. We just read it. Exodus 21 says you can.
You know, you were assuming the age. You just said you weren't, but you are assuming
I'm not
the age.
assuming
That's
the
problem.
age. I'm not assuming the age. There's
So where
no
does it
age
say
barrier.
the age?
There's no age barrier.
So what is it? So where does it say the age?
There's no age barrier, which means you're allowed to sell them at 12. You're allowed to sell them at 18.
No, that's not how it works. That
is
not
how it works. Yeah.
No.
If you knew anything about the ancient Near East, you would know. You would fucking know, dummy, that we have commentaries on this. In the Talmud, they literally have a tractate describing when is the right time to sell your daughter into concubinage. And they say after the age of 13. If in fact you're incredibly impoverished, then you can sell your daughter prior to the age of 13. That's what the Talmud says. That's the commentary by the ancient rabbis that supposedly received this text from God.
We're talking about the Bible.
I know. Yes, I'm talking about the Bible, and I'm saying that in the ancient Near East, there wasn't a limitation on selling your daughter as a concubine.
Okay, wait, no, you're confused.
The Bible doesn't give you a limitation on when you can sell your daughter as a concubine. It just says you're allowed to do it, which means any limitation that you're placing on it is you putting that into the text.
Okay, so let's do this. If a store says you can't steal, just because I don't specifically say what you can't steal, does that mean I can steal anything? Because the Bible specifically says you can't harm children.
So again, this is not harm, and you already told me it wasn't harm.
Wait, okay.
It's crazy. It's crazy how you every time you get caught in your own dumb lie. Like, you forget that you said the thing. It's crazy that your memory is this bad. You already told me that it's not bad to be sold as a concubine. That was what you started with.
Okay, he keeps muting me, guys. But anyways, yes, but are you saying it's harmful? I just want to know your premise.
I'm asking you.
Wait, no, now you're pivoting. Is it harmful? No, I'm asking you because you're the one saying it's wrong.
I'm not.
Is it harmful or not?
I didn't say it was wrong.
Is it harmful or not? Is this
it's crazy. He's gonna get stuck on it again. The only reason why we're talking about whether or not this is harmful is so you can come to a conclusion on whether or not you think it's wrong. This whole conversation so far is you not being able to figure out if you think it's wrong, because your ability to think it's wrong or not is going to determine whether or not this is rape or not rape. That's what's happening right now. See, you started this conversation by saying it's not actually rape because it's not actually wrong. And now we've got to a point where you've completely forgotten the beginning of the conversation, and you're recognizing that actually it might be kind of wrong, but I don't know why.
Okay. I'll help you out so I can make it easier, because I know you're trying to pivot here. I'll say yes.
I'm not pivoting.
You can sell.
I'm not pivoting. I'm bringing you right back to the fucking point that you've lost 5 times right now, which is namely, you can't figure out if it's actually right or wrong to sell a little girl as a concubine. which is why you started by saying it was okay, and now you're saying it's not okay. Because you're fucking making it up as you go.
Okay, you keep muting me. Okay, let me answer your question. I know you want, because let's make this easier. You can sell, if your kid, you're extremely impoverished, your kids are dying of starvation, you can sell them into being a concubine, but that doesn't mean, because if you have sex with them, that causes harm. So therefore that goes against what I was saying. So therefore you have to wait till they're consenting and want. What? It literally says that. Now you're pivoting again.
Listen, show me in the Bible where it says that it's harmful to have sex with a little girl.
Okay, that's exactly my point. So therefore, if it doesn't say it, then wait. If it doesn't say it, that means it's saying it's not wrong.
No, because it
is right.
it explicitly says you can.
By that point,
it explicitly says you can do it.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it explicitly says that you can do it, and we know that they had a habit of doing it. Numbers 31, dummy, were you not paying attention? Numbers 31. It never says an age.
What's the age? You keep saying the age. It doesn't say age.
It says children, little children.
What are you talking about?
I know you weren't paying attention when I brought it up last time. It literally says these women here, on the Balaam's advice, made the Israelites act treacherously against the Lord in the affair of Peor, so that the plague came among the congregation of the Lord. Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with them. But all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with them, keep alive for yourselves. And then God tells them to divide those little virgin girls to the warriors.
Yeah, you're confusing. You're talking about the Amalekites. You're talking about the eradication of Amalekites.
These are not the Amalekites.
No. These are not concubines.
These are not the Amalekites, idiot. The Amalekites is 1 Samuel 15:3. This is Numbers 31. You got the wrong people.
Okay, that's fine. But these are not talking about concubines.
It is.
It's not. Where does it say
What do you think the girl's virginity had to do with it? Tell me.
What does it say concubine? Stop pivoting.
I'll show you.
What's it say concubine?
I'm showing it to you. What does their virginity have to do with it?
What do you mean?
Why
what is it?
Are they killing all the little girls that aren't virgins?
What does that matter? Was that to the point?
Why are they killing all the girls that aren't virgins? It's easy.
There could be a multitude of reasons. Or if I would do, okay, for instance, they say they're saying kill the women that. I mean, I don't know the premise of the conversation, but I mean, in that worldview, not being a virgin shows you're not holy, so men won't want her, and men don't want her.
They were married.
Just treat her like crap. I guess.
So if you're married, you're unholy. You're unholy if you're married. So all the women that were married were automatically unholy.
No, we're talking about back in the day, right? We can both agree that virginity was seen as purity back in the day, correct?
Are you allowed to have sex when you're married?
Yes. What's your point?
Okay, so they got murdered too. You know that, right? The married women got murdered.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? Listen,
buddy. This is eluding you. Let me spell it out for you. So you're way too dense to actually grasp this. So they kept the little virgin girls alive because they're going to become war brides. You're allowed to do that according to Deuteronomy 21, and we know that they were in the habit of doing that according to Judges chapter 21. I'm not fucking assuming. Listen, for 5 seconds, you would hear the problem. Now, the little boys were murdered. All the little children boys were murdered by the sword. The only people left alive were the little virgin girls. Now, does the Bible tell us what the Israelites do to little virgin girls? Yes, it does. Judges 21 says that this is something they do when they become war brides. What shall we do for wives for those who are left, since we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them any of our daughters as wives? And then here is the plan. They're going to go to war with Mizpah. And it says, Jabesh Gilead. And it says, they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins.
It's talking about Mizpah. It's not talking about everyone holy crap.
400 young virgins who have never slept with a man and brought them into the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. So the exact same event happened at Jabesh Gilead, where they murdered everybody, even the women that were not virgins, and they kept the little virgin girls for themselves to be wives for the Benjaminites. This is what people did in this time period. It was common. So when it happens again in Numbers 31, we're not fucking clueless. We know what was happening. They kept the little virgin girls for themselves because they didn't want to defile themselves with a girl that wasn't a virgin. That's what happened. That's why their virginity matters, because they're going to become war brides. All right. You're too dumb and you're not listening to this conversation. I'm not going to do even 5 more minutes of this. I hope you watch this back and see how pathetic you how pathetic you behaved trying to defend the completely fucking defensible and tripping all over yourself by changing your answer, flip-flopping every time you realized you were caught in a corner. It's fucking embarrassing. All right. Let's see. Fuck. It's already midnight. Shit, y'all. I'm not terribly tired. Maybe I should be. I might take another call. I did a pretty good job of keeping track of the super chats during the live stream, so I don't have too many. I'm not going to spend like an hour reading them tonight. I think I got time for another call actually. Matthew's been waiting for a little bit in the YouTube queue, so let's get Matthew into the guest box and see what Matthew's got to say. I wonder if this is the same Matthew we talked to the other night. How you doing, Matthew? Matthew?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Give me just 1 sec. I'm just going to another room.
You don't have an audio output selected on your connection. When you came in, you didn't tell it where to send the audio.
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Honestly, I just wanted to stop by real quick and just say listening to you has totally changed my life and definitely like affirmed a lot of things I've been struggling with, after leaving the faith and just dealing with things like purpose and motivation to do anything on a daily basis. I watch literally all of your stuff, and you have absolutely helped me through so many dark times. People like you and Ian, you guys are awesome. And I just want to say, I was somebody who was like super religious, super right wing, super conspiratorial, all that kind of stuff. And you guys have really helped me out through the years, and it was a tough process, but I'm still trying. I really
Hey, thanks,
appreciate you, man.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It is hard too, by the way. I don't know if, for people who never deconstructed. I don't think outsiders know how difficult it is. It's really difficult because it's kind of destabilizing. You don't really know what to do with yourself. But I mean, you're doing it.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, sometimes when you lose something like your religion, it's hard to know what to cling on to. And it feels like things are starting to fall apart, and you're like, I don't know
100%
what to grab onto to stabilize myself. But it does, that phase does pass. I can promise you that.
Yeah, no, I definitely think it's going to. And honestly, I feel like I'm starting to get to the point where I'm starting to feel like I'm passing it. But like I said, like listening to your guys' kind of stuff on a daily basis and like, studying further and just learning a bit more is helping reaffirm those feelings and, not question them. But yeah, I really appreciate you, dude. I'll come back some other time with some, maybe questions that actually pertain to some of these topics, but I've just been wanting to say that for a long time.
Well, Big W, thanks for sharing with us. I really appreciate that, man.
Thanks, man. You have an amazing night.
Cheers. You do the same. Well, that was an opposition. We might have one opposition left in the box. Let's grab Shadow. How you doing?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm not a Christian to start. But I'm confused about your stance. I was raised super Christian. I'm pretty darn well versed in it. So, I'm just like genuinely like baffled. like how huh? What do you mean it condones
My point
that?
is that the Bible condones some of the behavior that Epstein engaged in. The two that I've been talking about tonight is sexually assaulting children and also cannibalizing children.
Oh, nice.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah, so I guess I mean I've been here for a minute, but like where would you say that it condones that?
Well, I give you some passages. I would start by pointing to Exodus 21. It endorses selling your children girls into concubinage. I can put it on the screen for you. Exodus 21 says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall not have the right to sell her, so on and so forth. So, typically in the ancient world, you would sell a girl like right before or right after puberty, typically to be somebody else's concubine. It was pretty common practice. The Bible seems to be perfectly okay with this. Never says anything about it. We find other passages like Numbers 31, where God endorses distributing little virgin girls as war booty. Says, but all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with them, keep alive for yourselves, and then they end up getting distributed to the soldiers and to some of the Israelites. Which we know we're not stupid. We know why their virginity matters, and they killed all the little boys. It's because these little girls are going to become war brides, which is fine because in Deuteronomy 21, God says that you can do it. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman who you desire and want to marry, so on and so forth. So you can kidnap women in war and turn them into your concubines, which is another form of sexual assault, I would say. And then we've got some other passages that we didn't get around to talking about tonight, but I think Deuteronomy 25 should get some attention. When brothers reside together and one of them dies and has no son, the wife of the deceased shall not be married outside of the family to a stranger. Her husband shall go into her. Sorry, her husband's brother shall go into her, taking her in marriage and performing the duty of a husband's brother to her. So basically, what this is suggesting is that a woman's autonomy doesn't matter. If her husband dies, she's required to marry her brother's husband so that the name and the lineage of her husband who is deceased doesn't die out. Because female autonomy in the Bible doesn't really seem to exist.
Well, yeah, women are definitely seen as property for sure.
Yeah, and maybe my favorite passage, and I do it a lot. I didn't do it tonight because I think people are probably tired of hearing me talk about this passage, but 2 Samuel 12, I think, is the clearest indication of God being okay with sexual assault. When he goes to punish David for what he did with Bathsheba, God says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight. And in chapter 16, that happens. Absalom storms the palace, runs a coup against his father, and rapes 10 of David's wives.
But there are parts of the Bible where God like puts sin into the hearts of people, right?
I mean, yes, yeah, he does. Like in Judges 11, he hardens the heart of the Canaanites so they'll go out to war.
And like, didn't he do that with Saul too?
He actually did. He sent after the Holy Spirit left Saul, he sent a malevolent spirit to torment him, and he nearly killed David afterwards. Threw a spear at him. Actually, even the good spirit, the Holy Spirit, when it comes upon Saul, remember what it made him do at Ramah? He stripped off his clothes for like 2 or 3 days and prophesied naked on the ground.
That was pretty rough for him.
That was a tough one.
But yeah, and the thing is, for me, like when Absalom raped, I'm blanking on the name, did the woman, Tamar?
Oh, yeah. So Amnon was the one who raped Tamar.
Right,
Absalom raped 10
Absalom.
of David's wives, yeah. But they were
But that,
brothers. Amnon and Absalom were brothers.
yeah, that seems to be always like looked very much down upon when we do
Yeah.
see like sexual assault explicit point blank happening.
So there's definitely two cases in the Bible where there's sexual assault that gets frowned upon. One is Amnon and Tamar. Although David never punishes his son for it, and the other is the rape of Dinah in Genesis 34. Um, but to be
Didn't David
sure, what's that?
send him out of the kingdom like for a long time for that?
What's that?
Didn't David send him out of his kingdom for like a long time after that?
So Amnon was never punished. He was sent away, but he was never punished.
You don't think
That's
that's
what.
a punishment?
No, I don't think so. Because Absalom was the one that was upset. Absalom was the one that actually wanted to kill him over it. Absalom waited like 2 or 3 years before he got revenge.
I guess I see that as a punishment, but
I mean, is it punishment? I mean, in Deuteronomy 22, the punishment for raping a betrothed woman is murder. The punishment in Leviticus 18 and 20 for uncovering your sister's nakedness is pretty severe. Unless he got one of those two punishments, it seems like he went unpunished.
okay. I guess my main like bone to pick is that there's a lot. No, well, number one, most of the things that you're pointing to are in the Old Testament and like
So,
the Old Law, which is like the understanding is that that's not in place anymore
well, not
after
according to Jesus.
the
We
whole
read,
like the old has passed away and the new is come or
uh,
whatever.
Jesus never said that. Jesus said, in fact, the opposite. Says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
You're really small on my screen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I can zoom in. Hold on.
That would be good. Right.
The other thing that I would point out too is it actually doesn't matter, by the way, if Jesus got rid of the law, which he didn't, by the way. Only people thought that after he died. Jesus never said that. But even if he did say that, it wouldn't really matter. Allowing people to commit sexual assault for a period of 1,400 years doesn't make it go away.
Of course not, but like according to the canon, like if you're under that system, then it wouldn't apply to Epstein because that's in the after period.
No,
If
if the laws are done away with, then you can still do all the stuff. Like getting rid of the law is never going to help you on this position because getting rid of the law just means you can do whatever the fuck you want.
I mean, in my upbringing, it was always like the Old Testament. There are all these rules, and then some of them, like the ones that were in place, kind of to like do the whole like sacrifice and how society should be laid out and all of that. Like, okay, we're not doing that anymore. We're doing the church now and like the Jesus rules instead.
But that's what I'm saying. If you remove the rules in the Hebrew Bible, that means you can still do all the stuff. There's no rule against it.
But there are new rules.
There's not. There's not a rule against selling your daughter as a concubine.
I mean, that's the whole. It's all. I mean, all of Jesus's teachings and like the love each other thing.
That's not new. That's old. Leviticus 19:18 says that love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus also said you can sell your daughter as a slave.
I guess I see the like that part as being a part of the like how to run a society thing. That like obviously I guess maybe not obviously, but like to me is not like
I mean,
really commanded for.
clearly, selling your daughter as a concubine is not incompatible with the command to love your neighbor as yourself, because God in the Hebrew Bible says both of them. He says, love your neighbor as yourself. But he also says you can sell your daughter as a concubine. So we can't use that as saying now you can't sell your daughter as a concubine, because you could already do that with that law in place.
Okay, I get that. I'm I don't know if I don't think I already said this. My main thing, did I tell me if I already said this? The thing of like allowing it versus condoning it, like.
Well, it's the same. So allowing and condone is roughly synonymous here. I'm not suggesting that God is commanding people to do these things. I'm saying he's allowing people to do these things based on the laws that he gave. But also, we have covered there are times where God does command it. Like Numbers 31 was one episode. Deuteronomy 22, 28, and 29 says that if a man finds an unbetrothed virgin and seizes her and lies with her, and they're discovered, and he'll have to pay a fine, and then he'll have to marry her as long as she lived because he violated her. So that's just God's law tacitly telling you if you rape a virgin, there's no punishment for it.
Wait, it sounded to me like you just stated the punishment for it. Didn't you
Nope.
say he has to pay a fine?
Nope, because you have to pay the bride price whether you rape her or marry her.
Okay. But also, like, sex outside of marriage is always, like, a huge thing.
No, not in the Bible. That's what Christians, that's what modern Christians are placing on the Bible. So sex outside of marriage is only a problem if you don't marry the person you had sex with. That's why it says if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife because he violated her. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So if he wanted to marry this girl, rather than raping her, he'd still have to pay the bride price. He'd still have to marry her, which means the only actual punishment in this passage is that when he does those things, he'll not be able to divorce her. That's it. Do you think that's a real punishment? Not being able to divorce the woman you raped?
I think it's definitely a bad punishment. It's not very good.
Because prior in the same chapter,
like,
if you commit adultery, you get murdered.
Mm-hmm. Because he violated her. I mean, he violated her is pretty condemning, right?
Seems to be. In fact, it's the same word that we find in the story of Amnon and Tamar when it says that she was violated.
Yeah. And that's bad. That's a bad thing.
Right. So you would think that if God really cared about women being assaulted, he would make a severe punishment, but he doesn't.
But I don't think he condones it.
Well, no, he allows it. But so God told you over and over again, hey, don't fucking eat shellfish. Get that yeast far away from me. Like a dozen times he said, get that fucking yeast out of the house during the days of unleavened bread. I won't have it. But when it came to women being raped, he's like, you as long as she's not married already, you can pay the bride price and just don't divorce her. Which one of those is more severe of a crime, do you think?
I mean, it's not run very well. I don't think it's written very well. But to me, condone means like saying you can do this. It's a thing that you can and should do.
No, I don't think so. When you're a god and you're giving laws and you know the future, right? And you say, don't do this, and then you give all these other punishments. If he told you that you could do something, like you're allowed to do it, it just means you're allowed to do it. Did God say you must rape virgins? No, of course not. Did he say that it's wrong? No, he didn't. What he said was, if you do it, here's how to make it better. He could have just said, you know what? It's the same punishment as for adultery. If you rape an unbetrothed virgin, you get murdered. He could have said that, right?
He could have, but that's not what we're talking about.
This is what
Like
we're
we're not
talking
talking
about. So
is the
this is like a
rape not
semantic pettifogging. So like if my son has in the scenario I have a son and a daughter. If my son has like a knife, a baton,
Gerald,
and like a
don't come on.
it's easy. If my son has a knife and a baton and a baseball bat and wants to beat up his sister, I said, listen, don't use the knife and don't use the baton. Well, then I just basically said you can use the bat. It's the same thing.
I'm not Catholic. Guys, can you not be mean?
And don't worry about the chat. They're
They're
heathens.
mean to me. I'm trying to understand, okay? This might just be something that we disagree on here, but I've
I
noticed
don't think we're
there's
disagreeing here.
a
I
lot of
think this is just a matter of how words work. If the God of the universe says, if you do this thing, here's the punishment, and the punishment is so minimal, it's almost not a punishment, he's allowing you to do something horrific. He could make the punishment very fucking difficult.
for sure, but that's still like in the tiniest, smallest way. It's still saying this is a bad thing.
It's
Like,
still allowing you to do the bad thing as long as you pay the money afterwards and you don't divorce her. So, for example, if the U.S. passed a law that said, "Listen, if you rob a bank, it's okay. Here's what's going to happen: you're going to pay the bank back, then you've got to work, 10 years free for the bank." Like that's you could be locked up the rest of your life. Like that's a really fucking crazy thing to do. Especially when cat, hey cat. Especially when they have no idea whether or not the bank could or would even be paid back or how much money was stolen from the bank. There's going to be robbers that are like, oh, well, fuck, I can just. They don't know how much I stole, most likely, or they can rob multiple banks and hopefully don't get caught. What I'm saying is, the punishment needs to be proportional to the crime. If the punishment is light, then you're asking people to do the crime. That's why people in business today, there are people in business today that they have calculated risk, meaning they will break laws on purpose, knowing that the penalty for breaking that law is going to cost them less money than if they had not just broken it and made more money. That's why we saw during the financial crisis in 08 and 09, so many companies that were engaging in illegal activity is because it was still more profitable to engage in the illegal activity than to obey the law. So if a man in Deuteronomy 22 wants this woman and he rapes her, there's not much of a penalty to prevent him.
mm-hmm.
Yes, like she's marrying her rapist. That's crazy. She's the one getting penalized.
I guess it's just that the difference to me is really huge between allowing and condoning something. Like,
what's the difference?
Allowing is like sitting there and being like, I don't see anything. It's happening. Don't worry about it.
To be fair, I didn't use the word allow, by the way. You understand that condone is not identical to allow, right?
What did you say?
I didn't use the word allow.
Right.
I specifically used the word condone. Allow. Condone means you're allowing something with the understanding that it might not be good. Like, so
really?
condoning an action and allowing an action are actually slightly different. You can allow an action. It typically entails that it's okay. Condoning an action typically means that you'll allow it to happen even though you might not like it.
That's so interesting because to me the definitions are opposite.
No. In fact, I'll just show you a definition of condone from Oxford is to accept or allow behavior that is considered morally wrong or offensive to continue.
That's so interesting. Maybe it's like a social media thing because like when people on social media be like, I don't condone this, like usually it's like used in the way of like, this is a bad thing, and like I don't like put my chip in with that. Have you heard it used that way?
Mm-mm.
That's
I'm
interesting.
a boomer. I don't know any of these terms. I'm old.
Okay, that might just be the difference then, because like the way that it's used a lot of the time, like on social media, and like I watch a lot of like video essays and like things that talk about like controversial things, like, and it'll be like it'll something like an essay, a video essay about like gambling or like a gambling website, and it's like, well, we're going to talk about this. You have to know I don't condone gambling. I don't condone like any of the things that are happening. I don't condone any of these apps, but we're going to talk about it anyway. So that's where I was coming from, of like I read the prompt and I'm like, what do you mean? Like, no, it clearly says it's bad, even if it doesn't, like, even if it still allows it to happen, it still is clearly talked about in like a bad light.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that the Bible is pro-rape, although there are cases where it is. Like Deuteronomy 21, God says you can kidnap women in war and make them your war bride. I mean, he doesn't say it's bad ever. It's just a practice that he said you can do. And in today's language, we would say that that's rape. Women who are captured don't have consent.
For sure. Okay. It sounds like we don't disagree then.
Yeah. Probably. Cool. Hey, thanks for coming by.
Awesome.
Cheers. All right. But I lost my other headphone. I think the cat's probably already eaten. It's gone forever, y'all. It's gone. Cat. Oh well. My cats are agents of destruction, y'all. Absolute fucking agents of destruction. But they're cute. What are you supposed to do? Okay. That's fine. I think we're out of time for the night anyways. I need to get some sleep. I'll read the super chats and maybe I'll be done here before 1:30 in the morning. We'll see. I think we got about, if I'm going to put a number on it, I'm going to say we got about 45 minutes left, maybe. Yeah, about maybe a half hour, 45 minutes. Hey, thanks for being here, friends. It was an interesting one, kind of a slow start, but it got hot as the night went on. You know what I mean? Carnage, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, caller, show me evidence. Also, caller, no, not like that. You're pivoting. Unfucking believable, these people. Imagine being in that guy's mind, literally fighting for your life. Not even remembering the words that left your mouth 5 minutes ago. It's crazy. First, concubinage isn't wrong. They liked it. They wanted it. And then, no, it's wrong. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Out of his mind. Mo, hey, thank you for the super. It says, so if they weren't poor, they were rich? That's basically what he's saying. If they're not poor, they must be rich, right? Someone doesn't understand nuance, but you've got 2 degrees in something and poor grammar. So, okay, I know. I don't know how many times I had to tell him. I'm not saying I know this material because I just have 2 degrees. I have 2 degrees specifically related to this fucking field of study, dummy. Christmas, seems you need a Faraday cage. That is true. I'm gonna have to get like a headband or some shit. Keep my headphones from popping out. Because Faraday does that to me a lot. Faraday is the one that always wants to be around my head and my neck. So he's the one always knocking out my earbuds. What are you gonna do though? Buka says, can we call biblical Hebrew Yahweejim? I suspect that might be offensive to some Jews. I mean, I do find it funny, to be fair. That might be offensive to some Jews, though. And Mala says, how do they know which girls are virgins in Numbers 31? So this is actually a pretty classic question. And it's hard to know. So I don't know if anyone's read the virginity tests that are listed in the Talmud. They did try to come up with some tests, by the way. My favorite was this. They had these open wine barrels, wine vats, and they would have a girl lift up her garments, skirt, robe, whatever, and they would sit her over the edge, and then they would wait some time, and then they would smell her breath. And they literally, I'm not joking, they literally thought that they could tell if the hymen was intact still. That was their test for virginity. They could tell if the hymen was intact if her breath started to smell like wine, because they thought it would go up her hoo-hoo all the way through her body and out of her mouth. I'm not fucking joking. You can find that in the Talmud. It's crazy. Just sometime Google ancient virginity tests and see what comes up. There's a bunch of them. But most likely, if I had to guess, in Numbers 31, if they were going to check, they probably would just have some people checking for hymens, just lifting up, is there a hymen, yes or no, right? That's most likely what would have been the case if I had to guess. I don't find it likely that they would just take the girls for their word. That seems like not a thing. And Hotbun says, yeah, or also to be sure, like if they kidnap the girls young enough, they might assume that they're virgins. Like if they're prepubescent, like what we expected in the passage. In the passage, it refers to them as children, girls. So if they haven't hit puberty yet, a lot of them were probably presumed to be virgins. Hotbun says Yahweh is an a-hole, but he's our a-hole. Damn it! Actually, that might be. I think that's Seth's position. Actually, it's a shame because I think Seth is a nice guy. And I get it's hard to leave your religion, but I think he's coming around to the thing that like, hey, the God's not all that great. But I get it. It's hard. Reverend 8 says, are Jewish ghosts called Hebrews? Oh, motherfucker. You know what? That's cheesy. It's a good dad joke. My only shock is I'm surprised I haven't heard it yet. I feel like that's the kind of dad joke I should have heard. Like I feel a little sad that I haven't heard that yet. Ursa Major says, debate Kent Hovind so we can listen to him cry, please. You know what? Does Kent Hovind ever debate like does he ever debate the Bible from a non-scientific lens? I'd be curious to know. I do know I wanted to do a video on him a long time ago and I never did. I don't know if he still is, but he used to be a King James onlyist. I always wanted to do a really fun takedown video of his King James only take. But the problem is, his position on the King James is so old, I don't know if he still is a King James onlyist. He might not be anymore, but I suspect he could be. It's hard to say. Either way, I'm kind of reluctant to do a video on Kent only because he's banned on YouTube. He keeps coming back. He keeps making new accounts, but he's actually banned from being on YouTube. And I feel like making response videos to Kent Hovind only, what's the word I'm looking for? Only fuels the flame of him continuing to keep making these new accounts. Just let him die. Just let him go into oblivion. He's not relevant anymore. He doesn't have that long left. Just let him, live his last years out in Dino Land and pretend he doesn't exist. No one's watching his streams. I don't know if you guys know this. I've seen his live streams. Nobody's watching that shit. He's not a threat. Nicasius says oppression breeds unity. Oh, true. The misery loves company situation. You're right, actually. And Clever Moniker says out of brain experience, very intellectual. Actually, you know what's funny? The very intellectual guest from yesterday or from Monday came back, but he didn't wait around. He was supposed to come up after Jordan, but he dropped before we got to him. So we never got to talk to Blackwell again, which is sad. I was really hoping he'd have another very intellectual conversation with me. My suspicion is that he didn't like how yesterday or how Monday went and he wanted to rectify it. most likely is the case. I do know this. Like, I can tell that he's had some theological training, just not very good. I can tell because he used some words that you would only learn if you're doing apologetics or if you went to some kind of a school. But my guess is it wasn't a very good one, which happens. Atlas, my friend, thank you so much for sending out a DZ Debate gifted membership. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And former Prophet Nathan coming in again says, what did I just walk into? Sounds like a yap. Yeah, there was a yap session tonight. It was pretty yappy. Actually, we had quite a few yappers tonight. Most of them, now that I think about it, most of them were yappers. It happens. Hey, when you're getting cornered on a topic, it's easy to get that diarrhea mouth. Spaghetti says, just read about takia. Is it legal? I don't know what that is. You just read about it? Hold on, let me see. T-A-Q-I. Takia. It is an Islamic legal theological principle allowing Muslims to conceal. Oh, yeah, line for the faith. Yep. Okay, I didn't realize that was the name of it, but that's a real thing. Yeah. If you're witnessing to others or you're trying to preserve your what's the word I'm looking for? Try to avoid being persecuted, you're allowed to lie about it. Yeah. That seems kind of like uniquely a Christian thing, that you can never lie about your faith. The Muslim seems to be okay with it. Coffee Mom says they're only okay with it because it happens to girls. So fucking true. Also, cute tabby. But yeah, if the Bible allowed you to do this to little boys, oh, they would be fucking losing their minds over it. In fact, I should have done that to John. I should have said, would it be okay if you were sold as a concubine? He probably would have said no from the beginning, rather than changing his position at the end of the conversation once he realized where it led. Roy Williams, thank you for the $1.49 super thanks. And Mo, thank you for the $2 super thanks. Is there catnip in your beard? Asking for a friend. Surprisingly not. Although I think they're old enough for catnip now. I haven't tested any catnip on them though. They're young. They got the rest of their life for catnip. I want to do it too early. But yeah, sometime soon I'm going to be introducing them to catnip. We'll see how that goes. Some cats react to it and some don't. I had a cat once that didn't really care all that much. Didn't really do much for him. I've seen other cats lose their mind. I did some volunteer work for the Humane Society when I was younger. And we actually did have like a catnip day. There was like a day that we gave all the cats catnip. You open up all the cages, give them catnip all at the same time. It's off the fucking wall. There's a reason why they only do it one day. It's just a whole room full of cats losing their mind. It's a fun thing to see just once. It's not fun more than once. The first time you see it though, it's kind of wild. Chris says, God, I'm causing it. Nuh-uh. That's exactly the Christian response. No matter what the Bible says, they will not tell you that it means what it says. God could say, I am physically raping you. And they're like, no, that's his permissive will. It's not his active will. He didn't mean rape. It's figurative. It's poetic. They'll say anything other than the Bible means what it says. Avatar Arcade says, they are yapping tonight. Boy, Jesus Christ. They really are. There's a lot of yap tonight. That's why when John got up, but by the time John got up here, I was fucking done. My patience had worn out. Too much yap. Indentured Cervix is fucking a crazy name, by the way. To clarify, do I only need to fulfill my wifely duties once, then I'm under some new covenant or something, asking for a friend? I don't think so. If we're still referring to concubines, typically if you're a concubine, you had as many kids as you were required to. In fact, now that I think about it, let me grab some of the So typically in the ancient Near East, if you took a concubine, it was because you couldn't reproduce. And the Nutsi tablets and the Mari tablets, I think, are the best evidence of that. So, for example, here's one Nutsi marriage contract. A lot of times, guys, the concubinage was written into the marriage contract. So here's one marriage contract. It says, if Gelimenu, that's the wife, does not bear children, she shall take the woman of the land of Leilu as a wife for Shinima. The children born shall belong to Gelimenu. So he's saying, listen, these people are getting married. If this woman cannot produce a wife, then you can take a woman of the land, and that woman's child becomes your wife's child. That's what concubinage was for. It was to produce fucking offspring. They would become a secondary wife, but they would be secondary. A Babylonian contract. Here's one from the old Babylonian time. Actually, I have a copy of this. In fact, I wrote an article on this one once. If Lamasi does not bear a child, she may give her slave woman to her husband. The slave woman shall bear a child, and the wife shall not drive her away. In fact, this one, I believe, is even recorded in this commentary set. If I remember correctly, I believe that contract is even quoted by John Walton in the episode of Hagar. Let's see. Was it chapter? What chapter does Hagar get given? Hold on. Like 22? Or before that? 16! What was I thinking? Okay. Let's see if he quoted that one. They quoted from the Lakipum marriage contract. It says, Lakipum took Hatala, the daughter of Enishru, the country Lepikam. In the country, Lakipum shall not take in marriage another woman, but the city of Ashur he may take in marriage a priestess. If within 2 years she has not procured offspring for him, only she may buy a maidservant, and even later on, after she procures somehow an infant for him, she may sell her wherever she pleases. These are what concubines were for in the ancient world. That's what they were used to bring forth children. In fact, the note here from John Walton says this option was often more attractive because if the wife were divorced, there would be an economic impact to the family. She took her marriage fund and her dowry. Concubines bring no dowry, only their fertility to the family. The goal of concubinage was to bring fertility to the family. Obviously, some men just wanted to bone. That's a real thing. But the goal is to have children. Interstate says, happy ass Wednesday. I forgot till just a couple hours ago that it's Ash Wednesday. I always forget about Ash Wednesday. I was never crazy about that one when I was younger. Rick Allison says, that's where I deviate from standard Christian doctrine. It's almost like they just make up shit based on their feels. Shake my head. I mean, it really is. We see it here all the time. The doctrine isn't really all that related to the book. The doctrine is related to what do I need this religion to be? Dr. GS Travel Vlog says, all in her name, hey, me, I. Every sentence she says, I 3 times. All she does is cherry pick. That was the case. There was some cherry picking happen. But what are you going to do? It's hard. It's hard defending this stuff. Like, I remember being a Christian coming on this stuff for the first time and thinking like, okay, what the fuck are we doing with this passage, right? You can either choose to defend it or you can choose to condemn it. I chose to condemn it. Interstate said 25 years ago, Andrea Yates drowned all 5 of her kids in a bathtub because she thought Jesus told her to. Was that 25 years ago? Is it that long ago? No way. No way. I cannot believe it's already been 25 years. Feels like yesterday. Dr. Fudge says, she sure is saying things. There were words. Definitely words. Not any specific things, just things. Lots of things.
That's amazing. You said a whole truckload of words that had no meaning.
Eternal Adam says, build a bear, build a god. Yes. That's what the Bible is. It's a God designed in their image, which is why he's okay with sexual assault. Design says the Bible is like a tool that can do anything but remove nails. Yes. It works as a good hammer, just not the hammer you need it to be. And Nat Big W says, is cognitive dissonance were a person, it would be this caller. Actually, that, and I would say John as well. John was struggling mighty with that cognitive dissonance. It was really bad. It was pretty thick. And Adam says, I would argue, proceeds to never present a single argument. I know. It happens. I think sometimes people just say things like it's a turn of phrase and they don't realize what they're about to say is silly. You know what I mean? Dr. Fudge says, she used holistically to mean its opposite, by the way. You know what? I had to let that one go. There was too many other things happening that I had to, I couldn't pounce on everything, you know? Shane says, bro was trolling. Which bro? We had one guest earlier that might be a troll. I forget which one it was now. Relic, listen, I got that one, Relic. Hold on.
Beta! Amazing.
Cahoto, hey, thanks for $10 super chat, friend. Says, last stream was hard to watch. It was also crazy to see how fast Mezzo became interested and Doug once he found out about Joel becoming rock hard. Maybe we're going to get Joel and Mezzo both rock hard for Doug. Just saying. We might get a 2-for-1. It can happen. At a minimum, we should at least get them on board with Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe and the Life-Granting Unicorn. At least the Life-Granting Unicorn isn't a god. You know what I mean? Kane, thank you for the 50 DKK. Says, forgive me, for I have sinned. I have watched more Winter Olympics lately than old DZ live debates. Listen, I don't blame you. Listen, I like watching the Olympics as well. I know it's not fun for everybody. I always like them. Like, I don't take time out of my day to do it, but I don't know. It seems like a tradition. Does that make sense? It's just like a holiday tradition. I just do. When they come on, I try to watch them. Fierce Interaction, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says 5 stars. Absolutely cooked, yet retains flavor and tenderness. How do you do it? But, you know, John might have been a little overcooked. Prior to John, though, I think we got about the right amount of tenderness. It's hard, though, to get it just right. It could be difficult. It could be difficult. Good to see you, Fierce. And Bob Vanderwest. Hey, thanks for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, Justin, I love the way you expose the lies and the absurdities of these theists by forcing them to read their own book. Keep cooking. Rock hard for Doug and Simple Up for sharing. Guys, that is my goal. Thank you, Bob. My goal is to make people read this book whether they want to or not. This book is the best fucking tool we have for deconverting people from these toxic religions. They're just not reading it, or they're reading it with those spiritual eyes. We need to get those fucking spiritual eyes off and let them see reality. The reality is this barbaric god from the Bronze Age that got revamped in the Roman period is no better than anyone from the ancient Near East. In fact, maybe that's what I need to do next. Maybe I need to put together a book full of resources depicting what life was actually like in the ancient Near East. How things actually were. There's some good books. Leo Oppenheimer has a pretty classic volume. Let's see, where is that? I think I've got it here. Do I have it here? Oh, maybe I don't have it in this room. But there's some pretty classic volumes on ancient Mesopotamia. So for those who don't know this is just a little bonus. You guys, the Oriental School in Chicago at Chicago University is like the premier ancient Near Eastern study. Like if you go to study ancient Near Eastern, like you either have like London, Toronto, or Chicago, and Chicago still is like the best renowned. It's crazy because it's just over here in the fucking Midwest, like fucking Chicago. But yeah, so if you want to learn about the ancient Near East and you have any proximity to Chicago, highly recommend checking out the Oriental Museum. It's unfucking believable. But also, I bring all that up because from that same school, you can find out about Leo Oppenheim, who was traditionally referred to as an Assyriologist, but he was one of the foremost experts in Assyriology, or the study of the ancient Near East. And he wrote a book that is cheap and easy to get, that most people who have ever studied the ancient Near East have like on their shelf. It's called Ancient Mesopotamia, A Portrait of a Dead Civilization. Fantastic read, easy read, great book. It's like ubiquitous in this field. It's a little bit dated now, but if you got a couple bucks hanging around, it's a great introduction into the ancient Near East. Kayak Kit, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, I got my pretzel mug and shirt yesterday. Thanks, Josh from Archive for Doug. Hell yeah. Thanks for buying the Doug's Pretzel Factory mug. I really appreciate that. Also, I did make an announcement. Sometime here soon, the gift shop is going to go dark because I'm going to be changing vendors. I've heard from a couple people that the vendor that my channel uses is having trouble with delivery dates, getting them there on time. And I've heard enough people say it, and I've witnessed one of them where it was like literally months late. They told me after it was like 2 or 3 months late. I was like, oh my God, I wish I had known sooner. So I'm going to be switching. Don't be alarmed. Nothing's wrong. I'm just switching to hopefully a better vendor that makes sure that the items always get to people on time. Jennifer, thank you for the super chat, friend. Good to see you. It says, these men are so mad they can't just buy a wife. They can't say it's ownership. Super chat is very word picky. That's the other thing. I apologize. Super chat is one of those situations where if you send the wrong thing, it'll like self-censor. So it's hard sometimes to pick out a super chat text that doesn't like violate the terms of service, or it gets your super chat taken down. Not much I can do about that. From here, from where I'm sitting, I can say just about anything I want to, but from where you're sitting, there are some limitations. Kurt, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, I don't know how you're civil with some of these people. Well, listen, usually I am. It was just John tonight that I've said it before and I'll say it again. Either he was the dumbest person imaginable, or he was coping so hard that he was just like being purposely obtuse. And I would much rather, if I detect that somebody really is slow, like really is stupid, I'll never bite into them. But like when someone's purposely being obtuse and then accusing you of being stupid and uneducated, yeah, I'm going to fucking eat them up. I have no patience for that. Hey, Mike, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, had to work, dropped in for 5 minutes, and John says that if girls are trafficked long enough, they go from victims to sinners. Yes, that really was a part of the John arc. There was actually an arc where John knew that Jesus' words made it wrong, but he couldn't figure out how. How did Jesus' words make it wrong? Oh, because then they would become sinners if they got raped. And then he had to abandon that one, obviously, because that didn't make any fucking sense. But he just knew somehow I must be able to find something in Jesus' words. But he didn't have much. It's pretty sick. Juju, hey, good to see you, friend. Says, I'm starting to think we need a scarlet E to mark the beasts. E for Epstein and ew. Yeah, actually.
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
Yeah. I should have clowned John with more sound effects. I always forget I have them. I'd be down for that Mark of the Beast campaign. Fuck yeah. Let's mark all the Christians. We need to mark all the Christians so that we know who's not safe to be around. Which people would condone violence and SA if their God allowed? Hey, Beard of Empathy, good to see you tonight, friends. Says Justin, how could you? Getting between Mezzo and Joel, shake my head. Rock, I've read it. I had no idea that Joel would fall for me. I didn't know that when I invited Joel on my channel that he would fall desperately in love with me and be a follower of Doug. Just happened to be one of those things. What can I do? Apparently I have a way in the atheist community. I told Mezzo we can share. It doesn't have to, I'm taking Joel for myself. Hey, Hank, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, just my 2 cents. Any caller who goes to bat for biblical child abuse or quibbles over war brides, etc., gets insta dropped and insta banned. Enough is enough. That's a fair point. When we're at the beginning of the conversation, and he says that concubinage is okay because the girl would have consented. That's pretty crazy. I probably could have dropped him there, to be fair. But then we wouldn't have this amazing clip of John, literally losing his mind. Although, you know what I should have done? I'm going to have to collect... Now that I know that this is going to be a thing that they run away from, I'm going to have to collect the ancient sources that talk about the proper age of concubinage, both from the Talmud and from the ancient Near East, because that is a real thing. There certainly is... we certainly do have texts talking about concubines being appropriately sold as young girls, not adult women. Young girls, if you read the tablets. And in the Talmud as well. Hey, Mike, thanks for the $20 super chat, friend. I really appreciate that. It says, don't forget, John earlier said, little girls like being sold into slavery. Giant, massive, monstrous POSFF. That's what I'm saying. He literally started the fucking conversation by saying little girls being sold into slavery wanted it. They liked it. And then that whole thing raveled apart so badly that he now had to bring up a justification about why it was okay then, but it's actually wrong now. It was a sad showing. Zakul says, been a few since I popped in. Brain hurts already. Zakul, I don't blame you. Especially if you were listening to John. If you were listening to John, your brain should hurt a little bit. John's dangerous. He needs psychological help. And Steph, hey, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says, truly disgusting how many people justify pedophilia because it was back in the day. Anyways, first super. Well, fucking A. I'm glad I could be your first super. Big W says, yay, thank you for your streams. Rock hard for Doug. Amen. Hey, Doug, actually. Well, thank you, Steph. I really appreciate that. And thank you for being my I'm what's the word I'm looking for? I am humbled that you chose my stream to be your first super. Thank you so much. And peace, love, and cake. Again, I'll say it again. Fucking love in the name. Victim blaming taken into a whole new vile and disgusting level by saying little girls committed a sin because they were raped. That's the thing that took me over. I think that was the part that made me get a little bit animated with how stupid he was being. To say that the little girls were being caused to sin if they got raped. These people don't think before they talk. They're just so fucking concussed that words are just blurting out of their mouth and they don't even know what they're saying. Hey Juju, good to see you again, buddy. Says, Justin, you fool. You just activated my trap card. I activate read only part of the definition. Oh. To be fair, that's what I keep getting wrong. I keep reading the whole definition of words. Shouldn't do that. Never do that. Definitely make sure your interlocutor knows the whole definition, though. Not gonna like that at all. Hey, Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super chat. Says, this guy definitely acts like someone with just an MBA. Actually, I gotta be honest, I didn't I didn't catch. I was thinking about something else. I didn't catch when he was talking about his degrees what he actually had degrees in. Didn't see he had a degree in business or something like that. Anyone catch that? What I do know is your degree in business doesn't tell you dick about the ancient Near East. Crazy. But he did have some degrees at least. I have no idea why he thought that was important. Chodicus, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. I didn't know the Dapper Don was still alive, let alone that he called into Justin's show. Wait, Dapper Don? Diaper Don? Isn't there a Dapper Dan? Or is it Dapper Dinosaur I'm thinking of? Hold on. Dapper Dan. I thought there was a Dapper Dan. There is a Dapper Dan. Yeah, he's a designer, but that can't be it. I think you mean Dapper Don. Oh, Donald. Oh, fucking of course. Sorry, my brain was lost. I apologize. You mean do you mean Diaper Don? Donald Trump is not dapper. We can't, guys. We're not gonna normalize calling Donald Trump dapper. That can't be a thing. Hold on. Who's Dapper Don? Oh, Dapper Don is John Gotti. How do you get that fucking name? Okay. John Gotti, I gotta read this. John Gotti Jr. Blah 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 blah. Uh-huh. John Joseph Gotti Jr., born 1940, was an American mafioso and boss of the Gambino crime family in New York City. He ordered and helped orchestrate the murder of the Gambino boss, Paul Castellano. Okay, so he's a crime boss. Okay, so Dapper Don is not Donald Trump. It's a crime boss named John. That makes sense, given the name of, well, fucking John. Actually, I think Chodicus is helping me out here. That's a John Gotti joke, Justin. I didn't know that. I don't need. I apologize. That's on me, Chodicus. That's on me. I had no idea that was a John Gotti joke. That reference was over my head. But you're right. That guy, that John that called in, could definitely pass for one of these mobsters for sure. For sure. Elondro, hey, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, in the Old Testament, they didn't view 12 to 16-year-olds as children, so according to the Bible, it's not leading children to say, yeah, you're a minor if you're under 13. To be clear, friends, if you're a minor in this world, you were under puberty. To reach puberty meant that you were no longer a minor. How it was. That's still true even in the time that the Talmud was written. In the Talmud, you'll find tracts that talk about children being a minor until they reach the age of puberty. JH says John is why they stopped using forceps at birth. Yeah, those big salad tongs to yank them out by their heads. Yeah, they stopped doing that after John because they saw the brain damage that it was causing. Actually, I think that might be why my head is shaped the way that it's shaped, to be fair. The reason why I can never let myself go bald is because I have a real bad cone head up here. Like it's like a old SNL cone head. Maybe not quite as bad. It's not good though. If I lose my hair, I'm in a lot of trouble. Like I have to pray to Doug that I don't get rock hard head. I always have to have something up top here. It'll get bad. Maybe I'll get a wig or something one day. Who knows? Hey Bug, hey, thanks for the Nintendo Super Chat. Friend says, can somebody check this guy's hard drives? I fucking need to. Maybe his basement too. Might as well check his degrees while you're at it. Actually, I didn't ask him, but I'd be curious if this was like a situation where he's got like a University of Phoenix degree. If I know anything about the type of people that call into this show, I'm going to assume that John definitely got his business degree online from the University of Phoenix. Almost a guarantee. I would put fucking money on it. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. I don't think I'm wrong about this one though. Oppo, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says this is a long way to go just to grape apology. I know. all that work just to try to make this great passage go away. It's fucking crazy, actually. Pretty wild. Game Guy says, some states still allow child brides. I think it's true, actually. I forget which states, but I know there are some that still allow it. But to be fair, I think, give me a second to think on this. I think there's a federal law, right? So if the state lacks like an age of consent, doesn't the federal law kick in? Is that how that works? I forget. Didn't fucking like Ted Nugent marry like his 13-year-old? Hold on. Was that who I'm thinking of? Ted Nugent faced scrutiny regarding relationships with underage girls, admitting in Behind the Music episode having sexual relations with minors on multiple occasions. Additionally, in 2013, Courtney Love alleged she was 14 when she performed oral on Nugent. Wow. So he wasn't married. There was somebody I was thinking of in that era, though, that did actually marry like a 13-year-old girl, like legally, like her parents signed her over. It was pretty fucking crazy. But Ted Nugent always, yeah, he was a pervert. Oh, Jerry Lewis. That's who I'm thinking of. Jerry Lewis married his 13-year-old. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yep, that's who I was thinking of. Mr. McAllister, is this the father of fuck, what was his name from Home Alone? Kevin? Are you Kevin's dad? Are you Mr. McAllister? Did the passage say sell her as a slave or concubine? What's the distinction? Thanks. Not fucking much, right? Despite the fact that the word concubine doesn't show, if you're being sold as a slave and they can designate you to an individual, meaning I'm picking you to be my betrothed, then you're a concubine. If in fact you're purchasing somebody with an actual bride price and a dowry, then you're not a slave. You would just be married off as a wife. You could be somebody else's second wife and still have status as not concubine. But if you're sold as a slave, meaning you have no dowry, then you're going to be a concubine. If you have a dowry, you don't have to be a concubine. That's the benefit of having a fucking dowry. Just some guy. Hey, good to see you. It says 34 U.S. states allow you to marry a minor. Fuck me. That many. That hurts. I hate that. I bet too. I bet there are some states, if I had to guess, that like, while the age consent might be like 18, it probably says that like if the parents sign off, they can get married prior to that, which is crazy. We got to get rid of that shit. Like, even if the parent agrees to it, it's not something we should fucking allow. Children can't consent. Very good, Wizard. If you listen very closely, somewhere in the distance, you can hear Ian saying, "Dodge, dodge." You know what? That's true. I didn't do the dodge counter on her, on John. I should have. I definitely should have put the dodge counter on John. That dude was concussed the entire way through the conversation. But, you know, he's up here fighting for his life. He had no fucking clue what I was going to pull out of the Bible. None. He was just up here fighting. Mr. Briefs. So definitely no boxers for Mr. Briefs. Says, please ban John from ever calling again. Fuck him. You know what? I will say this. Typically when you have a conversation with somebody like John and it's that contentious, they typically don't want to fucking come back. A lot of times they don't. If you really put the heat on somebody like that, they don't typically want to come back. So I don't know if I have to worry about John coming back. Mo says, you said something I don't like. You're pivoting. I know. Isn't that fucking crazy? The minute I mention anything to back up my claims, now I'm pivoting. No, I'm bringing in fucking reinforcements. Reverend 8 says, can we get this chud to define pivoting, please? He had no idea. He didn't know what pivot was. He heard somebody use it in a debate once, and he just thought anytime somebody said something I don't like, it's now a pivot. Fucking crazy, these people. Cody gets coming in again. Thank you, buddy. He says, pivot appears to mean stop barbecuing me. That's basically what it was. Please stop bringing verses that reinforce your position. I'm not done getting cooked on the first verse. I think that's about it. Elteen, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $50 super chat. Because number 31 has another disgusting implication. Many of the non-virgins who were unalived most likely didn't consent to losing their virginity in the first place, given what marriage was. Oh, Elteen, fucking good point. A lot of these girls would have just been sold by their fathers, and their consent need not matter. As long as the person was paying the right price for the girl, they would get. In fact, even in the fucking Bible, remember what Caleb did with his daughter? Anyone remember that? When in the book of Joshua, when they go into the promised land, Caleb says, "Whoever attacks," was it Kiriath Arba? I forget what town it is. It's one of the Kiriath. Let me grab it real quick. That's going to be Joshua 1, right? Or was it Judges? Might be Judges. No, it's got to be fucking Joshua 1. Fuck, maybe I was thinking of Judges. Okay, let me check Judges. Yeah, oh, Judges 1, not... why do I think it was in Joshua 1? Okay, fair enough. So in Judges 1, says, from there they went against the inhabitants of Debir. The name of Debir was formerly Kiriath Sepher. Then Caleb said, whoever attacks Kiriath Sepher and takes it, I will give him my daughter Akshah as a wife. Othniel, son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it, and he gave him as his daughter Akshah as a wife. So this is the way things worked back then, y'all. They weren't consulting the fucking women. They were giving them away as prizes for a price. They were property. They were property. The Bible treats them like property. Praise the Lord. Thank you for the super chat. It says, there are so few statements of law in the New Testament. Christians aren't thinking clearly about the consequences of the only new covenant stuff, in my humble opinion. Praise the Lord. This is 100% right. And I spend a lot of time showing them that Jesus didn't actually say the law was going away, but we could easily grant that every time. We could just grant it every time. Okay, yeah, the law goes away. Cool. Now tell me why I can't do this shit. Because if the law has gone away, then what that means is there's no law preventing me from owning slaves. There's no law preventing me from selling a daughter as a concubine. These laws don't exist anymore, which means I can do the thing. That's what that means. So getting rid of the law is never a real solution for the problems Christians are facing. And Misha, thank you for the 10 Aussie chat the Aussie super chat dollars. Says, I can never understand why these Christians don't understand that if a man likes a woman and she doesn't want him, they literally have a cheat code from God to have her marry him if they SA her. Gross. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to say. Listen, if the punishment is that you have to marry her forever, that's not a fucking punishment. If they see a hottie toddy that they want, they can just go rape her, and boom, they got what they were looking for. It's crazy that they can't see it. And Reverend Nate says, Petty Fog is my favorite song on Apologist's first album. It is. It's a great one. It's a great one. But I cannot find a better word to describe what Christians are doing when they get up here and they want to debate the minutia of whether or not I used a word identical to how they think it should be used, right? Or they want to say, well, the word concubine doesn't show up there, so how is she a concubine? This type of pettifogging is just, it's a waste. It's a waste. All it does is obscure you from getting to the goal of the discussion. And Dugosaurus Erectus says, I swear I had pants on when I tuned in tonight, Justin. Dugosaurus, my friend, thank you for the super chat. But you, listen, we don't care if you have pants on. Listen, if you're in your own, if you're home, if you're in public, please make sure you're wearing pants. If you're in your own home, I don't care if you watch buck naked, friend. You do you, right? Do what you need to do so that you're comfortable. We want this to be enjoyable for all of us. And Mike, hey, thank you for your donation, friend, and cute kitty. Hey, Scribbles, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, you need a cone of shame. You might be right, to protect your earbuds. But you wearing cone instead of cats, they've won. That's the fucking crazy thing. If I have to wear a cone to protect my earbuds from getting knocked out, that means the cats have basically won. I could get one of those Victorian, like, big neck, like, bouffants. What the fuck did I call that? Hold on. Victorian neck. It's a neck ruffle, right? Yeah, that's what I need. This might help. All right, maybe. Why is it? The image options for the neck ruffle is not. It's not good. I don't know why they're all modern images. Maybe there's a better name for it. Neck collar, neck piece. Oh, fucking here's one. Of course, it's on Pinterest, so the image is going to be tiny. I hate Pinterest. Pinterest is such a waste. It has all these images, but the minute you click on one, it wants you to sign in and like sign your fucking life away. Pinterest, I would click on your website if it was better. All right, let's try this one. There we go. That one's not bad. This is what I'm talking about, y'all. This is what I need. Let me get the super chat off real quick. That type of a neck ruffle. You know what I'm talking about? We need to get some of these going. That's how I protect the earbuds. That's the ticket right there. I mean, I think the problem I'd run into, the Volta would eat it. Like, he would destroy it as I'm wearing it. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll try it out. Speaking of the devil, how you doing, Demon Cat? How you doing, Mr. I Destroy Everything, huh? You're lucky you're cute. Reverend Nate, hey, thanks for the fight. Canuck Buck says, wait, so they thought non-virgins could absorb wine fumes through their Yeshua. Maybe Jesus turned water into wine in the same fashion. Thoughts? That'd be one hell of a way to do it, but that is the case. That is one of the tests that they did for virginity testing. Pretty fucking crazy, actually, when you think about it. That people thought that was a thing that was going to work. Heather says, just wanted to give you money. Well, thank you, Heather. I appreciate that. After dealing with fucking John, oof. Some days there are some guests that quite literally wear you out. I think John was one of them. They're so dumb that they will wear you out. Space Lord says, to be fair, Hovind doesn't debate science from a scientific lens. True. He's not really debating science, really. He's debating, like, his poor straw man of the scientific agenda. Like, he's knocking down arguments that aren't really being made. You know, like, evolution is two rocks banging against each other and producing humans. That's not what the fuck happened. A Matter of Thought says Hebrews 1 is all cope, huh? 1,000,000%. There's not a word of Hebrews 1 when you go back to the original Hebrew Bible is actually prophesying Jesus. Not it close. I tried pointing it out, but nothing stuck. Nuh-uh was the response, and I was not getting it. Solomon and David, right? Yeah. If you just go back and read those Psalms, this is the problem that you have with Christians, though. See, to a Christian, a prophecy is anything the New Testament tells you is a prophecy, right? So if the Hebrew says that the Old Testament wrote about Jesus when it said this thing, well, you're never going to change their mind. These buffoons don't know how words work. You have to ask them, if I don't have the New Testament if I only have the Old Testament and I open up this Old Testament, how can I know which words are prophetic and which ones aren't? Then you can get down to brass tacks. Then they'll be like, well, this one actually says something about the future, so on and so forth. Then you could probably get some work done with that, you know. Polam says, sent you some soundboard drops in the Discord. Thank you. I condone you to take any you want. Well, thank you, Polam. I really appreciate that. I'll have to check them out. I do have 1, 2, 3. I got at least 5 spaces open on the soundboard. I've got some that maybe I can get a second page going. I've got some that I don't need, but I kind of keep around for a little bit. Like I've got the no crying in baseball.
Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in baseball.
I might not actually need that one. I just kind of like it. Maybe that one goes. I've got some that I can't get rid of, like this classic.
I'm beautiful. I'm gorgeous. I'm big. I can do handstands.
So, but yeah, thanks for the sounds, man. I'll check them out. And Scotty says, thank you for the donation. But Scotty, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, friend. And Jumna says, Old Testament dating, lay down, shut up your mind. Yes. Could you imagine that world? It's funny because we talk about it like it's just an Old Testament thing. It's actually not. The ancient Near East was just kind of like this. Like if you bought a slave, that slave's reproductive capabilities were also yours. Like that's just part and parcel. In fact, that's why we got laws. Like if you go to Leviticus 19, I think verse 20, we've got this doozy. Yeah, this is it. Oh, wrong button. There we go. If a man has sexual relations with a woman who is a slave designated for another man, but not ransomed or given her freedom, an inquiry shall be held. They shall not be put to death, since she has not been freed. Meaning, if you do rape somebody who's been betrothed, you get killed. If they're betrothed and you rape them, you get killed because it's a property crime. But listen, if it's a slave, if you rape somebody's slave who hasn't been redeemed or ransomed, well, it's okay. He shall bring a guilt offering for himself to the Lord at the entrance of the tent of meeting, a ram as a guilt offering. So there you go. Like, listen, the rape only matters if you're doing it to somebody that's betrothed. If they're unbetrothed, fine, just pay a fine. Do a sin offering. It's going to be okay. Carlos, friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, sorry, been late. We'll have to rewatch stream. Unfortunately, mom's in ICU. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Carlos. Please keep us informed. I hope everything's okay. Already prepared for her departure. Amazing woman. I still have Hill Dog. It's hard. It really is hard to lose your family members, especially your parents. It's very difficult. I'm sorry you're going through that. I know it's going to happen to all of us eventually. Eventually, I'll be in the same boat. You know, I'll be having to stare down the barrel of the abyss. But it's still hard every time it happens. I'm sorry for that, Carlos. Man, that really stinks. If you need anything, reach out. Please don't hesitate. And iCram, hey, thanks for the super chat, says, Maid Marian and Sally Jennings wanted to marry their captors. Oh, Maid Marian. Wait, what? Like in the Robin Hood story? But that's not real, is it? Now I have to I gotta brush up on my medieval, hold on, TikTok froze. Why did it do that? 1 second. We'll take care of that. Okay. Should be back now. Sorry about that, y'all. The TikTok froze on me. Yeah, Maid Marian, I don't remember all the details anymore of Maid Marian. She was captive, all right? So her getting out of her captivity was being married off to another captor. So they're trading a captor to a captor, basically, is what I'm guessing. It's a fair point, though. Scribbles by Janice. Hey, thank you so much. It says Priscilla Presley was also 14 years old when she first met and began dating 24-year-old Elvis Presley. Gross. I forgot about that. I can't believe I forgot about that. That's such a very common one that people talk about. I'm shocked that escaped my brain. It's pretty wild. You're right though. Yeah, Elvis was really going down low for that one. And he was like he could have anyone he wanted to at that age. At that stage of his career too. It was crazy that he decided, oh, the thing I wanted with a fucking 14-year-old. Hey, Ben Cadis, thank you for the super chat. It says Christians on every stream insert crying voice. Oh no, my dogma no. that is the case actually. That really is the case. All right, I'm out of super chats. I'm going to bring up one friend though. My friend Pavode Zone is here. You probably know him if you're on TikTok. If not, he's a friend of mine. I'm curious to see what he's got to add to the conversation. Rabbi Bert's trying to connect a little bit. Maybe the connection's slow. Maybe he's not actually. Hold on, I don't think Rabbi Bert is ready to go on TikTok. I think he's live on YouTube now. I think he switched from TikTok to YouTube. I don't know why, but it's easy enough to fix. Rabbi Bert. Still with me? Anything? Huh. Maybe he's not here. Okay. Guess not. Well, Rabbi, love you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Well, maybe he is here. He's back on TikTok. We're going to get him eventually. Hey, buddy.
I'm going to stick to TikTok from now on. I don't know what I'm doing on the other thing.
It's all right. We were talking a minute ago about the virginity test. Do you know of any others?
Not necessarily virginity test. I had a thought that I wanted to run by you that I think we started talking about offline a little bit, but it has since matured into a like a full-fledged, even like a lesson. Am I echoing at all?
No, you're good on my end.
Okay, great. Just keep me posted if I am. I'm waiting for my Bluetooth to turn on. So I think that Matthew 1:16 undoes the entire claim. It undoes the entire Christian Bible.
Okay. Yeah, we were talking about this. Okay, so yeah, Matthew 1:16. Jacob, the father of Joseph, the husband of Mary, who bore Jesus, who is called the Messiah, because there's no like heir to the throne through Joseph.
Yeah, it completely undoes the entire lineage.
Mm-hmm.
They give you this really long lineage. Oh, really impressive. Joseph is related to David. What a cool thing. But not to Jesus.
What Christians will say is, well, he's still son via adoption. But
yeah,
you and I both know it has to come from the body.
Right. Numbers 1:2 says that your lineage comes through your father. So either they have to say that Joseph is the father or that God is the father. And if God is the father, then he is a mamzer, right? Deuteronomy 23:3. He is cut off from the congregation of Adonai for 10 generations. He has no inheritance in Israel whatsoever. And if Joseph's the father, then the whole God's the father claim fails. It's like, how is it possible that they don't understand that?
It's crazy to me the amount of gymnastics you have to do to get Jesus to be the Messiah. Like you either have one of two choices. Either you can be honest or you can do the gymnastics. And they chose gymnastics.
Yeah. Well, that was that was my whole, truly rough. I guess with the virginity claim thing or the purity claim thing, what do you think is actually sort of going on in that text? Like, why do you think that they are clearly do you really? I mean, do you really think that there was a any culture of of this actually being? What's the motive here?
In Numbers 31.
Yeah.
Well, to me, it reads just like they're doing war brides. The same way they did in Judges 21 after the Levites' concubine. They go to war with with those who didn't show up at Mizpah to fight, so Jabesh Gilead. And they kill all the women and all the boys, and they save the young virgin girls for themselves as wives for the Benjaminites. Seems to be the same behavior, killing all the men, women, and boys, keeping the young virgin girls. And the reason why their virginity seems to be important, obviously, is because they're going to become war brides.
Right. And produce more soldiers, presumably.
Yeah, because if they're married already, so it's unclean typically to go into somebody else's woman. That's why we like Deuteronomy 24. It's funny. It's like the only passage that really talks about divorce. But the passage, ironically, isn't really about divorce per se. It's more like if you get divorced and she marries another, you can't take her back because now she's like defiled, right? So the passage really isn't specifically about divorce. It's more like, hey, in the event of divorce, don't defile yourself.
It just occurred to me, it's unclean to go into another person's wife unless they're your dead brothers.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Or there's probably some more exceptions I'm not thinking of. But also remember David, when David's wives are raped by Absalom, he never goes into them again. He puts them away in another house by themselves to live separate from him because they're unclean now.
Yeah.
But remember the exception. He made one exception of Michal. Remember Michal, Saul gave to one of David's friends. And then later when David became king, he said, I want fucking Michal back. He took her back. Pretty crazy.
Wild. Yep, truly. Man.
Well, I hope you're doing well, buddy, man. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, I'm around. I'd love to do that attorney thing at some point if you're up for it.
We need to. It's a lot of fun.
Thank you. I've done it a couple times on the Bible, on Dalton's live.
All right, we'll set up. We'll make it happen.
Sounds good. Talk to you soon.
Cheers, buddy. Yep, you Rabbi Bert. It's much easier getting along with my religious friends that are Jewish because they can read the book and say, yeah, it just kind of says what it says, right? Kind of like Seth. Seth knows what it says. Like, he's not doing the gymnastics about what it says. I think the question is what to do with it. So I don't see anyone live right now on YouTube tonight. I'm sorry. Let me get logged in with my right account. Sorry. Let's see who's live tonight on YouTube. Who's live on TikTok right now? Anyone? Oh, Mezzo's live on YouTube right now. Maybe, I bet Mezzo and Joel are live together, aren't they? They are. All right, let's do this. Let's send a big old raid on TikTok and on YouTube over to Mezzo's live stream, and maybe we can help Joel and Mezzo patch things up after, that fling that I had with Joel. Maybe we can help them to get back on the right foot, So let's all go raid Mezzo's live stream. Joel's guested up. They've got another guest in there. Looks like they're having some kind of a dress up party. It could be kind of fun. Let's go raid. I'll be over in a few minutes, friends. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate everyone liking and sharing and supporting the stream. And thank you to all the members and the super chatters. I really appreciate it. Let's go raid Mezzo's live stream. I'll be live again in 2 more nights on Friday night, and you know how Friday night is. I'm sure it'll be a banger. Just not the Bible type where they're banging little girls, but like a party banger, But thank you so much, friends. I'll see you again soon.